All right, I think the streams should be starting. Looks like one of them is live. We'll double check, wait for the other one to go live. We'll see here in just a moment, friends. Uh, just a moment. The vertical stream is up and running. Let me double check the horizontal stream. Make sure that's running. Let me make sure. Oh, horizontal stream is running. So we should be good to go. I'm going to go ahead and hit go on TikTok. There we go. Everything should be up and running now. Fantastic. All right. We've got everything up. Everything's open and running. And welcome in, friends. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for being here. And it should be another fun day of cooking, of grilling out. So, and with that, shit, let me start right with the super chats. We've got one from our friend Bucky. Bucky, thank you so much for the 9606. That is huge. That's gigantic, Bucky. Big W Bucky. It says there's no hate quite like Christian love. There's really not, actually. There was speaking of which, we had a young man on the stream last night that I think demonstrated that pretty clearly. It literally was advocating for women to be graped for the crimes of their husbands. So, I mean, that kind of tells you what kind of moral system they're working with. So there's that. Now, give me 1 second, real quick. There's another super chat. Give me 1 second. My super chat window is moving around, and I think one of them timed out. Don't time out. Don't do that. Anyways, we've got another super chat from Godwin. Godwin says, and Justin shall cook them on the show as entertainment, an offering by barbecue, a sweet aroma to Doug. 11316. We're gonna try. We're gonna do as much as we can. The guest boxes are open, friends. And Dexter, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I super appreciate that. And Carlos, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Big W. And from our friend Godwin, great to see you, Godwin. Thank you for the super chat. Says, and his followers made super chat offerings, crack and rum offerings, and some even an IFA of electric leaf, malachite, malachite 20. I don't know what that means. 2313, but thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We had one super chat, and I apologize. I can't display it because it came in before the stream started, and I think my super chat window reset when I started to stream. But we got one super chat from Nate C for $20. Nate, thank you so much for the additional super chat. I appreciate that. Nate says, still in shock from last caller last night. Was my first time hearing that live. They literally walked themselves right into POSFF. Also, my apologies for asking questions on a non-Q&A format yesterday. Let's cook, sir. No problem, Nate. Don't worry about it. It happens. So I'm using a new comment and super chat system today. So I may do some tinkering here and there during the live stream just to make sure it's working correctly. I've got a piece of software that's aggregating all of my YouTube comments from both streams into one. It's supposed to be aggregating my TikTok comments as well. I don't think it is. It doesn't look like it is. I'm trying. I'm really trying to get it so I can see all of the chats in one place. But you know how it is when you're using somebody else's software. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can. I think Crystal has an announcement. Let's bring Crystal in first. How you doing, Crystal?
I'm good. How are you,
Oh, hold
Justin?
on.
Okay.
I apologize. 1 second. I got to double check and make sure my Bluetooth earpiece is connected because I don't think it is. Come on, you can do it. You can do it Bluetooth. Did it turn off because it got to hold the button now? Try it again. There we go. I think it's connected now.
Got
Now,
me?
now I can hear you, Crystal.
Can
Welcome,
you?
welcome in.
Hey, you always have guys come up and sit up here with you. I just thought maybe I would come up and sit with a little bit with you for a little bit if you didn't mind.
Yes, Crystal. Absolutely. I'd love that. All right, let me
And you know
grab.
what? I
Mhm.
want to tell you one thing. Saturday morning, Dr. Blitz is going to be on my show.
Oh, hell yeah. This could be awesome.
I thought yeah, I'm pretty excited.
That's exciting. Dr. Blitz is a staple in the community. Well, Crystal, I think we've got a couple people waiting to get in already. Let me grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. I want to make sure I get them before they disappear or time out. Randy sent 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Randy. That's huge. I appreciate that. And Viper says, let's see how fast TikTok is taken down today. I know. You know I'm going to get flagged on TikTok. That's how things work here. That's just the way things work. Nightman, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, I don't know if you're an A Perfect Circle fan, but their song Judith is a great piece about the problem, evil, and suffering in Christianity. I actually don't know about this band. I'll have to check them out. I appreciate the recommendation, Nightman. That's a really good recommendation. And one more super chat from our friend Randy. Randy, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's a huge W. Let's get some W's for Randy. Says, thank you so much. I've learned so much. Well, Randy, that's what we want to do here. We all want to learn together. I appreciate that you're here and that you're supporting the stream. And a lot of times I get to learn from the guests. All right, let's grab our first guest for the night. We're going to bring in our pal Creed. Welcome back, Creed.
Hello.
Creed, there you are. All right, Creed. So we already know you're at least 18. We already know that you are a Christian. So what's on your mind tonight?
I was here talking about the fine-tuning argument. I think I've been studying on it.
Okay, and what would you like to go over? Have we covered fine tuning before?
Not that I know of.
Okay, well, let's give it a shot. Have you tried this on anyone yet?
No.
Do you think it's likely this is succeed here?
Well, it's not just fine-tuning. I have a different argument I can use. Do you want to hear something different?
No. I want to hear what the argument that you think is going to work the best. I just let you know that this is kind of like an apologetics 101 type of argument. And so, not that you can't use it here. I'm just saying that obviously it's not going to be anything new. But go ahead and give it your best shot.
Oh, there has to be a cause. Like you can't have an uncaused cause in the
Oh,
universe.
well, shit. That rules out God then.
Oh, God's not uncaused. He's a self-forming entity.
So God doesn't have a cause.
Well, John 1:1 seems to suggest no. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God.
Oh, so you can have uncaused causes then. Cool. Problem
No, you
solved.
have to have some kind.
That was easy. That didn't take long at all.
Well, you have to have something like there has to be some kind of mind behind the universe. And you look around, like the way our bodies are designed, like the way like nails and females, the way their bodies are designed is so different to everything else around us in the ecosystem.
Say that again. I'm not sure I understood what your claim is. One more time.
Human, the human body is very resilient against things, which is seems to have the proof of the some kind of design behind it.
The human body is resilient. Yes, I agree. But why do you think that has anything to do with design?
Because if it was just as part of the natural processes, it would be more likely to fail or quote unquote malfunction.
They do. They malfunction and fail all the time. That's why 99% of all species that have ever lived are extinct.
There's no good evidence for evolution, like in that regard.
No, that perfectly describes evolution. That's what you would expect if, in fact, you did have evolution.
Even if evolution was slightly real, it wouldn't disprove God, and I don't know get more evidence for a God.
Well, just be sure, like we're talking about fine tuning, and you're saying that fine tuning in terms of life points to a God, but I don't think it does. I think whatever tuning you're pointing at points towards evolution. So evolution is not a perfect process, which is in fact why we see some designs, if you could call them that, some models of animals on the planet that have all kinds of weird idiosyncrasies that like they don't really seem to benefit them. And then we find other animals that are like highly tuned for survival within their particular ecosystem, because evolution, while it does a really good job of evolving things, it's just not perfect. You get vestigial organs, you get mutations that don't really do anything. Now, if we were finely tuned, if we were created by a god, we would expect that we didn't find vestigial organs. We wouldn't find pieces of DNA that do nothing. We wouldn't find that like DNA replication is prone to like egregious errors.
Yes, that's because of the fallen world we live in.
Okay, so then fine tuning is not a good argument, right? So if in fact it happens to be that the excuse for why things aren't finely tuned is the fallen world, then you're admitting that it's not finely tuned, right?
Well, it was in the beginning. God said it was good, it was perfect
But it's
in the
not
garden.
now.
We actually messed it up.
Right. So
But
then
there's
you can't
still
use a fine tuning argument. If it's no longer fine tuned, then the argument doesn't work. All you're saying it was finely tuned and it's not anymore. So if it's not finely tuned anymore, then the fine tuning argument fails.
yes, well, Paul, like, how come the Bible has knowledge about science that they could possibly know about? For example, the Bible seems to know that certain types of wine would kill bacteria. Like, Paul tells Timothy to drink wine for his stomach.
It's not hard to know that sometimes you get a little tum-tum uneasy and you drink wine and it feels better. That's not hard at all. Although that's not where bacteria resides. So like if
Oh,
you get bacteria in your stomach, like the stomach acid is going to kill it before the wine does.
so is that not accurate science?
What I'm saying is there's no bacteria that's entering your stomach that's going to survive the stomach acid and then only kill when it comes on contact with alcohol. Stomach acid will like literally like eat metal away.
There are prophecies that are coming true in the Bible right now.
Like what?
Like the red cows that bring into Israel right now. So
It's
they're
not a
they're rebuilt.
it's not a prophecy though. No prophecy about red heifers.
They didn't hear about it. They're bringing it back. They want to rebuild. They want to rebuild the temple.
I know all about it. I'm saying there's no prophecy about it. There's no prophecy in the Bible about red heifers.
And why do they think there is? Why do they make all that up for no reason?
There's not. It's because Christians haven't read their Bible. That's why
Well,
you
what
don't.
do they think?
That's why you think it's a prophecy, because you haven't actually read your Bible. You heard the thing, and you're repeating it. You don't even know if it's a prophecy.
Well, these scholars have talked about this thing of prophecy before.
No, they haven't.
Well, what verse do Christians think it is? It is not true.
They think that it's coming from a command in the book of Numbers. There is a command in the book of Numbers for sacrificing red heifers, but there's no prophecy involving red heifers whatsoever.
Because the third temple needs to be built for the Antichrist to appear.
No, that's not true.
Well, the man of lawlessness in First Thessalonians, or is it second?
I didn't hear what you said. I heard Thessalonians, and I lost the trail after that. Say it again.
You don't know the prophecy about the man of the lawlessness?
Oh, you said lawlessness. Yeah, I do. In fact, the problem with the prophecy of the man of lawlessness is that it was happening during Paul's time period. If you read Second Thessalonians, he tells you that the man of lawlessness is currently right now being restrained. Want me to read that for you?
No, sure, but they could still be talking about like in the '80s that they let loose.
I'll show it to you. It's in Second Thessalonians. And he says, as to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we beg you, brothers and sisters, do not be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as though from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord is already here. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the lawless one is revealed, the one destined for destruction. Sorry, I need more of the chapter. See. The coming of the lawless one is apparent in the working of Satan. Satan, all who uses power, signs, lying wonders, and every wicked deception for those who are perishing because blah blah blah. For this reason, blah 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 blah. Which verse is it? Hold on. There we go, verse 6. He says, "Do not remember that I told you these things when I was still with you, and you know what is now restraining him, so that he may be revealed when his time comes." So the lawless one was already alive, according to Paul, during Paul's lifetime, and he was currently being restrained. Now, my take on this is that it's probably Nero, but I mean, there's other guesses as to who the lawless one was. I think it's Nero.
Well, there's a problem with that, is that he says, "Remember this when I was still with you." He believes he's going to die when this guy appears. So how do you
Say that
explain that
again?
part? The problem is that who wrote this letter again? Is it Paul?
Paul wrote Thessalonians, yeah.
Yeah. So Paul believes that he is going to be dead by the time this guy appears, because when he says,
Oh,
remember what I told you."
he didn't say that.
Go back to it. I swear. That's what
He
it
doesn't
said,
say
right?
that he's going to be dead.
He said that remember when I was with you. I said that I told you these things. You
Yeah.
just read it.
Remember when I was with you, because he was with the church in Thessalonica at one point. He's not currently, though.
No, but he expected these letters to be read long after he was gone.
No, no, he had no idea that he would be gone when they're reading these letters. And First Thessalonians here clearly states that he expects to still be there. In fact, I'll read that for you. He says something similar in Second Thessalonians as well. He says, in regards to the coming of the Lord, uh, "For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died." So Paul is including himself in those that are going to be meeting the Lord in the air when he shows up. That's verse 15.
Well, God is not a God of the living, but of the dead. So Paul could, not a God of the dead, but the living. So he may be speaking like, yeah, we're all going to be alive, no matter who you are.
He's not a God of anything. He's dead. Jesus is dead and God doesn't exist.
Well, Jesus died and rose from the dead,
He
and you
certainly
can
did
see
not.
that. Like, what is your best objection against that? Like, what's your best argument to say the whole story is just nonsense? Like,
Well,
you
do you believe that Alcestis rose from the dead?
no, because people didn't get martyred for him.
You know, it's not even a hymn. Do you believe that Aristeus rose from the dead?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know that was. I didn't know that was a girl. I didn't know, so you gotta forgive me.
Okay. There's lots of people that claim to rise from the dead in the ancient world. Some of them were considered to be gods, and some of them not. Right. So when Aristeus rose from the dead, there were so many people who reported seeing the arisen Aristeus that they made a statue and a monument and a whole religion around it in Rome. But this is the difference between Christianity and Judaism. Okay, in not Christianity, I mean in Roman and Greek religions and Judaism. In the Roman and the Greek religions, like dying and rising people happened all the time. This was not even. This was like whatever. This is like just another fucking Tuesday. Who cares? In Judaism, they lost their damn minds over it when they believed that somebody within their ranks actually rose from the dead. They created a whole cult around it because like that just wasn't something that you would expect inside of Judaism unless you were already at the end. You were at the resurrection of the dead, the very end of all things. So when this sort of you know, rising of the dead nonsense was introduced to Jesus's followers, they didn't know how to treat it because they didn't have the appropriate Greco-Roman religious background to understand that this is such a mundane claim no one really cares. Which is why the Greeks were so ready to believe it. Like, yeah, fuck another dying and rising guy, yeah, all the time. We'll believe that. The
Well,
Jews rejected it. The Jews were like, no, this is silly.
how come so many governments throughout history, especially early Christian history, are so hostile towards Christianity and everything that it leads in, everything it teaches?
They're not.
Because there has been Rome before it got institutionalized in Rome was very, very against Christianity.
No, they were against Christians in general. And if you read the ancient Roman writings, they tell you why. It's because they were literally breaking laws. They were holding secret assemblies, which they're not allowed to do. They were worshiping another king other than Caesar, which they're not allowed to do. It had nothing to do with being a different religion. They loved religions in ancient Rome. The problem was that the religion practiced by the Christians, they were doing things that were illegal. They have no problem with the religion. They have a problem with people breaking the law.
Because they wrote that down, that makes it true. Like these documents could be corrupted. And
Oh, so if something is written down, it's just not automatically true then? Because that's
well,
that's
yeah,
literally the entire basis of your faith is that I read it in a book and it must be true. So when I tell you that other historians wrote stuff down, I shouldn't trust it.
well, you can, but they need the winners write history.
Well, that's not always true. But yeah, I mean, predominantly the literature that survives is the literature of the winners, which is interesting because Jesus didn't write shit. He didn't write nothing.
Well, the followers did, which gave them more credence. And Jesus would have wrote all this down himself. He looked like a lunatic.
No, Jesus' followers didn't write anything down.
Yeah, they did. Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Matthew didn't write Matthew. Why would you think
I
Matthew wrote Matthew? Creed, you know we've already been over this 100 times. There's no
I
evidence
didn't
that
talk.
any of the apostles wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Mark wasn't a disciple to begin with. He was the cousin of Barnabas, as Colossians 4. Luke wasn't a disciple. There's no reason to believe he was there to witness anything. So that leaves you with Matthew and Mark. I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote
Well,
Matthew. I mean, not Matthew and Mark. I mean, Matthew and John. And in John, he clearly states that there are multiple authors in chapter 21.
well, doesn't it? And at the end of John, John himself addresses himself and
No, he
says there are
doesn't.
many things that Jesus did.
No, he doesn't.
But he says there are many things Jesus did, and they couldn't all be written down.
No, he does not.
Which book is it? There's a gospel where it says that. I know for a fact it's
That line is in the Gospel of John, but John didn't say that.
yes. And who said it then?
The authors,
Like, how many authors do you think they had in total?
at least two, because they identify as a we. Unless you think the authors are non-binary.
Well, I mean, that's hard to know about that, but I would say that there's a good chance that the church believed that they wrote these books and they had good reasons to believe so.
I agree. The church did believe that they wrote the books. I don't.
Just because you don't believe it doesn't make it not true.
Just because you believe it doesn't make it true.
No, there's people they believed it. Like they had some kind of way of knowing that this person's written this because of the stuff that they saw
People believe all
in these
kinds of
books.
silly stuff. People believe that Vespasian healed a blind person by spitting in his eyes. Do you believe that?
Didn't Jesus do something similar?
Yeah. So why would you believe it
They,
about
they,
Jesus, but you wouldn't believe about Vespasian?
well, they actually found the location where Jesus healed the guy's eye, or Jesus healed the man's sight.
No, they did not. You're referring to the pool of Siloam, and that wasn't like a mystical location that was like lost to history.
Yes, well, all the travel routes in the Bible are accurate. It's like
Well, first of all, they're
shockingly
not,
so.
and second of all, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, it does because it shows like divine knowledge was
No,
being.
it doesn't show divine knowledge. It shows that somebody who lived at that time period or roughly in that time period was writing stuff. The same way we've got travel routes in the Greek and Roman writings, we've got travel routes in the Babylonian writings, but that doesn't mean that Marduk is Lord. Do you believe that Marduk is Lord just because it adequately describes the way from ancient Assyria all the way into the Levantine strongholds?
No, but the way the Bible predicts things is like incredible.
It didn't
Like
predict
serious. Like,
anything.
well, it predicted Rome
No,
in
no, it did
Daniel.
not.
Why not, sir? Like I been to classes on this, and they told me about.
Well, someone lied to you then. I don't know what classes you're taking, but Rome was not predicted. Rome does not show up in the book of Daniel. The last kingdom in every chapter of Daniel is the Macedonian or the Greek kingdom. Every chapter.
Even then, in Daniel, there's also great historical accounting in that it names all the kings that they talk about were represented accurately and what they know from history in
No,
Daniel.
that's not true. Only the ones in the 2nd century were. Nebuchadnezzar was not represented accurately. That's demonstrably the case because it says that Nabonidus was his son. He was not. Nabonidus was the son. I'm sorry. Belshazzar, it says, was the son of Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar was not the son of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the son of Nabonidus. Nabonidus was not even related to Nebuchadnezzar. They had no blood relation whatsoever. They didn't have marriage relation. They didn't have blood relation. They had no relation. So it gets the wrong king.
Yes, and they mention that idea, but I'm pretty sure it's a metaphorical. Like he probably, in a way, it's sort of like a son in the way that he
No,
succeeded in the
they
throne.
didn't even live at the same time.
What evidence do we have to that? Like, what? How do we not know the Bible's correct and those documents are wrong?
Oh yeah, the Bible is true and all of history is wrong. See, this is the problem that you've got here, Creed, is you will believe this book no matter what's in it, rather than asking yourself, what's the most likely case? What's the most thing that's likely to be true? Your starting point is the Bible can't be wrong, therefore everybody else has to be wrong. But you know that's not the case. We've already gone over biblical contradictions. The Bible gets stuff wrong all the time.
So this is make the message of it not true. That there's just like there could be errors in the Bible that wouldn't
Yeah,
stop
I
it from
know.
being true, would it?
There are errors in the Bible. There's a lot of them, and there's a lot of unfulfilled prophecies.
Yeah, I'll just tell me one of them, and if I can't refute it, I won't. I will never come back for real this time. I believe I can. I believe I can get it right and like figure out a way to show you how it was fulfilled.
Yeah, that'll never happen. Go ahead, turn to Matthew 16.
Okay, let me get a Bible real quickly.
Mhm. I put it on the screen if you don't have a Bible.
No, I got one right here.
Mhm.
All right, Matthew 16.
Yeah, Jesus says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what's been done." So this is the second coming, but he comes with all the angels to collect all the elect and punish all the wicked. It says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Then he reiterates this in Matthew 24. In Matthew 24, he says that he's going to come back within that generation. Then he doesn't come back. And he says the same thing in Matthew 10:23. Says, "You will not even have finished going through the towns of Judea before before the Son of Man comes." That's how he worded it.
I thought he was talking about the transfiguration, and then because some of
Nah.
the only a few of the apostles saw that,
No, he's certainly
and
not
they were
talking about the transfiguration. It says, "When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." The Son of Man coming is Daniel 7. The coming of the Son of Man is when all authority on heaven and earth happens, all mankind is judged, and the Son of Man receives the authority and dominion of the entire earth. That's what's supposed to happen here. When you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. On the mountain, nobody came in the kingdom. Nobody was coming from anywhere. He just walked up a mountain and started glowing, and Moses and Elijah appeared. This is talking about a judgment. Also,
so
nobody
he's saying
died between that time period and the transfiguration.
no. Some people did see it there for the taste of death.
They didn't. They did not see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. I already addressed that part. Second part is it says that some of you standing here will not taste death, meaning some of them will taste death. And the transfiguration was only 6 days later. And the disciples didn't die in those 6 days.
Yeah, well, not all the disciples were present at the transfiguration.
I know, but were they dead?
No, that some people
Oh,
they
there you go.
witnessed this before they died.
Well, it says that they would be dead.
Yes, because those disciples witnessed it. The other ones did not.
There are some standing here who will not taste death before they see. Okay, I see. I see. You can make that claim. All right, I'll give you that one. But you're still completely avoiding for the third time that the coming of the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 9. Jesus didn't come from anywhere in Matthew 17. He just walked up a mountain and started glowing. The coming of the Son of Man is a specific event. And he describes it. He's coming with his angels in the glory of his Father to repay everybody for their deeds. He didn't do any of that on the
Oh,
transfiguration.
so let me get this straight. He's trying to say he basically you think that he's saying that some people will be here still alive when Jesus comes back to judge the world.
That's clearly what he's saying. He says it on 3 different occasions in book of Matthew. He says it in Matthew 10:23. He says it in Matthew 27, 16, 27, 28. He says the same thing in Matthew 24. verses 29 through 34. And then he describes it. The whole 25th chapter is still part of the Olivet Discourse when he judges everybody. He says, of the times of the end, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. The sign of the Son of Man is a specific event. It's in the heavens, not on a mountain. It says, will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call that will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. That generation's all dead.
How is this possible? How could people believe this and read this and still think he's coming? It doesn't make any sense.
I know, because they're coping like you, Creed. They read it and they say, no, it can't be wrong. So I'll contort myself into human pretzels to find a way to change the meaning of these words so they don't mean what they actually say, rather than just admitting that it doesn't work. He lied. He's not coming back.
He's a liar.
He's a liar. He's a fraud.
Okay, Justin. Thanks for your time, buddy. I'm gonna leave now.
All right, cheers. I feel bad crushing Creed's spirit every time he comes in. But what are you gonna do?
I know, but I think you're helping him. I think he's deconstructing.
I don't know if I feel like he might be, but it's hard to know. You know what I mean? Give me 1 second, friends. The software I'm using right now to configure my chats and my super chats apparently has some weird timeout on the messages, like it doesn't save them forever. So I'm gonna open up my old system and put it back in action real quick. Because like everybody that super chatted during that last conversation, the super chats are already gone. I can't access them at the moment. So give me 1 second. I apologize for that. There we go. I've got access to them on my old system, so they're not gone. They're not lost forever, friends. I'll have to do some tinkering around in the software to find out how to get them to not wipe out or time out my super chat messages. I don't know why you would have that as a piece of your software. Maybe I can rip off the code and make it better. Either way, my old system does work. So let me finish. We'll just get that back up and running here. All right, we're good to go there with those. And then I'm going to turn off this feature that I added for now, and I'll reactivate the old one. There we go. And we should be ready to rock and roll. There we go. I think the super chats are working now. Yep, it works there. Let me activate them on the vertical stream. There we go. Works on the vertical stream. All right. Hey, Nate, this was the one I read earlier. I couldn't put it on the screen. Everything's up on the screen now, though. Nate says, still in shock from last caller last night. Was my first time hearing that live. They literally walked themselves right into POSFF. Also, my apologies for asking a question in a non-Q&A format yesterday. Let's cook, sir. No worries, Nate. I appreciate you. And from Neck2 says, pronounced Malachite. Oh, that's supposed to be Malachite? Interesting. I would not have guessed that. Thank you for the heads up. Nightman Cummins says, at this point, I'm convinced Creed is a troll. Actually, I'm slightly convinced myself, Nightman. You might be correct. I'm still figuring that out. Idiot. Thank you for the super chat. Who said, heard about you from AXP. First time seeing it live. Do you like street epistemology at all? I have literally no idea what that would be. I do know this. I like philosophy as long as you don't bog it down with jargon. The minute you bog it down with jargon or start using words in a way that they don't normally get used, I'm just gonna like make fun of you to your face. Argument from Motion says Creed's teeth weren't fine-tuned, which is why he has braces and rubber bands holding them together. Ben there got the t-shirt. Actually, this is a good point. If fine-tuning was a thing, people wouldn't have glasses. And JMR, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. JMR says, Junkyard Zone. I see you trying to confuse real Christians with strange, large Bibles. Nice trick, fish. I'm still using my first book 30 years now, The True Word and Colorful Prints, 1990 KJV, Gilding Light Extra Holy Edition. Well, listen, I'm glad you like Old English, JMR. I'm not going to go that route. And Meg says, I work for a hospital. I assure you the human body is not finely tuned. I wouldn't have a job if that were the case. Actually, that's a very good point. Like the whole medical profession is based on the idea that we're all fucked up. And Techless says, I guess federal employees are allowed to try and convert people at work now. I saw that, by the way. Going to need some more materials to preach for Doug. The son of minerals is my rock. I like that, the son of minerals. So this is what we need to do. We need to start an official, sanctioned religion so that we don't have to face persecution. Viper says, let's see how fast TikTok is taken down today. It's going to happen fast. You just know it's going to happen. Like, they're going to ban me. Yahweh Scrotum, great name. Thank you for the 666. Says, formerly known as Cheap Snack. Oh, you changed your name. I was inspired through the Rocky Spirit to be a bit more blasphemous with my handle. Let's get cooking. Well, thanks, Yahweh Scrotum. I appreciate that. The fun names will get in here. Johnny Cake says, are you aware that they quite possibly could have Alexander the Great's body being masqueraded as St. Mark's in the St. Mark Basilica in Venice, Italy? I did not know that, but wow. That'd be wild, actually, if that was the case. I didn't know that was a thing. Master Machete, you're welcome in, says, trust in the drip, for Doug sees all. Book of Stalagmite, chapter 7, verse 3. Absolutely. Guys, if Doug wasn't God, how do you explain stalagmites? Like, you can't do it. It's not possible. Ruby says, looking forward to listening while I'm helping family move. These muscles are going to be rock hard for Doug by the time I'm done. Happy cooking. Well, thank you, Ruby. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a great time moving. And last one for now. Dan, thank you for the super chat. Says, I wear glasses, may have dysphagia, and recently tore a meniscus. I am relatively mild evidence that human bodies are not finely tuned. Actually, I agree with you. That I actually tore a meniscus once too. It was not a good time. Did not like it. And I think that's plenty of evidence against fine tuning. Okay, let's grab our next guest here from the guest queue. Trying to get Kid Perfect. Welcome in, Kid Perfect.
Oh, hey.
Kid?
Can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, thanks for asking. Kid, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yeah, but maybe a little bit different than the average person calling in. I don't know.
Sure, okay. Well, do you have a different kind of a god? Is a non-traditional god?
So I'd seen a video with you before on Misvision. It's pretty cool. Kind of told your story a little bit. I forget. Did you grow up, or were you raised a fundamentalist?
I was not raised fundamentalist. I had a pretty diverse upbringing. I had 12 years of Catholic school. My mom was like a nominal, non-practicing Catholic, and my dad went back and forth between being a practicing, non-practicing Baptist. Although, as I was coming of age, he became a much more devout Baptist.
Gotcha. I was raised with like fundamentalist parents, private school, that kind of thing.
So anyways, what kind of God do you believe in?
So Chris, it'd be well, I was raised Christian, so I say the Christian God. But I'm not a fundamentalist now anymore after listening to enough stuff, but I still believe in God, and just from personal experience, from praying, stuff like that.
Sure. So what would be, like, for you, what would be the best evidence or argument that would result in God being real?
So, like I said, personal experience. So growing up, I think I'm probably around your age, but growing up, always had issues, fear of hell, pretty normal, from other people I've heard talk about that kind of stuff, especially as a kid, being traumatized. So went away from it. Then I kind of lived in this realm where I thought I was going to go to hell. I thought God was real, but I was probably going to go to hell, right? It's really horrible. So then fast forward to when I was in my 20s, and it's just, just a personal story, but I called in, so I'll tell you about it. And I was grabbed the
Well,
Bible. I didn't really
let's
read the Bible. I guess
let's get a start here. So I'm looking
I
for like evidence or arguments that would result in like God being the
so
answer, but I
yeah.
don't think
So
personal
I'm
experience actually counts as evidence because people in every
okay.
religion has a personal experience. So like I've got a Hindu
I
friends that
get what
got
you're
personal
saying.
experience. I know Muslims have personal experience. So if the personal experience
Right.
goes to like a particular God, then it's not great evidence. Now, if you're a polytheist, then I think personal experience could be evidence. Are you a polytheist?
Yeah. So where I'm at now is I believe, yeah, like pretty much everyone would go to heaven. So I guess I'd be a polytheist. Whether you're Muslim, Christian. Um, I just think there's a God of love. So just to finish that story up, pretty much I grabbed the Bible, but I don't know that it would have mattered if it was a Bible. And I was said, hey, if you're real, and I was, in a really dark spot. Pretty much, I looked out and said, hey, strike this building out there. It was lightning, wasn't raining anything. I know this sounds a little crazy, and I'll go be a missionary for you in China. But I was in a bad way with it, emotionally distraught, growing up in this, and just thinking, like I said, I was damned forever. Well, lightning did not strike the building, but a storm came in right when I was like holding the Bible, crying out, and lightning was striking all around. Just made me feel like something actually heard me, right? So that would be like I don't know if did you ever have anything like that when you did believe any type of.
Yeah, when I was a believer, I would have found some significance to that. Obviously, as a non-believer, I would find that just to be like wishful thinking, trying to turn coincidences into miracles. And the reality is, there's a lot of evidence that coincidences happen, and there's no evidence that real miracles happen. Because if God is like so concerned about you doing something that He would like create an entire storm for you, but then like He will just not cure any of the children with bone cancer, or he'll let a tornado knock a building over and like kill an entire building complex full of people, then I'm inclined to believe that if that God is real, then he's a capricious, insane megalomaniac. Kid, kid.
Can you hear me?
No, you're away
Sorry.
from the
Can
app.
you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah, when you swipe away from the app, no one can hear you.
Oh, it's still on.
Dr. Joe, thank you for the $3 over Venmo. Dr. Joe says polytheist is not the same as pluralist. That's a fair point, although I don't know if I can adequately articulate the difference. What maybe we'll look that up here in a second. Um,
I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
I can hear
I'm in
you. It
the app.
sounds like you can't hear me, kid.
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, let's
Yep.
go. So, did you hear what I said in response to your personal experience?
Yeah. As far as that is a great question. I don't have the answer for that. I don't understand a lot of things. Why that is. The more I've looked into stuff, you probably had people call in and talk about the NDEs, near death experiences and stuff like that. I find that stuff really fascinating. Um, do you have any hard takes on that? Just as far as you hear people saying, like, before they're born, almost like they have a contract where they decide this is the life I'm going to live. The whole thing that this life here is a classroom, not a courtroom. I really like that line, but
I I think
it's
you keep asking
I
like
don't.
three questions at once. I'm going to need you to slow down
Sorry.
and do one at a time. So just give me one question that I can answer.
Sure. What's your thought on? Have you listened to testimonials on near-death experiences?
Yes, and none of them are convincing because we've done real scientific studies on them, and it turns out so far the basis from all the scientific studies is that they're just
There's
hallucinations.
one. I wonder if you've ever watched it. This guy was a neurosurgeon, I believe, where he
I'm
was.
aware. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I was
What
just
did I
wondering if
say?
did you ever. Well, you said that the studies show that there's not any evidence for,
Yes, we've
and
done
I would.
scientific studies on this phenomenon, and the actual scientific study demonstrates that people are hallucinating. They think that they're having real experiences, but they don't. Now, I know there are like Eben Alexander, and there are other people who have really powerful testimonies, but until we can replicate some sort of evidence in like a laboratory or a hospital setting, it's just it's your brain doing stuff.
Yeah, You could. Like, there's no way to prove that they're real. I guess if you're.
There is. There's a good way to prove that real. All you have to do is validate something that you wouldn't be able to see unless you left your body, which is why we've had the AWARE study, project number 1, project number 2, went on for over 15 years at like 30 different hospitals. They retrofitted the hospital rooms with items that you would only be able to identify if you had left your body and were looking down. And then when people claim to have OBEs or NDEs, they quizzed them to see if they could identify anything that you wouldn't be able to identify unless you were looking down rather than looking up from the table. And as it turned out, nobody ever could, not once. Now, they're going to keep doing it. They're going to have another study after the first two, but the first two have concluded. 2023 was the end of the second study, and nobody ever was. So until we can replicate this in a laboratory setting and actual put like definitive measures on it, then it's just people thinking they left their body.
And it could be too. That's people that, right. Did they just make it up? Are some people actually experiencing it though? Right.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree. That's interesting. I didn't know they're doing them studies, so that is interesting.
They've been doing other ones on out of body experiences specifically because we can trigger out of body experiences without you being near death. So we can give people DMT, we can do deep brain stimulation, and there are other methods of causing people to have out of body experiences. And so what they do is they bring people into the laboratory. They know they're there to do out of body experiences. Sometimes they'll couch it as astral projection experiments. But they all do the same thing, where they'll face a person in a particular direction. They walk them into a controlled room, and the instructions are: if you have an out of body experience, we need you to turn around and to see what's behind you. And they do this repeatedly, over and over again. And people report leaving their body. They are convinced they're leaving their body. Not a single one has ever been able to just simply turn around and see what's behind them. They can't do it because their brain is hallucinating. They think that they're out of their body, but they're not.
And what are these studies called again?
There's quite a few of them. The first two that I referenced are called the AWARE Project number 1 and the AWARE Project number 2. The other study, I have to look through my resources. There's
Sure.
one from, it's called 6 Studies of Out of Body Experiences. And then that's the only one I'm remembering. That was done by University of California, the Institute of Transpersonal Psychology. But there are more. There's been quite a few universities that have tried to study out of body experiences. So like if you go to like any of the publishing archives, like National Institute of Health or so on and so forth, you'll find articles from universities who have done these experiments.
That is interesting. I have heard stories now, take it for what they're worth though, where someone will say they had it and they'll be able to tell the nurses in the room what they were doing, what they were saying, stuff like that. I mean, they weren't done in a scientific, say like the Aware 1 project, Aware 2, like you're saying, but there does seem to be enough stories out there that I don't know. And maybe it's just wishful thinking, right? I'm sure that's probably where you've ended up on. But just like I said, between the personal experience with prayer, different stories like that, I just, and the fact that we don't know why it all would have started without something,
What are you talking about?
just the whole reason our whole existential, why we exist.
What do we need a God for that for?
I'm not saying that we do need one, but it is kind of odd.
Why? What's odd about it?
Just to wake up and be on a planet and have no, I guess I don't want to say purpose, but that it just is all random seems. I think I heard Joe Rogan even say it as a joke once, and it was kind of like, yeah, I'll take Jesus. Not that it has to be Jesus, right? But over everything just was a big bang and led to nothing led to everything is kind of a wild
Who
leap
said
too.
who said there was ever nothing? Why would you think that?
Well, not that it has to be nothing. Okay, so say everything always existed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can go with that. To have it all pretty much mean just a random chance is wild to me.
But why? Why is it not probable? I mean, if the probability of life forming in the universe is anything but zero, then it's a guarantee to happen. Like it has to happen.
Yeah, for us to evolve. All right, so for us to evolve so far from chimpanzees, right? We share the 99% DNA. To evolve from what we did, I know they say what maybe because we ate bone marrow or it's I don't know. It just I am just after the truth. I'm not,
Why
I
would
think most
we?
people are. I'm not trying to push.
No, I know. I'm trying.
I'm just saying my
What's
thoughts.
the problem with evolution? Why is evolution doesn't make sense to you?
I don't have a problem with one. Which I mean, especially if you do look at like the fossils, how they're in the layers. I mean, to say that there's not an evolutionary process is crazy.
Yeah, because there clearly is. I mean, we in the DNA
Right.
evidence, I think, since we've cataloged the human genome and we're doing other animals as well, I think is pretty solid evidence that we all have common ancestry, especially
Right.
human beings directly evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes in our recent past.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah, and I can track with that, and I don't understand how that really works either. But
Well, I mean, what's so okay? Well, let's do an example. All right,
sure.
I'm gonna draw something real quick. I'm gonna draw. I got a drawing app here. Let me make sure I put it on the screen. Okay, you should be able to see my web browser on the screen now. 1 second, it didn't show up on the. I think I clicked the wrong thing over here. There we go. Okay, so let's pretend for a second we've got like a four-leg. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Let's change the color so it's more visible. There we go. Let's say we've got a four-legged animal. You're going to see the extent of my drawing capabilities. We've got a four-legged animal. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, now.
I hope it doesn't turn into a mezzo whiteboard situation.
If I know anything about Mezzo, if Mezzo was drawing this would get me banned from TikTok. Okay, so imagine you got like a four-legged animal, right? Is there anything that would prevent, like, let's say for example, that this four-legged animal likes to eat like fish, likes to like go to the edge of the water and likes to eat fish. Let's say over the course of time, the four-legged animal turns out that it can catch more fish when it swims in the water rather than like sitting by the shore like a cat and trying to pluck the fish out of it. Let's say after about 1 million years, this animal and its lineage decides that I'm just going to get in the water and start swimming and spend my time in the shallow water rather than on the seashore. Is it possible that over the course of 1 million years, this four-legged animal, the one that had the taller, thinner tail, so it could propel them through the water, is it possible that that animal would be more prevalent than the animal with the skinny tail, like a dog tail?
Sure.
Yeah. And would it also be more prevalent too that over a million years of this animal learning to survive in the water, that the feet would probably start to favor the ones in their gene pool that had a little bit of webbing as opposed to individual digits? I mean, they're still individual digits, but the more webbing you have, the better you can swim, right?
Right. Right.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Mez is in chat, and he doesn't believe that you drew a tail there. He doesn't believe
It's
you.
not a good tail.
He said that's
Not a good one. Okay, so imagine we got what we've got now after a million years of this animal deciding that it's going to live in the water. Now we've got a thin tail with like webbed feet, right? Now, let's imagine for a second that this thing started out roughly like had the shape and size of a dog, right? Now we've got an animal that's a little more streamlined. It can swim better. Let's imagine that because it's swimming, these appendages used to be long, right? Let's imagine for a second that the animals that had shorter appendages were more likely to survive. And the reason why that is the case is because the animals that had shorter appendages didn't get them ripped off by prey. Because once you're living in the animal, once you're living in the water, all you really need are flippers and walkers, right? Where's my eraser? This is why Microsoft Paint is the only thing anyone should ever use. How's there no eraser? There we go. So let's imagine. I don't know why it's erasing the fucking background. Okay.
use a white brush.
What? I just want to draw something. Why is I just fuck it? I'm just gonna hit the eraser. Okay. We're gonna imagine for a second now that it turns out that this animal has a better survival rate when it has shorter, more finny types of appendages. So now they're short and they're oops, wrong. There we go. They're short and they're more like flippers than they more like digits. Do you think this is a modification that could happen naturally?
Sure.
Yeah, it's not that big of a leap, right? Now let's imagine for a second that it turns out that this animal wants to continue living in the water more and more and more. Now, what that's going to mean for this particular animal is that it's going to develop adaptations that allow it to survive in the water. So, for example, the nose right here, we would expect that this nose, one of two things is going to be possible. The neck is going to make a transition so that it's easier to bring the nose up out of water and breathe all the time because it's living in water, but it's got to breathe air, right? So either you're going to find changes in the neck, or you're going to find that the nostrils migrate back to the top of the head, like what we find in a lot of land-dwelling animals, like hippos. Hippos are water-dwelling land animals, right? But their nostrils are up higher, just like alligators, just like other animals that live in the water, right? So would it be okay to say that, over another million years, we would expect this animal to have the nostrils moved up over top, to have shorter legs, have flippers, and probably even have a little bit of a shorter neck? Do you think that's an adaptation that the animal could probably make after a million or 2 years?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, so these are not like really big changes. If we're all following along here. These are all pretty minor changes. But the funny thing is, over millions upon millions and millions of years, you keep doing this, and you end up with an animal that looks drastically different. So now, let's say, for example, we got the same animal now. The head's more streamlined. We got nostrils on, at the front. The neck's a little bit shorter. The animal, it turns out, is flattened because it can swim through the water really nicely. The tail grows tall because it makes for a really good fin. The legs are more or less flippers at this point. And now you've got an animal that lives in the water all the time and just got a blowhole through the nose, right? Now, would it be improbable for this animal to get to a point where he doesn't walk on these flippers at all? Like these are just flippers now; they're not feet.
No, that wouldn't be improbable.
Right, yeah, because he's just living in the water all the time now. This thing just literally lives in the water, right? So
Right.
what we'd expect then from this scenario, if this animal is just living in the water all the time and it has no use for feet, eventually the animals that had flippers instead of feet would be the ones that survived because they need them for swimming, whereas you need feet for being on the land. So you could imagine over a couple million years then that the animal is going to look a whole lot more like a water dwelling mammal of today. We're gonna see a streamlined flipper, and we're gonna see the body and the tail mold into a single piece because now this thing lives in the water all the time, right? So the goal is to get away from prey while you're in the wild. So what you're gonna find is that the tail, the driving portion at the animal, is going to get bigger, and this thing is now, it's got flippers for steering and directing. It's got this big old tail pushing water around, making sure it can make quick agile movement to evade prey. Do you think this is an animal that we can get at our next phase?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, this is not like a crazy adaptation at all, right? So then the next thing I would do, let me erase this little part of the tail. That's not a great drawing. That's just my shitty drawing. Okay. So then the next phase in evolution of this animal, I would expect, here we go, is for just like the alligators, just they're nested on top of the water. They can see above and below the water anytime they want to because of the location of their eyes and their nose. Because they have to avoid becoming prey. That's why we see in history these nostrils that were here, they actually migrate towards the top of the head, or around not too far from where the eyeballs are, so that they can actually monitor prey from, or not prey, people who are entities that are hunting them from above and below, right? So now essentially what we've got here is a mammal, right, that's got a blowhole on top of their head, right? It's got a fin in the back, fins in the front. It can't walk on land anymore, and it is essentially roughly a dolphin or a whale at this point. So what we've done is we've gone from a four-legged animal over many millions of years of evolution, and we've got a land-dwelling, air-breathing mammal. And this is roughly what we think happened with the whales. Whales started out as land mammals, and now they're water-dwelling mammals. And if you just took like a canine and said that canine turned into a whale, you'd be like, that's fucking crazy. But if you break it down into
Right.
small incremental steps, then it becomes really realistic because you're like making little tiny incremental steps one at a time is not a hard thing to do. But then you multiply that over billions of years and you get drastically different creatures at the opposite ends.
That was a good illustration. I appreciate it. I do have. I was going to ask you one other question too, just with the Bible. It's pretty much the one that kind of is a hang up still. And I've heard it explained, but does it still bug you at all? Is Isaiah 53 thing was, piercing. I know they say it's about the suffering servant.
Mhm.
And they say it's not about Jesus, but it does seem very coincidental.
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if you believe that
don't?
it's about a human being, which first of all, there's no reason to believe that. It's clearly about the nation of Israel. The author tells you on 8 different occasions it's about Israel. But even if you believed it was about a human being, we have literally no reason to believe that Jesus would be the one that would fit the mold. If it's about a human being, I'm going to pick Simon Bar Kokhba every day of the week.
Okay.
I think it matches
Yeah.
Simon better. Simon was actually a ruler. He fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus. He was actually a ruler in Israel. Jesus was never a ruler. And Isaiah 53 doesn't say anything about anyone rising from the dead. It just talks about somebody dying for somebody else's sins. So if that's the case, all you have to do is die, shit, a lot of A lot of Jewish messiahs have died. Yeah, I don't know why we're picking Jesus as the one that fits the mold.
I guess a crazy thought, which I don't know if you ever thought about it, but I'm pretty sure like Jesus goes into the temple. At least it's a story that's told, and he would quote Isaiah, I think, in one of the stories in the New Testament. And I know that was an apocalyptic age. Do you think that there was any chance that he wanted to get crucified to try to fulfill that in his own head from reading the book of Isaiah?
Yeah, I do actually. So if we're talking about the historical Jesus, and if
Right.
he said the things that he said, then I'm inclined to believe that he literally thought that he was going to get himself killed by the Romans and then come back to life. And then
Which
he,
is kind of wild to think about.
well, I mean, he thought that he was going to come back, which would probably explain why so many of his followers were ready to believe that he came back or ready to believe that he will be coming back. He probably believed that he had to die and then be given the Daniel 7 treatment. And so, yeah, I mean, he probably did. He probably thought he was an apocalyptical Messiah that was ushering in the end times. And then he got the part right about getting killed by the Romans and got everything else wrong. Turns out it's pretty easy to fulfill prophecy if the prophecy is the Romans are going to kill me.
I guess the other thing I'd ask is, so say they do the NDE things, and they do another one of the aware, we'll call it aware 3 test, right? And someone can actually turn around and see what was behind them. Where would you go then with that?
I would believe in the
Just in your
spirit
own
world.
personal thoughts,
Yeah, yeah. If that was a thing,
What's that?
if it really happened, right? So if people were capable
Right.
of actually leaving their bodies and seeing the other side, I would
Yeah.
believe that we have spirits. I don't think I would ever be a Christian. That would never happen because the Bible's clearly not true. But that certainly would lend itself
Yeah.
to the Buddhist worldview. The Buddhist
Right.
worldview is that there is like a spiritual world, but there's not like a creator God. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I've got a friend that believes in the
The other
collective
thing I'd ask
consciousness,
too,
but
I
not
know
in a
you
creator
post some.
God.
Yeah, and I think I'm sort of headed that way. I was going to say another thing. I know sometimes you post some stuff on YouTube, I believe. I don't know if you still do that or not.
From time
Like video clips from this kind of stuff.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, like, if you could not post this one, though, just because my whole,
I
not that
got you.
you
Don't worry
would,
about it. I
but
got
my
you.
whole, like, I don't talk about any of this stuff to my parents. I got kids. I got to, I don't, you remember you were in it, right? So I don't really used to be in it, right? So
Yeah.
I'm sort of alone in this thing, and I don't talk to people because then they'll just worry, oh, dude, you're going to go to hell, or you're dealing with this, So I don't know if it's worth the fight or come out the closet, so to say, right? But
I gotcha. So I keep a notepad open of people that I'm going to clip. I put a note in here specifically not to clip you.
appreciate it, man.
I got your back.
Appreciate that. Well, I enjoy listening to your stuff. It's nice to talk to you.
Hey, thanks, friend. I appreciate that.
All right, man.
Cheers. Have a great one.
You too, bud.
Crystal, deconstructing's hard.
It really is. I am really glad I found this community though, because it's helped a lot.
Yeah, it's a great one, actually. How long did it take you to deconstruct?
Well, it's kind of I feel like I did it in some kind of weird reverse thing because I stopped believing, and then I didn't see you guys until years after I stopped believing, and then I realized, oh man, I've got a lot to deconstruct. What? So yeah, it's been I feel like I'll always be doing it. I'll
Right.
always find things that I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, actually. Yeah. There's always something new to learn. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and then we'll get right back into the debates. Drifter says, do they forget after 4 billion years their God shows up 100,000 years ago? Where was he before, and why in a desert to an illiterate shepherd? That's such a good point because, like, if in fact humans have been here, like if you believe in evolution, a lot of Christians do, some don't. But if you're an old Earth Christian or old Earth believer, then why would you think that your God just now showed up, like recently? Like why? And like if he was showing up prior, why do we have no evidence of it? 80, thank you for the 499. It says life is sentient carbon. How many protons, neutrons, and electrons are there in carbon? Christians hate life. Proof is in the pudding. I know, right? It's crazy that they say that you can't get life from non-life, but we're entirely made up of non-living materials. And Brevin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, yo, DZ, I'm a Christian, not a fundamentalist trog, but I love your channel. And if I see a guy who insulted your son, he'll catch a fade. I appreciate that. I'll slide for you, bro. Much love. Cheers. Brevin, I really do appreciate that. And it's still hard to me to believe that people like that exist, but they really do. And when I was a Christian, like I would have been, there's no way I would have been so embarrassed if that happened. If I was watching the stream, I would be embarrassed to be associated with that clown. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $22 super chat. Says, was Christianity just the most flexible religion? I'm convinced that the combination of flexibility, apocalyptic themes, and carrot versus stick, heaven, hell, are the keys to Paul's cult lasting to this day. Well, I think so. So in a lot of the ancient texts talk about early Christianity as a religion that like easily is duping like the poor and the outcast and the widows. And the reason why I think the religion was so favorable among these people is because they were ones that were not having a good time. So they wanted a religion that would avenge them in the afterlife. They wanted a religion that would finally provide them with the justice they were looking for. The ungoogleable man says, Thea, stop looking at trees and look at the rocks. If looking can indicate design, what about this random rock indicates design? Praise Doug. That's right, because if you believe that in the watchmaker argument and things like that, then in your worldview, everything is designed, which means you have no way of knowing what is designed and what's not designed. For you, there's no difference between a rock and a watch. Hank says, in response to NDEs, believers will say, you can't trust your fallible meat brain, then say, I saw gods while unconscious and it was 100% legit, you guys. I never thought about that, but that's actually such a good point, because the same people that will say your heart is deceitful among all things, you can't trust your brain, that you have to lean on, not on your own understanding. But at the same time, they're like, well, I had an NDE and I can't be fooled. No way I hallucinated. All right, just a couple more super chats, friends. The atheist mechanic says there's no explanatory power that a god has for this world, and appealing to Joe Rogan doesn't make that claim more credible. Not sorry. No, it certainly does not. It does not. Joe Rogan is not a source, guys.
Maybe less.
Less credible.
Maybe just a little less.
Yeah. Retired Bomb Tech, great to see you today. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I feel like I was going to have a brain aneurysm yesterday listening to Christians trying to justify grape in their Bible. Another note, my neighbor says my 7-year-old son would burn in hell. I was disgusted. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Retired Bomb Tech? That like your neighbor, the person who shares space with you, thinks that your son is going to burn for all of eternity, and he's just like okay with it. He's just, that's not a problem. It's crazy. Carnage Asada, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, when you were a preacher, did you ever get exasperated enough with Christians in your spiritual care to call them dummies, or did you learn to sprinkle salt on your teachings after losing your faith? I would not have done that as a pastor. So as a pastor, I never would have done something of that nature. When you become a pastor, even if you think somebody is a dummy, it's your job. Like your literal job is to not tell them that they're a dummy. You have to shepherd them and guide them in the gentlest way possible to the right conclusions, or what you think the right conclusions are. And that you can't say things like that. But if you're on this side and they literally are dummies and they need tough love, then yeah, I'll just call them a dummy. Eric, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. That's a big W. It says, do you have a recommendation for First Study Bible? I do. And you're going to hear the resounding sound of 500 people in the comments telling you which Bible to get. Go out and get a copy of the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. It's amazing. My second favorite study Bible is the Catholic Study Bible, 3rd edition. My favorite version of that study Bible is called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. it only comes in one format, and you're looking at it. You can't get a hardback. You can't get a canvas back. You can't get a leather. You get this fake pleather, and that's it. But this is the most amazing one because not only does it have all the study notes from the Catholic Study Bible, it's also got thick pages that you can write on, and it's got a margin that you can write in. So it's quickly becoming my favorite study Bible for casual reading. But obviously, the New Oxford is still my favorite for very serious studies. The New Oxford Annotated Bible is just the GOAT. I'm going to read one more super chat. And we'll get our next guest in here. From Ashera's oldest daughter. Thank you so much, friend. Thank you for the 1999 super chat. It says Deuteronomy 19:21, eye for an eye is the correct response to 2 Samuel 12:11. I agree. However, Deuteronomy 24:16 is the contradiction to David's baby. Even greater contradiction is Deuteronomy 27:22 to the whole nation of Israel. At that point, they're all cursed. Actually, now I need to reference Deuteronomy 24 because I forget what's in 24:16. Let me see what's in 24:16. It says, parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to death for their parents. Only for their own crimes may persons be put to death. This is actually such a good point for the contradictions. Deuteronomy 24:16 is 1,000,000% a contradiction of 2 Samuel 12. In fact, I can't believe I've never thought of this before. It's such an obvious one. Like, I'm literally adding it to the list. I'm going to add it right now to the list. It's going to be 2 Samuel 24, chapter 12, verse 11? I think it's past 11 is what we're actually looking for. Let me grab that real quick. Blah, 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 blah. 2 Samuel 12. And the verse we need in chapter 12 is going to be verse 16, 15, 16, 17, so on. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm going to add this right now to the cheat sheet. And we'll have it on the cheat sheet. I appreciate that. That was such a good recommendation. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud of our community reading the Bible and discovering these contradictions. Like, all you have to do is read the book.
They call the Bible the living word, but it's really your cheat sheet because look at how it grows and changes as we learn things.
It really does, actually. I add to it like every other day. And Deuteronomy 27:22 says, cursed be anyone who lies with his sister, whether the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. All the people shall say amen. I understand. Okay, I understand the one you're bringing up next about the incest, but I would suggest that law came after the incestuous passages of the Old Testament, so they weren't breaking the law yet. That's how Christians usually treat it. So I'll give them a little bit of charity with that. All right, let me grab the next in line. I think Jacob left. I think Chris was next in line from the YouTube queue. So give me 1 second. I'll bring Chris into the discussion. Welcome in, Chris. Can you hear me? Chris? Maybe? Not so much? I think... Chris, are you with us? I think I get distracted doing something else. All right, we'll come back to Chris in a little bit then. All right, let's bring in Dr. Pepper. Loving this name already. Welcome in, Dr. Pepper.
Hey, thank you.
Dr. Pepper, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, on both.
Dope. And what God do you believe in?
Jesus, the Trinity.
Cool. What would be your best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would have to say, well, my best evidence is a personal thing, so I'm going to go the best universal one here is probably, what I say, the absurdly and necessarily precise universal constants.
Well, you started by saying personal. Was that a mistake? Do you not?
My best evidence for the Christian God is personal experiences that I've had, but it's those can be easily torn apart because they're on a personal level,
Right.
and you know, you can say,
So
oh, you were hallucinating, or this, that, the other thing,
yeah,
or
and we
you're
have no
wrong, or
way
you're
of
just
validating your personal experience either, which is the other problem.
right,
Like if you say,
right.
well,
So
I experienced this and that, we have no way of knowing if you actually did experience that.
correct. So that's why I'm going to the scientific part of it. So like
Awesome.
universal constants. Okay, cool.
What about them?
Well, they're absurdly precise, and they have to be exactly as they are. Even like with strong nuclear forces, I mean, you can't even get atoms unless these are to the level of 1/10 times the 37th in terms of precision. And that's just some of them, like the gravitational constant. There's all sorts of different constants. I can't even remember all of them. I studied this stuff a while ago, but I remember some of the specific ones. And like even Planck's constant. Planck, he
Yeah,
realized
but
it had to be so precise. His own constant. I'm
what do
almost
the
done, I
constants
promise.
have to do with God?
There was the chance of this happening naturally or by chaos or just by chance. When it's so thoughtfully precise, it's just an indication, be far beyond an indication that
I don't
it
know.
was created.
I don't know if you've said what you mean to say. You just say that this happened. What do you mean by this happened? That's too ambiguous.
Well, the constants are not derived from nature itself. They
How
just
could you know
exist
that?
throughout the universe. Because of again, we're going to go in circles here, but the precision. Can I throw an analogy at you?
You know, something being a particular way has nothing to do with a god, even if the thing that it is precise. Like that doesn't mean anything in terms of a god. Like before you
But it had to
posited
be.
God as an explanation, you would need to find a way to demonstrate that the thing that you're pointing to could only come about with a god.
Okay, well, I'll put it in this term, and if you don't mind, I'm going to weave an analogy into it. But to have this life permitting universe, even down to atoms, so many constants had to be precise beyond our understanding. We can look at the numbers, but we really don't understand what, like 1 times 10 to the 80th actually is. It's too hard to fathom. But I'm just going to weave this analogy in. If you were
A
on
tornado
a
going
jury.
through a junkyard assembling a Boeing 47
No, 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 no,
747.
no, no, no. It's my very own.
Oh, you got a new. Oh, I'd love to
If you
hear a
were
new one.
okay, if you were on a jury, and let's say there's a schmurderer, I'm getting used to the language here, and the contention was I was never in this house, but you found his DNA. Let's say there was grape as well. His DNA was inside of her, and he said he's never been near her. And the scientists, the DNA scientists, were like, "There's a 1, and the chances of it not being him are 1 in 10 billion." Um, that's what 1 times 10 to the 12th. Are you going to say, well, come on now, the universe is like, when you add up or you multiply all the constants together, it's like 1 times 10 to the 100th to the 100th to the 100th. So, I mean, 1 times 10 to the billionth, nothing. This guy's innocent. We can't prove that. We can't say that.
I don't know how your analogy
Yeah,
has anything to do with the universe and the
that's
probability
an
that
odd
life is created. And the problem with these probabilities,
probability. You said it,
the
probability.
problem
It's
with the
probability.
probabilities is that they assume that the universe has a goal. Like the probability. So if I take a deck of playing cards and I throw them down and I tell you the exact order that they're going to land in, the probability of me doing that is like 1 in trillions and trillions. Like there's more sand on the sea than there are like combinations of a deck of cards. Okay. Um, so if I could predict that and then I did, that's crazy. That's either a miracle or I'm divine or I'm God. But if I just throw down a random deck of cards and they land in a order that I did not predict, well, the fact that it landing in that order is a very high statistical number is meaningless. Like these
No,
probabilities
it
only
has to be.
matter if you think there's a goal in mind. If the universe had a goal of creating life and then it created life, then we can start talking about probabilities. But the reality is the universe doesn't have the goal.
Well, you're saying it doesn't have a goal, and the universe, according to Christianity, the universe is created by God, so there's a goal certainly behind it.
No, you
So
can't
that's a
use that
different
argument
it's
because
an ideological
you can't
difference.
use that argument because you're using the probability as an argument for the existence of God. So you can't use your conclusion as a supporting premise for the conclusion.
No, I would say, like, back to your card situation where you flipped them all over and you could guess every single one of them, the order, if they were all face down. That didn't have to be, though. The universe has to be under these constant rules.
How do you know
these
that?
constants of
We don't know that.
physics, these physics
We
laws.
have no idea if that's the case.
Because it couldn't exist otherwise. We do. That's the
no.
point.
It would
That's
exist
the
in a
point
different
of it.
way, Doc.
We
That's
do have the
that's why I
point.
keep trying to tell you. If
became
the
an
universal
you-
constants were something different, the universe would
can-
still exist. It would look different.
No.
Yes, it would look different. It wouldn't look like what it looks like now, but it would still exist. There wouldn't be nothing.
You couldn't have atoms. You couldn't even get atoms without this obscenely large statistical improbability.
You don't know that, Doc.
It's designed, man.
And even if there were no atoms, you would have
You do
something
know that because
else.
of the constants of the.
You would, you don't know that, Doc.
Forces.
No, you've made that up. You've read a bad
We would
apologetic
have
book. You have no
particles.
idea what you're talking
It would
about.
be particles that don't.
So
No, see, now you're just being rude because you can't answer this.
you can no,
you can't have particles.
I
If
can.
you
I'm
have
explaining
particles
to you
without
that you're
the,
repeating things
the
you don't know
correct
about,
nuclear
Doc.
forces. You won't even let me say
Doc,
it.
you're repeating things you don't know about. You have no idea.
I do
You
know
have
what
no
I'm
idea
talking
what the
about.
universe would look
No,
like
you're
if
just trying
one
to
of
play
these
it into
constants was
ignorance.
tweaked.
No,
You have
can't
no
answer.
idea.
You can't answer, so you're just messing me with.
I've given you the answer. You're too
No,
busy
I do have
yapping
an
to
idea,
listen
and
to it.
I do know what I'm talking about. You're just
You
trying to
don't know what you're talking about. So the reality is, if you change any of the
what's your
universal constants, the universe would
info?
still exist. It would look differently than what it looks like now. Like it wouldn't look the way it looks now, but it would in fact still exist, right? So again, the argument that you're
Correct,
using
but it would be
presupposes that the universe has life as its goal. That's a presupposition. That's not a supporting premise for the conclusion you're trying to get to.
You can't get particles together
He
unless you
can't
have
stop
this
himself. He's
perfectly
just on the
precise,
talking
strong
point
nuclear
carousel.
force.
Doc, it doesn't
You
matter.
can't get
The
past
universe
this point.
doesn't
You
has
can't
a
get
goal.
past this point.
Doc,
That's
it
all you're
doesn't
doing.
matter. The universe does not
It's
have
no-
a
there's no
goal.
logic otherwise.
Doc, the universe does not have
That's
a
your
goal.
position.
It doesn't
but it's
matter.
not a fact.
Then prove that it does.
That's an ideology.
Prove that it does.
Because of the precision. It's so precise that,
That-
it was
that's a
clearly
non
thoughtfully
sequitur.
created.
That's a
Clearly
non sequitur.
thoughtfully created
The
with
fact that
precision.
that there's something in the universe that's
you
precise
don't
has
have
nothing to
these
do with
terms.
whether or
You
not it was
absolutely
designed
know
to be
it's
that
true.
way.
But so then you're going to find this guy innocent because of this 1 over 12 billion or 1 in 12 billion chance that this is the right
No,
guy.
because we know
Like
exactly.
in the jury.
We know
the
exactly how
Schmurderer.
probabilities
You're gonna
work
dismiss
when it
that
comes
guy.
to blood samples. You don't have any idea of what the probability is that life would exist in the universe because the life in the universe doesn't have any intention. It came about by random forces. You're assuming that it can't happen and therefore it must have a creator. And then you're using that conclusion to support your conclusion. You've got a circular argument.
No, that's what you have, dude. You
But
have the circular
you don't even,
idea
you
that
don't even know what a circular argument
you're
is.
just saying
You
that these
can't
precision-
recognize your own
there's
circular
precision.
argument,
You won't
Doc.
let me finish.
This is
Okay,
really
go ahead.
bad.
Go ahead. No, I
Doc,
can't-
you're too old to give this bad
no,
an argument. You got to do better
can't
than
even
this.
take on my point. Atoms can't even exist.
It doesn't matter how many times you
Atoms
say it.
can't
It's still
exist,
it's
and you
still
can't
the
deal with
argument. It doesn't follow every time you say it. There's no conclusion that follows that claim.
You can't get a life-permitting universe without even. Yes, there is, because you can't have particles
It doesn't.
bend and
It does
and
not
become
matter,
together.
Doc.
It's
The
just
goal of the
particles
universe
without
isn't
perfectly
life.
precise nuclear forces.
Doc, you
It
have
totally
to
matters.
demonstrate that the universe has
You
a
keep
goal
going to
in
that because
mind
that's your ideology.
before, in
That's
fact, you
circular
can
reasoning.
demonstrate that that the fine tuning matters.
Creation itself shows it. Creation itself shows
Prove
it.
there was
It's
anything.
So
Prove there was
obscenely
ever a
absurd
creation.
to think that these that this precision is just by chance.
Prove that there was ever a
Huh?
creation.
What?
Prove there was ever a creation. Why would I accept that there was once nothing and then something? Why would I accept that?
Universal time. And it's time-space continuum.
You're breaking up.
Because
No
we
one
live in
heard
a
your answer.
time-space continuum.
Yeah, I
And
know,
there had
which
to
is
be
why.
something that started it.
Which is no. I believe the universe
Because we
is
live in a
eternal.
time-space continuum. No, it is. Yeah, you got it. You finally got it. You got
Prove
it.
that there was
you live in a
once
time-space continuum.
prove that there was
and
once
you had to have a
nothing.
start of this.
No, you
universe.
don't. You don't have to have a start to this.
Oh, we can't see beyond that. We can't see beyond it. The whole framework of Christianity is God exists outside of this time-space continuum that He created.
But
it had to have a creation. It had to have a start.
Existing
it doesn't
outside
make
of time
any
is
scientific
silly.
sense, which is what you're basing everything on.
Existing outside of time is completely nonsensical.
No, it's in our construct. It's in our construct. It doesn't make sense.
No,
Well, then how
it's
did
in
it
your
begin?
religion.
That's
It's
That's
not
silly.
in
It
science.
became from nothing. Nothing created something.
No one believes, Doc, you weren't listening. This is why conversations with you are so painful, is because you didn't listen to anything I've said so far. I don't believe, and science doesn't teach, that there was once nothing.
What science teaches is that without these strong nuclear forces, you can't have atoms.
He
You just
can't
have
stop
random
himself.
particles.
Give me a piece of evidence to suggest that there was once nothing.
That I don't. Well, I would say outside of a time-space continuum, there was something. I'm telling you that the time-space
I
continuum
agree. It's
was
the
created.
universe. Give me an argument or give me a piece of evidence that would suggest that the universe once didn't exist.
Well, I'm not going to go with my faith, but the evidence is the laws of nature. Something can't create nothing.
There was never nothing. That's my whole argument, Doc. Pay attention. Give me the evidence that there was once nothing.
Give me a second. I got to think on this for a second. Evidence that there was once nothing. It's because of the laws of physics say that you can't have nothing create something.
I know, which is why there's always been the universe. I agree. I don't think you can get something from nothing, which is why we've always had a universe. So again, demonstrate why I would believe that there was ever nothing.
Science. Because in a time-space continuum, there had to be a start.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Explain it. Then now it's on you because I'm giving you.
No, you made the claim. You said in a time-space continuum, it has to have a start. Why? Why is that the case?
That's fundamental within the framework of time-space continuum. Time is the main.
Do you even know what that word means?
I know you're a little confused.
What do you think? What do you think a continuum?
But it's a fact.
What do you think a continuum is?
Time-space continuum. That means it starts and it continues.
No, that's not what continuum means.
The universe expands throughout that time.
That's not what a continuum means. Not what that means.
Educate me, please.
A continuum are two things that are inextricably linked for all of eternity. You can't have one without the other.
Right, but time in itself indicates that there's a starting point.
No, it does not.
How do you you can't go back to zero with time?
There's no zero.
Well, that's a faith position.
No, you're the one making the claim. Demonstrate that there was a beginning.
Well, mine is a issue of faith. Yours
is an issue of faith. I know. I agree with the science, not the faith.
Yours is faith as well. Yours is give me the scientific reason how there was always something.
You've already said it.
Continuum.
You can't get something from nothing, and we have something. Therefore, there was never nothing.
How do you get the something without creation?
We have the something, and it's happened forever. There's always been something.
How? How? See your faith, man. We'll
try this again. We'll try this again, Doc. So matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed. We have something. You can't get something from nothing. Therefore, there was never nothing.
And how did that something get there?
It didn't get there. It's always been there. That's what it means to exist forever.
So you're saying it's eternal matter. Matter itself is eternal.
I literally have said that. The universe itself is eternal. Whether it was in the form of quantum foam at one point or just a quantum field, or whether or not there's always been material, I would classify a quantum field as material as well. There's always been a universe. I have no reason to believe there was ever not a universe. Listen to the difference in our worldviews. I'm saying, based on what we know for a fact, was that the universe does exist. And it doesn't appear that any of this stuff can be created or destroyed. I'm saying the stuff that we already know from science, it's just been here forever. You're saying, no. Based on no evidence at all, it once didn't exist, and my magic fairy talked it into existence. One of those two positions is logically absurd, and it's not mine.
Do you believe the universe is expanding?
Yep.
Do you believe it has always been expanding?
Nope.
Because it doesn't fit your framework, but everything in science says it's been expanding.
It's expanding right now. The data that we have doesn't suggest that it's always been expanding. In fact, I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. You could also appeal to the Roger Penrose cyclical universe model, which is slightly different than the Big Bang, Big Crunch. But I think Big Bang, Big Crunch best demonstrates what we know about the universe right now, which is that eventually when the dark energy gets weak enough and the acceleration of the expansion slows down and it starts to get drawn back in, we'll go right back in to a small universe and go right back into another Big Bang.
And are you still, I mean, you hate when I go back to this, but are you still comfortable with atoms existing with the obscene and absurd amount of precision that is necessary? And what kind of universe would it be without? Which kind of goes to the saying that, yeah, the universe does has a purpose because
No, it does
yeah,
not.
because the statistical evidence points very strongly to that. I mean,
The statistical,
physicists will say
the
it's pretty damn hard to get
statistical
around.
evidence doesn't mean anything until you can demonstrate that there is a goal. Like the goal of me making a full court basketball shot is improbable. It's not going to happen because that's my goal. My goal is to do something that's improbable. If you don't have a goal, the fact that something happened is meaningless. The chair I'm sitting in could be in a trillion other locations. It just happens to be that it's here. Is it a miracle that my chair is here and not in a trillion other locations? No. Just throwing out big numbers is meaningless. You have to demonstrate
Not if they're
that the big
necessary. Not if
number
they're necessary.
that the big number represents a goal. You have no evidence that the universe's goal was to create life.
I do, because
You don't.
it's perfectly necessary. It is.
No, it's not
absolutely
necessary.
For atoms, we already went over that.
No,
We already
life,
went over
life
that.
is not necessary.
Well, yeah, it's okay. In your view, it is not necessary.
It's not.
That's an atheist position.
Dem-
Well, yeah, that's an atheist
demonstrate
position. I get
demonstrate
it.
that it is.
Demonstrate that it's necessary.
Yeah, demonstrate
Because
that
because
life is
the-
necessary for the universe. The universe had to create life.
Because it's here we go. Please just hear me out.
Here
Because
comes the
the
religion.
constants are so. No,
can't stop
this is
himself.
science. Because the constants.
I don't think you know what a non sequitur is, Doc. Just keep repeating the same bad talking points will never make them good. You need to say something that you haven't said yet.
Well, you haven't answered yet. My point is,
I
that
have.
they're
I've
so
answered
damn
5 times and
precise.
it was over your head. The probability,
No, not-
the probability of the
silly.
universal constants has nothing to do with whether or not it was finely tuned for life. You would have to demonstrate first that the goal of the universe was to create life for those numbers to matter.
You can see it anywhere that you see like a human creation. Every
can't help
every
himself.
human creation. I'm going to just answer, but you keep saying, "No, he can't help himself." If you look at anything like a TV, what was the purpose of a TV?
We know
It's,
TV.
you know,
The
it's-
TV has a purpose. We know. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. It has a purpose because
But look at the precision
we
of it.
made them. We designed them. We know what
Right,
has a
with a
purpose
purpose.
because we're making them. We gave
With-
it the
with-
purpose.
with supreme precision. Open your TV up and look at it. There's pristine precision in there.
It's only pristine
and that's-
precision if it does what we purposed it to do. The precision
Therefore, the universe is for life.
is based on the
Therefore,
purpose.
the universe is for life.
Is based on the purpose. We
Yes,
give it the
life
purpose.
itself. Yes, the universe, by your own talking here, the purpose of the universe is to make life exist.
No, it's
And
not.
because
You
it's so
haven't
precise,
demonstrated
just
that,
like
Doc.
your TV.
Demonstrate that the universe
You
had a
demonstrated it for me.
goal.
You demonstrated
had
it
a
for me.
goal to produce life. You can't do that. You haven't done it
It's
yet.
like the TV. Yes, I have. You just keep
No,
talking
you
over me.
haven't.
Like the TV, your own example here. It's designed with precision for a purpose.
Because
That's what
we
the universe is.
did
It's
it,
the
Doc.
same thing.
We know it has a purpose because we gave it the fucking purpose. We made the purpose. We know that we exist. We know that we can create purpose. That's how we know that it has a purpose, because we gave it the purpose. I'm asking you to demonstrate that the universe itself has a purpose giver. You can't presuppose the purpose giver in the conclusion of your argument.
Because just like the TV,
He can't
it
stop
requires
himself.
supreme precision. You keep
It
saying that
doesn't.
because you can't handle this. Your TV requires pristine precision, just like the
Because
universe is
Doc,
pristinely
just stop saying the same.
life.
Okay, Doc, stop saying the same thing over again. I don't want to hear you
Well,
say the same
give me an
thing 5
analogy that doesn't
times.
beat it.
It doesn't
Yeah,
need.
give me an analogy that works.
Your analogy doesn't work. It's not even a good analogy.
Yours doesn't.
So it's
Yours
only
is a good analogy for God.
It's only fine-tuned if your goal is to make a TV. If your goal is to make a radio, then you fucked up. If your goal is to make a puddle of mud, then you fucked up. The goal is what makes it precise. You have to demonstrate the goal before you can appeal to precision. You haven't demonstrated the goal of the universe yet. You've only pointed at something that you think is precise and said, here's something that I think is precise, therefore it must have a goal. You've got the cart before the horse. Demonstrate that the goal exists, because until you do that, you can't demonstrate that this came about because of the precision.
Okay, the goal of the TV itself is the evidence that it was created.
And where'd it come from?
So precise, it couldn't have been otherwise.
Where'd it come from?
Couldn't have been otherwise.
Where'd it come from?
What, the TV?
Where did the goal come from?
It's evident in the creation itself because it's so precise to be anything but what it is.
No, it comes from humans. We created it.
Correct.
We know that it's
so
a creation
precise
because we created it and we gave it a purpose.
Okay, let's look at it this way. Let's say some ancient man looked at a TV and they figured out what it was. Are they going to be able to say, like, something this precise, something this mechanically impossible obviously had this goal so we could view what was on this
They would have
television,
no
so we could
idea.
have such a broadcast? Really, they'd say a TV, and they'd see what it's for, and they'd see what it does, and they would say, like, it doesn't prove that it was designed.
They would have no idea where it came from.
They think it was designed.
They would have no idea where it came from.
Fair enough, but would they think it was designed?
No, they would have no idea where it came from.
You're full of shit, dude. You're full of shit.
If you took a Cro-Mag, if you took,
that's a win.
That's certainly not a win. All right, go cry.
Oh, he ran after that.
Imagine being a full-grown adult child. I don't know how many times I have to repeat why his argument didn't work. He missed it every single time. Okay, let's grab a couple super chats and we'll keep the conversation going. Crucifix Me says, millions of years of evolution, poof. God did it all in 6,000 years with one couple, a boat, and zero genetic diversity. Trust the process. Yeah, I would trust the evolutionary process. It's done a pretty good job. Nucleo Tidal Wave, good to see you. Says, you just passed your biology quiz. Doug is proud of you. Praise his holy hardness. Hey, thank you, Nucleo Tidal Wave. I appreciate that. I actually am starting to read some books on evolution, so I'll be excited to be able to utilize some of that information in the coming debates. Johnny Cake says, do you suppose, without Christianity taking over Europe and causing the repression of knowledge, we would be exploring the galaxy by now? Actually, I do. I think if it wasn't for religion, we would be way further along scientifically, way further along. Cereal Dude said, what's your favorite cereal? That's a tough one. When I was a kid, it was Lucky Charms, obviously, because it's Lucky Charms. As an adult, I kind of like Banana Nut Crunch. I used to really like Blueberry Morning before they fucked it up and sold it to somebody else that messed up the recipe. I like the adult cereals now. I need the real nutrition.
Tricks are for kids, Justin.
That's right. Larry Beck, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And Daddy Todd said, I love watching live. Hey, thank you, Daddy Todd. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're having a good time. And thank you for the $20 super chat. And Larry, thank you for sending out 5 more DZ debate memberships. That's very generous, friend. And also Jesus the effing Christ, thank you for the $19.99. Says, if you don't feel Jesus within you, it's your cold heart causing shrinkage. When he comes, he will feel his warm love all over you. Well, That may be the case. It might be like Mary, where the Holy Spirit comes right on top of me. We'll have to wait and see on that one. All right, friends, I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Looks like our next guest is going to be Chris. I think he's ready. And good to hear from you, S. It says Creed is a troll. He gets wrecked and swears that he's not coming back. I'm glad to get that off my chest. I'm not going to extend him huge grace. S, I think you might be right. I'm getting the same vibes as you, actually. And Jay says, one of the most difficult parts of deconstructing for me was the fear of damnation. What do you say to people stuck on this? Well, I think once you fully deconstruct it and you no longer believe it, you don't worry about damnation anymore. Like, that just tells me you're not finished deconstructing yet. So, but once you get through with it and you realize that it's preposterous that any good and loving God would send anyone to hell for eternity, once you get over that nonsense, you don't spend any time worrying about it. Space Lord says anti-fine tuning, zero evidence. There are 48 human blood types, invisible and often deadly if transfused. So dumb. Actually, yeah, the way our genetic code is made up does not tell me it's finely tuned. Our genetic code fucks up all the time. We get random mutations that cause entire lineages to get destroyed, untold amounts of suffering because of it. Doug Brown says, it's great to see you cook believers after a long day. Love you, Justin. Well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. And listen, it's fun for all of us. I'm having a good time as well. Brady says, thank you so much for all you do. Well, shit. Thank you, Brady. I appreciate the thanks. And our last one from Mr. T says, I totally fuck with your paint skills, Justin. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Much love from Ireland. Hey, thank you, Mr. T. I don't have good drawing skills. That seems obvious. However, sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so we do it. Welcome in, Chris.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Sweet. I'm good, man. I'm good. So I spoke to you a week or two ago. For context, I'm like very much in the deconstruction. Like I still believe, but I think he's kind of a moral monster. Largely from the debates I've watched you listen to, but I'm not like you talked about in your kind of testimony video, whatever you call it. Like I haven't woke up from the dream yet. You know what I mean? Kind of like you still have that some amount of belief and fear of hell and fear of nihilism, that kind of thing. So I have what I feel like is one of my strongholds that I wanted to talk with you about. And then I also just have some like kind of other topics that I'm curious about that are more of a conversation than a debate.
Well, we're trying to do the debates. Everyone's here to watch a debate, so we'll have to.
Okay, let's do the debate part then, and then I'll catch you some other time for the other stuff.
For sure.
So I wanted to talk about the resurrection, because when I hear a lot of your other arguments about morality, slavery, genocide, all that seems like I have a hard time not agreeing with you. But on the resurrection piece, I've seen one or two people talk about it, but I find that's a pretty strong, I mean, just what purportedly happened with the apostles, that there were that many of them. I find like the hallucination hypothesis, or the like, what do you call it, the collusion hypothesis, that they just made it up and then died for it later. I find both of those kind of unconvincing. I've heard you mention that those are all all of that information is from church tradition and the Bible. And so then you have to step one step back and be like, well, hold on, I don't believe the Bible or the church tradition, because I think there's some bias there. And I hear you on that, but I guess I don't know where to go from there. So what do you think? What's your strongest like argument against the resurrection? Because to me, that seems like a pretty good one.
Oh, well, first of all, when it comes to the resurrection being a valid response, you would have to first give a case for why it was a resurrection, right? So your initial position is that it must be the resurrection unless you can disprove it. That's not the way to do critical thinking, right? You wouldn't do that for Muslims. You wouldn't say, listen, Allah must be true until you disprove Allah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you're giving a position to the Christian belief system that you wouldn't give to anybody else, which is not appropriate thinking, right? So if the resurrection was best explained and demonstrable, then you could appeal to the resurrection as an answer for something. But
So what do you do? What do you do then in that? So I think the resurrection is the best explanation, but I also recognize that when I'm talking to someone who's a naturalist, a materialist, an atheist, that there's this huge barrier of the supernatural at all. Like that's like hitting 100 bullseyes in a row. That's so impossible that any other explanation that involves supernatural, it has to be less likely, if that makes sense, right? Like I assume I assume the supernatural, I assume God, so I assume that he could have like resurrect the son, right? Whereas like someone who doesn't believe in miracles or in the supernatural, just like that's an impossibility. So like how do you dialogue that, I
right,
guess?
but you're assuming something you have no evidence of. Like you're assuming that you have a God to work with, and you don't
Mm.
have any evidence of the God to work with. And the evidence of your God is likely the resurrection. So now you've got a circular argument.
Okay. So let me make sure I'm understanding here. So my assertion that the resurrection account is the most likely explanation for the evidence of like the church, the martyrdom of the apostles. I know that's debated, right? And that kind of thing. I think that's a better argument than a mass illusion, or that it was a conspiracy among the disciples, like stole the body and then made up the story. I think that's the most likely explanation. But you're saying, well, hold on, you're presupposing a few things in there, namely that the Bible is accurate, but also the Bible is where you get the resurrection story, therefore it's circular. Is that, am I hearing you right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah. Like it, in
Okay.
order to make your worldview work, you have to presuppose that your God already exists, which means
Okay.
you're not actually using the resurrection as an argument for your religion. You're presupposing your religion is already true, and that the thing that is most improbable is the evidence of that thing that you can't prove that you already have. And the
So
other
you
thing,
can't, oh, go ahead.
I said the other thing is I think you're doing the probabilities wrong, because the least probable answer to an issue of something like this would be the resurrection. That's the least probable thing, because based on all the history we have,
Mhm.
people resurrecting from the dead statistically is either one of two things. Either it's happened all the time because a lot of people reported it, or it's never happened and they're all lying.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you mentioned this because there are like extra biblical accounts of resurrections from people other than Jesus, right?
Oh, a bunch of
And
people,
and,
yeah.
and like we as Christians just dismiss that out of hand as impossible,
Yeah.
but we don't have that same skepticism with these other accounts. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
right? But so the existence of the church, isn't that evidence the legitimacy of the resurrection?
No more than the
The,
existence of the Muslims are evidence of Muhammad.
no more than the.
Do you think that the followers of Muhammad witnessed him splitting the moon in two?
No.
But they claim he did.
Well, I'm not familiar with the passage, but assuming that the Quran actually says that, like, there's no shot.
Yeah, I mean, according to the hadiths, he split the moon in two, and he rode like a flying horse.
Uh-huh.
Right. So with the reality is, like, there in all the ancient religions, they make these weird mystical claims, and resurrection is one of the most common religious claims. It's all over the place, and
Sure. Okay.
we've got quite a few Romans, like 6 of the Roman Caesars, Romulus or Remus, I forget which one. Melkart over in Phoenician territory resurrected. They believed that Inanna resurrected from the dead, and then you've got more modern people. My favorite example is Aristeas. Aristeas lived the period of the Greek Empire, and Aristeas was so famous for having risen from the dead that they built like monuments for him, and they had places of worship. Here's a list of people I wrote down that actually wrote about him. You can find Herodotus, book number 4, Pliny the Elder in Natural History, book 7, Apollonius in his histories, and then Diodorus of Sicily, and also Plutarch in Roman history. So like we've got all these ancient biographers that write about this guy rising from the dead, and a multitude of people claiming that they saw the resurrected person, right? But to me, these are a dime a dozen. We've got so many resurrection accounts from the ancient world. At some point, I just have to tell myself, like, yeah, people thought that you could rise from the dead.
So I could see like no one would die for a lie, right? So I could see anyone who's not an eyewitness that are part of the Christian church, they would potentially suffer and witness to Christ being resurrected, even though they hadn't physically seen the evidence, because they believed it to be true and they believed that was their ticket to eternal life and not damnation. So like that makes logical sense to me. But why would anyone who was an eyewitness to like Jesus in his day, so presumably they would recognize him if he did resurrect, or would recognize if it wasn't the same dude if he didn't resurrect, right? Why would they similarly attest like on pain of suffering or death?
Well, we don't know that they did, and so this is the important part. So, and what we're assuming is that they saw something. Now, if you watch like Apologia believes in the minimum witnesses theory, which posits that one of them had a vision, shared, thought they saw the resurrected Jesus, shared it with the others, and they believed him. I actually believe in the imposter theory, and I think even the Bible seems to prime you for Jesus imposters. If you read Mark chapter 13, when he talks in the Olivet Discourse, he says, as he was sitting on the Mountain of Olives opposite of the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked him privately, tell us when this will happen, referring to the end times. And it says, and what sign will there be when these things are about to come to an end? And Jesus began to say to them, see that no one deceives you. Many will come in my name saying, I am he, and they will deceive many. The Gospel of Mark is already preparing you to expect people to show up pretending to be the resurrected Jesus. And as it turns out, in that time period, we've got a number of people who did that. The most famous of which was Nero. There was a number of different Nero imposters that were well known to the ancient world. And one of them was so successful that they convinced the Parthian army to quite literally go to war with them because he convinced the leader of the Parthian army that it was in fact the resurrected Nero. And so all you have to do is look and sound a little bit like Jesus, show up to one or two people, convince them, and you're off to the races.
Man, just coming from my background, like growing up in the church, it's just like the idea that this was just like a bit of a hoax that blew up into like a multi-billion person organization is just, well, I don't know. I guess if you're being consistent, you think that's literally every religion. So maybe that's
it would be, yeah, because we would have to, like, you would admit that is the same thing with Islam. Like they write of miracles and all kinds of stuff in their writings, but you would just dismiss it all right out of hand, right?
I got to admit, dude, I saw a video where you were talking about like basically Doug is the same as Jesus and the Hail Doug and stuff, and it was goofy, but also it was pretty helpful because like most people have grown up in Christianity in some way, shape, or form, and so like the foreignness of you claiming Dougism that was helpful to me to realize like, oh, that might be how other people think of like my religion, because you're ingrained in it since you were a toddler, so like it just seems so normal, right? There's so many like presuppositions get baked in, but I was listening and I was like, the arguments are logically identical. Like one is just obviously goofy, right? And then anyway, okay.
It's true, because like all of the arguments for God that theists give, I can make the identical same argument for my rock.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So resurrection was actually pretty commonplace. There are plenty of instances of like documented whatever you want to call it, hoaxes or deceptions or whatever, especially if there's minimal witnesses. And I wrote that down to go study that.
We do know about one that was on purpose. So there was one staged resurrection that we know from history, that somebody legitimately pretended to die and rise from the dead on purpose to trick people. And that is the death and resurrection of Zalmoxis. He was a follower of Pythagoras, the mathematician, and he told everyone he was going to die and resurrect, and then he just fucked off for 3 years, just disappeared, and people thought he legitimately died. Showed up 3 years later, said he resurrected, and a lot of people formed a religion around it.
That's nuts, man. That's crazy.
Isn't it wild?
I see how like irrational it seems, but then also listening to some of these people try to pretzel themselves about grape and slavery and stuff, and it's just like, well, people aren't very smart, or they're just, well, I know this to be true. We're a very emotionally driven, and then we just rationalize on the back end.
Right.
And the emotional pull of like my whole faith in life and hell and heaven are real, and this is the only life I have, and I'm going to die in 30 years and cease to exist. It's brutally difficult to. I can see why people want to be.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy, but it's almost like less terrifying to rationalize grape. You know what I mean? That has to be why, right? Otherwise, why would they do that?
So I don't disagree with you. You know, the hardest part of deconstructing this religion is trying to come to an understanding of whether or not this is entirely the end or whether or not there's some other thing out there, right? So, for example, if Christianity is not true, it's a possibility that some other God is real. Now, I don't find that to be a case. I don't think anyone can make a good case for that, but it remains possible. Now, it could be possible that there's no God out there, but there is a spirit world, and that we actually have a spirit that lives on after we die. Without a God, no God necessary. That's another possibility. Now, I landed, and you already know this because you're talking to me, I landed on the conclusion that there's no spirit world, there's no afterlife, and there's no God. But, you know, people that leave Christianity, you don't have to land on the same place I landed. A lot of people leave Christianity and they still believe in something. They just don't believe in Christianity anymore.
Right.
So you don't have to jump directly into existential crisis when you leave Christianity. There are some other landing places you can visit first.
Well, I think it's actually good to point that out, because if we're just being honest, I think the current under the surface of the water is actually that. It's not about any of this, you know, interpretations of this text, and it's just not. Because there's just no way you can read David's son dying and David's wives being raped for his problem and just be like, oh, that's fine. Or like, you can't be logically consistent and say like, well, all the good stuff is from God, but all the bad stuff is from us. Like, it just doesn't work, you know?
So that's such a good point, because like, no matter where you fall on the God debate, if you're a rational, normal human being, you can't read passages where like God has people physically graped as punishment and think that this thing is real. That's crazy.
Yeah, I honestly, I would tend to disagree with you on like the arguments for deism. I think most of those are really strong, but the omnis are just there's just so many. It's just impossible on a million different fronts. I guess another problem you have with resurrection, correct me if I'm wrong, but like kind of going back and tying these two things together. If you have issues with the contradictions within the Old Testament, like the proclamation of God's character, moral character, but then the reality of it in story, you also have an issue now of, okay, well, now we have to cut up the Bible and try to guesstimate which parts are legitimate and which parts are false. Like, you can't hold inerrancy, right? So how do we know that the resurrection account is inerrant, but the Old Testament stuff is not? Like that, you know, that's...
So you bring up a really good point, is once you leave biblical inerrancy, at that point, you really open the door to like, okay, well, if some of this can be wrong, I mean, theoretically, any of it could be wrong, right? So at that point, you're like, well, if I'm willing to throw this story out, then why am I arbitrarily holding on to this other story, right? And that's something that's like up to you to figure out, you know, because like, I think everybody has their own threshold. Like when they're reading the Bible, they're reading through it and they're like, well, that sounds plausible. That doesn't sound plausible, right? And everybody kind of has their own deciding mechanisms for that. But my thought here is like, listen, if this God was real, I would expect, my expectation is that if this book came from him, that it wouldn't be all fucked up. Like, I shouldn't have to sort through this thing and be like, okay, this happened, this didn't happen, this happened. Why would he give us a book that was so full of nonsense?
Right. Can I are you familiar with Matthew 27:52 and 53, the mass resurrection that happened at the time of the crucifixion?
Yeah.
So I'm going to beg on your expertise because I guarantee you've studied this more than me. Is there any extra biblical account of something as nutso as a mass resurrection happening?
No. Not like this. Not one. I've looked.
Because I'm like, I saw this like on an Alex O'Connor thing and it shattered my world because I was like, there's no shot something that crazy wouldn't be recorded outside of the Bible.
Yeah,
That's insane.
like 2 years ago when I first got on TikTok, I made like a funny little poke at this concept, but I agree, like if there was a mass resurrection, hundreds of people literally got up out of their graves and visited their loved ones. We've
Right.
got 2
Yeah.
problems. One, nobody fucking wrote about it. We would expect hundreds of people to write about this or tell other people to write about it. Like nobody would stop talking about it. It would be like the event of the century. The
Right.
other
Yeah.
thing is okay, let's pretend for a moment that they did. Well, what the fuck good did it do? They all died. Again, they died a second time. What did we accomplish?
Right.
I
Right.
think
Right.
the goal of that statement initially was with the anticipation that they would still be alive when everybody finally resurrected. And then
Oh, sure.
so they made up this thing where like, hey, did you hear about this? The resurrection already started. Hundreds of people in Jerusalem already resurrected. You know, our loved ones could be next, right? And
Mhm.
people probably believed it, assuming that any day now, the resurrection of the righteous is going to happen. And then it didn't happen, which would lead one to conclude like, oh, they were just making stuff up, or somebody made something up and people were willing to believe it in anticipation that what they were expecting would finally happen, and then it just didn't happen.
Right. Yeah. Dang it, dude.
I know. It's tough.
Because in theory, when you hear only the Christian talking points on this, I think the resurrection sounds so good. But I'll have to research some of the stuff you shared here. And like you said, there's a couple presuppositions is that like there's already a God that's capable of intervening, and then that the Bible is true, because that's where all of like your evidence, quote quote, for the resurrection comes from, which then pushes you back to, is the Bible inerrant? But I can't in good conscience say that's true. And so,
Right.
okay.
Well, spend some time thinking about it and come on back and see us again.
Yeah, really quick, just a quick question, and then I'll let you go so you can get some crazy Christian on here to debate. Do you have any resources on interpreting scripture consistently? So before I even found you, I'd been talking to some Christian friends about this. It feels like we know what our conclusion is and we just interpret things however we need to fit that. So like sometimes it's, well, this is just the plain reading of the text. But then you're showing me the plain reading of the text, and I'm like, oh crap, that doesn't say what I thought it said. You know? I've talked to some of my like more like Baptisty, Orthodox buddies about this. Do you have like something to study alongside what they recommend?
Well, I think there's a lot of good study Bibles. Like if you want to read what the scholars believe,
Yeah.
I would get like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible or the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. But
Okay.
when it comes to like, I would say like hermeneutics 101, like here's the very bit, like you've never read the Bible before. Here's how to be consistent about reading the book appropriately. I'm going to show you a book. This used to be a popular book in like Bible colleges and seminaries. I think that I don't want to say it's falling out of favor, but it's been in print long enough that it's being replaced by other ones. But I bring this up because it's a really good book and is really widely used and it's dirt cheap now. It's called Grasping God's Word. It says a hands-on approach to reading, interpreting, and applying the Bible. Now, I don't care as much about the applying part. I just care about reading. And so this has like some really good entry-level hermeneutics. Like, okay, when we open a text, we can't just read it. Like we have to understand a couple things. We need to know the audience, the author, the time period, the genre, the purpose, the occasion for writing, right? What would make the most sense considering the background of the authorship, right? So a lot of Christians sit down and they look at the Bible and they open it up and they just say, well, I just want to hear what God is saying. And then they don't do any analyzing of the context or the background. this book is a good introduction on like, okay, how do I look at the text through the lens of proper biblical hermeneutics rather than just looking at it and asking myself, what do I think it say? You know?
Is that like from the perspective of like an Orthodox Christian, or from like a scholar who's like more like Bart Ehrman-esque, where he's just reading what it says and the conclusion I land on is what I land on? I mean, what's its perspective?
Well, the book doesn't have a perspective. So the book is dedicated to a entry level hermeneutics. So the goal
Oh,
of
okay,
the book is to provide you with the appropriate tools to sit down with the Bible and read it the way it should be read, as opposed to I wanted to say what I wanted to say.
Is that going to help with, like, for example, an honest interpretation of like the biblical prophecies that I've seen you talk about?
I think it will. So, like most hermeneutic instructional books do have some stuff about prophecies, but here's where you'll find deviation. If it's written by like a fundamental evangelical Christian, they'll have a really loose idea of prophecy. Or if it's written by somebody who has a handle on the Old Testament, they'll give you alternative forms. They'll talk about dual fulfillments and partial fulfillments and things like that. But obviously, like, you would only believe that kind of nonsense if you were just unwilling to recognize it for what it is. It's a cope.
Sure. Okay.
Because the reality is,
helpful, because all I've ever read is like more fundamentalist type stuff. That's what I
right.
grew up in. So,
But we wouldn't accept, we like, if we sat down with the Quran and the Quran said that something's going to happen, here's 5 things that are going to happen, and then only 2 of the 5 things happen, we'd be like, oh, well, it didn't happen. The Quran lied, right?
yeah,
But in the Bible, we cope. We're like, no, it's a partial fulfillment. Well, the fuck it is. Like, at least be consistent. If you can't do
Because the
partial
first part,
fulfillments in the Quran, you can't do it in the Bible either, right?
right?
So
Right.
the reality is, like, most Christian interpreters are just special pleading all over the place.
Interesting. Okay, I'm really excited to read that. Thanks. As a parting shot, when we're talking about hermeneutics, if you've never seen non-stamp collectors like
He's
6
great.
Minute Deal on the context, brother, that sends me every time I watch it. It's so funny. It's also hilarious that he includes some Quran quotes, and they're like, "That's horrible." Anyway, sorry. I'll let you go, dude. Thanks for your time.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Great to hear from you. Cheers, buddy.
See ya.
Chris, it's been a minute since we've seen Chris. I hope he's doing well. I know he's in the middle of the deconstruction situation.
You're having some great conversations today, Justin. No real crash outs yet. This has been nice.
It's coming. You know it's coming, Crystal.
I know. I'm waiting.
Let me grab a couple super chats. Janet says Adam's puzzle analogy is puddle I woke up in the midst be made for me. Sorry, I read that wrong. This puddle I woke up in must be made for me. It fits me perfectly. Yes, Janice. Yes. He couldn't grasp the fact that just because something is the way it is, that it's improbable that it is the way it is. In fact, for all we know, that's the only way it could be. Or it was in a trillion other configurations until it got to the configuration. If you believe in an eternal universe, then eventually it would find itself into this configuration because it's literally infinite. Fierce Interaction, thank you for the super chat. Says, I think you're overcooking, Doc. Yeah, he might have had too much stage time, actually. I think I agree with you,
Yeah,
Fierce.
he did crash out a little bit too, so I might have to take back what I said.
Roger, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Paul is really a used religion salesman who realized he couldn't sell the Jewish faith to the Gentiles, so he took it to the shop for a resto mod and then sold the whole thing to gullible masses. So, Roger, this is actually a really good point, because like, not only could he not sell it to the Jews, I think he struggled to sell it to the Gentiles, because they're like, what the fuck is this law of Moses? We don't want anything to do with this. So he's like, yeah, call now. If you call within the next 24 hours, we'll get rid of all the laws for free. It'll be yours, no laws. Like, he just took the part that no one liked and said, fuck it, we'll get rid of that part. It's crazy.
That's true.
And St. Brush says, I really expected more with the Dr. Pepper. I know. I thought he might have some expertise, but as soon as he said fine tuning, it was over. But instead, he crashed out. Needless to say, I will no longer be buying his product. This is a dark day. Listen, I will not associate him with my beloved Dr. Pepper. Trumpfield says the building of a TV argument doesn't work because TVs, like humans, started out primitive with tubes and now it's 4K. What's that called? Evolution. Actually, that's a fair point. The TV is an evolutionary argument. And Crispy Heretic says Anthony Flew wrote a great paper about atheism, then converted when he got really old. He says the lone decision to convert was his fear of hell. Sad. That is sad, actually, which means he always believed anyways. Isn't that the funny thing? Which is funny, like if you
true.
like Crystal, if you only convert because you're afraid of hell, don't you think God is like, hey, you didn't really mean it. You're just fucking afraid. You don't get in here.
I would hope he was smart enough as a god to go, wait, she doesn't really believe.
Yeah, like why would God be like, okay, I'll give you the fire insurance? Like if you didn't really care about him, why the fuck does he want you around? Like we're told, well, God wouldn't let us into heaven because we didn't want to be around him. Well, these fuckers don't want to be around him either. They just want the fire insurance. So God's gonna be like, hey, you don't really want to be around me. Get out of here.
Exactly. And what if it's the wrong God? Right now that dude's in somebody else's hell. You know?
That's true. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, fun fact, perfect intelligent design equals streamlined precision work that works well. Last I checked, everything is chaos and our bodies malfunction constantly. If our universe is the evidence of God's design, he needs to be fired. Agreed. If God's an engineer, he's hapless. He has no idea what he's doing. He is not a good engineer. And Slippery Gypsy says, in response to Doc's fine tuning, it's unlikely for me to get a full court shot, but I can throw the ball as far as I can and draw a circle around it. Oh my God. Glory for huge grace to Doug. Such a fine tuned throw. Actually, that is the case with the fine tuning argument. You're saying, here's the goal. The goal just happens to be what we're already at. I'm just going to draw a circle around it and say that it was a bullseye. That's such a good point. I never considered that. I do that with the New Testament prophecies a lot, but you're right. When it comes to the fine-tuning argument, the fine-tuning argument is literally just a sharpshooter fallacy. There's no difference between the sharpshooter fallacy and fine-tuning. Oh, well, let me grab just a couple more super chats. Friends will be on our way. Adam says, please tell me your space pilot's name is Pontius Pilate. I didn't know I don't have a space pilot name for the guy in the background. But if you guys have recommendations, let me know. Pontius Pilate's not a bad one. Sarah says, your kindness with Creed is amazing. Well, thank you, Sarah. I try to be kind when people are kind. And Max says, read Asimov's The Gods Themselves, Weird Beings in Another Universe with Slightly Different Constants, open a portal to ours as a source of energy. That's a really interesting idea, Mac, because like theoretically, we don't know that we're the only universe out there. There certainly could be others. And St. Barnabas says, how likely is it that life exists? 100% likely. We're evidence of it. How can they argue it's improbable from a sample size of 1? That's why I said the probability is meaningless. Until you know what the probability of not life is, you have no idea what the probability of life is. And Aphotic Phoenix, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge, friend. Aphotic says, all shale Doug, celebrating finishing up 5 weeks of chemo radiation treatments. Well, congratulations. I hope you're feeling okay. Thank you for what you do.
Congratulations.
It has been much easier to face diagnosis without superstition and magical thinking. Shout out to the excellent team at the UVA Cancer Center. Well, listen, we're rooting for you, Phoenix. We are absolutely rooting for you. You're fighting a gnarly beast right now. If a God exists and he created cancer, he's an asshole. Or she. I don't know if it's a he or she. And I got 3 more super chats from St. Barnabas says the fine-tuning isn't evidence of design. It's evidence of our limited perspective within the field-bearing manifold where all other possible combinations of existence exist alongside ours. St. Barnabas, I don't know much about the quantum world. I'm going to be learning eventually, but I trust that you know more than I do. And yes, if the quantum world, always existed, then we have to assume eventually it produced the material that we have here today. A Cher's divorce lawyer, thank you for the super chat, says, for me, giving up my belief in heaven, eternal life was a small price to pay to give up my belief in eternal torment for the vast majority of people. This is actually a really good point, right? Because like Jesus himself says that the door, is the path is whatever. The pathway to heaven's fucking tiny and the gate to hell is gigantic. Such a crazy thing to believe in. I forget the exact words. It's such a famous quote. I can't believe it's not on top of my head, but The path is narrow, the gate is wide. Is that what it was? I think that's what it was. So, anyways, if that is the case, that's God. God made the fucking path. He decided it would be narrow. That's on him. Michael says, no question today. The guests yesterday were driving me crazy, especially the last guy who couldn't realize he was condoning rape. Unreal. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. All right, let me grab our next guest. We're going to bring in Rico. It'll be exciting. Welcome in, Rico.
Welcome in. Hello.
Uncle Rico, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome.
For both.
And what God do you believe in?
More specifically, I guess the God of the Bible, or the Christian God, or the Abrahamic God, depending on, I guess, people's perspectives on the view of Christianity.
Sure. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God or the Bible God being real?
Everything hinges on the resurrection. This is in scripture, this is in history. If you can disprove the resurrection, obviously this is coming from a presuppositional view, just like you in a way presuppose that the universe is infinite. No one's neutral in this argument. I'm not going to lie and say that I'm coming from a neutral position, and I'm assuming you as well are going to be not be disingenuous and say that you're also presupposing that God doesn't exist, he's imaginary, the Bible is fictitious, if that makes sense.
Can you disprove that Aristeus rose from the dead?
I'm not too familiar with other ancient, or I wouldn't say neo or pseudo mystical histories, but I know that the resurrection is a extant historical event that occurred. We have many individuals that are not extra biblical. We have Pliny the Younger, Tacitus.
They don't attest to the resurrection.
More specifically of the Christian faith, there's this exploding. How would you say it? An expansion of Christianity. It almost, not, I wouldn't say irrational, but people wouldn't die for a lie unless they knew it to be true.
Who said they were lying? And how do you know the manner of their death?
In respect to who? The people that willfully died under Roman persecution?
Yeah, I'm asking, how do you know the manner of their death, and how do you know why they died?
Well, it's documented. We have people like Ignatius of Antioch. We have Clement of Rome.
But they weren't eyewitnesses to anything.
That is true. That is true. But like I said, they wouldn't die for a lie if they knew it to be false.
Who said they're dying for a lie? They were eyewitnesses to nothing. They believed it was true. The same way people who lived 100 years after Muhammad thought that everything that he said was true.
The difference between Muhammad and Christ is that...
I just want to make sure we're clear on this, Rico. Saying that the resurrection is true until you disprove it is akin to me saying, well, Muhammad split the moon until you disprove it. Aristeus rose from the dead until you disprove it. The burden of proof on things that are supernatural is always on the person making the supernatural claim. You would have to prove that the resurrection actually happened. I don't have to disprove that it didn't happen. In fact, I've got lots of explanations for why it didn't happen. But even if I didn't, that still wouldn't mean that it's true by default.
So why would you articulate that it did not happen? Or at least, would you say that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate, the prefect of Judea?
It seems to be the case that he was crucified by the Roman government, yeah. I mean, if you believe what the Jews wrote, he was crucified after he was stoned, but either way, he was still crucified at some point. But
right,
that
so
has
we
nothing
know
to
that
do with the resurrection.
No, it hinges in a way to the resurrection, because obviously you can say people have prophesied their own death, right? You can say you're going to die because we're all going to die, right? Like you and I are eventually going to die. Yes or no?
Do you think I'm unaware of the fact that I'm going to die?
No, that it's an objective fact that you and I eventually are going to die one day.
I think everyone
And
knows
that-
that already.
Yeah, and so simply saying that, oh, like some people will say that, oh, Jesus was just a lunatic because just because you prophesy your own death doesn't anchor the fact that, oh, he's divine or was proclaiming
We
something.
don't have
that
a
will-
single prophecy of Jesus. Everything he said was written after he already died. He didn't write a single thing for us. If
I'm
you
not saying
think
that he wrote.
If you think you prophesied
No.
anything, that's because you already are saying you believe what the Gospels say. I don't believe what the Gospels say. I don't believe
No.
that.
I'm
I'd be a Christian if
presupposing.
I did.
Yeah, I'm presupposing that scripture is true because
Why?
it best also in the aspect because it best represents reality.
It doesn't.
For example, actually it does.
It doesn't.
Because says who?
It's full of lies.
Based on one standard though. The thing is
Ba-
you have
no,
to
based on-
borrow capital
Based
from
on
the
reality. So based on the fact that it says things that are demonstrably untrue. That's how I know. It's got contradictions.
specifics?
It's got history wrong. It demonstrates over and over again that it has no idea what is happening in the Old Testament text. It straight up lies about what's in the Old Testament.
By I'm assuming disingenuously proof texting. Because that does exist. Taking things out of its original context.
Yeah, incredibly disingenuous proof texting. And sometimes it just says stupid stuff. Like it says that Jesus is the only begotten Son of God, which is obviously false because Psalm 2 says that David is a begotten Son of God. Like it has not, whoever wrote the New Testament did not read the Old Testament. They weren't Jews. Or they were bad ones.
Right. Now that's because you're not looking at the Semitic language because Hebrew is very symbolic.
I learned Hebrew.
How so?
I went to school and I learned Hebrew so I can read it in the original language. And then I learned Greek.
Right, because then you should know what begotten is in the Greek. Monogenos.
I'm talking about the Hebrew. Psalm 2 is written in Hebrew.
Of course, but then you also have the Septuagint, which is the Hebrew scriptures translated into Greek.
We know this.
And in that sense, it carries the same idea that David is the son of God, even though that it was a type. It was a obviously this goes into Christian theology that he is a shadow.
No.
This goes into typology.
Wrong. I disagree that the Old Testament has any typologies for the Messiah. That's a cope because he didn't fulfill any actual prophecies.
Like what, for example? Because
zero prophecies.
Earlier you
fulfilled zero prophecies.
Earlier you mentioned Isaiah 53 and how it didn't talk about Jesus or a type of suffering individual when it couldn't be Israel. And this is the position
could
of
be
Jews.
Israel. This is literally the position of the Jews and the majority of scholars. And I would gamble that it was even the position of Jesus. Jesus probably saw himself as a secondary fulfillment of Isaiah 53.
How so?
Because,
I want your thoughts on this.
Because it seems like Jesus even saw himself as a secondary fulfillment of Daniel. I don't think Jesus saw himself as the fulfillment of any of these prophecies in the original context. And I think one of the best evidences for this is in the Olivet discourse, or not in the middle of it, but when he says that when you see the armies surrounding Jerusalem, head for the hills, head for the mountains, go to the wilderness. This is a quote from the book of Maccabees. This is what happens when the fulfillment of Daniel is occurring during the Maccabean revolt. So Jesus,
now this is something interesting.
If Jesus is projecting that when the armies come in 70 AD to attack Jerusalem, that it is in fact a fulfillment of prophecy, I'm interpreting that as a second fulfillment, because the Jews already believed that it was fulfilled in their Antiochus Epiphanes, but they also believed, some of them, in dual fulfillments. Obviously not like the ones that were in power, because they would have accepted it, but they didn't. So I don't think Jesus even believed that he was the original fulfillment of these scriptures, only in a secondary sense.
Well, I'll go to the Olivet Discourse in just a minute, but going back to Isaiah 53, because if you read through the text,
I love
if
it when they
Israel
assume I
is
haven't read it.
no, I'm not assuming at all because
Love
I've
that
heard
part
you
too.
discussing it.
Right. So does the
Because
author of Isaiah 53, namely the author of 2nd Isaiah, does he tell you who the servant is throughout the text? Have you read all of Isaiah, or did you just read that one chapter?
no, yes, I've read
Okay.
all of Isaiah.
And who does he
But-
say is a servant on 8 different occasions? There are
If
8
I'm not
different
mistaken-
occasions where he says Israel is the
Yes.
servant.
Yes,
There's one
but
occasion
specifically,
where he references.
one occasion, yes.
There's one occasion where the prophet himself references himself as a servant. And then there's one other occasion where it seems pretty clear that he's calling Cyrus. He literally calls Cyrus the Mashiach and says that Cyrus is his servant. So I don't see
Yes.
anything in here
And even in the
about a suffering and
Yeah.
dying Messiah.
So just to clarify, and I'm sure you understand as well, that even in the Old Testament, there was more than one Mashiach, which just means the anointed one.
I agree.
David was a Mashiach. He was the
I agree.
anointed one. Saul, the first king of Israel, was anointed.
Right.
But then there
and,
is the...
And why would you be anointed? What are the reasons why you would be anointed?
To be declared king.
That's right. You would be either a king or a priest, right? The priests were anointed, so were the kings. Turns out Jesus was neither. He was never a king, and he sure as hell wasn't a priest.
But you see, he's fulfilling a messianic role that even the Jews were looking
No.
forward to. The Jews wanted...
He didn't
freedom
fulfill any
from-
messianic expectation.
Right.
Not one.
According to the Jewish expectation.
No, according to the
But not-
Bible. Have you actually read
According to the
the
Bible,
messianic
it's a-
prophecies in the
it's a
Bible? I don't
spiritual-
think you have.
You might call it cope, but it's a spiritual because the overall
Yeah, that is a cope.
story, the overall narrative
Yeah.
of Scripture, and I'm sure you know this, is a spiritual redemption.
It's not. Do you pay your taxes spiritually, or do you have to give them real money?
That's how would I explain? I would say that's a categorical error because we're talking about spiritual versus physical.
What is a spiritual fulfillment? Tell me what it is. And how do I know if it's so if a prophecy says something is going to happen and then it doesn't happen, but something similar to it happens, how do I know if that is a spiritual fulfillment? So for example, if I said this year the Cleveland Browns are going to beat the Steelers twice and then they're going to go to the Super Bowl, right? Now, if it turns out that they beat the Steelers twice but they don't go to the Super Bowl, could we say that it was spiritually fulfilled because they at least beat the Steelers and it feels like the Super Bowl? Would that be a spiritual fulfillment?
It would be. I feel like that's a false analogy because
So
it's
what is it? What
it's
is
not
a spiritual
direct one-to-one.
fulfillment?
It's not a direct one-to-one.
So what is
because
a spiritual
you look at-
fulfillment?
It is beyond what is pragmatic because again,
Yeah, I agree.
the Jews. Yeah, it's not cope because again,
It's
we look at
definitely
the
cope.
teachings of Jesus. No, it's not because we look at
It
the
is.
okay. I'll bite the bullet for a bit and say it is cope or whatever. But you parallel that with the teachings of Jesus, and he
Why do I care what
elevated
Jesus'
the
teachings
standard.
are if he didn't fulfill anything?
because it shows his credibility.
No, it doesn't. It
Because
shows that he's
if
a liar
someone's
and a
gonna lie,
fraud.
I wouldn't trust the credibility of someone that is a fraud or a liar.
Well, you're trusting one right
Unless
now.
it's-
His name's Jesus. He was a liar and a fraud who fulfilled 0 prophecies. You want to actually read the messianic prophecies? I have them off the top of my head. We could just read them and see if he did it.
Right now, we've been focusing. I feel like both on each of our own, we've been kind of like not
You don't want to
filibustering,
read
but
the.
I wanted to focus. We kind of deviated away from Isaiah 53 because I know there's other parts where, because that specific passage, we have to look at it in its context and in the hermeneutic.
Mhm.
Because when I was saying my original thought, if Israel is the he, right,
Mhm.
then who is the our? Because
The people speaking are the nations. You want me to show you why that's the case?
Because Israel wouldn't be suffering for itself.
You want me to show you why that's the case?
Can I finish? Or I mean, I can let you explain it first.
I mean, whatever you want.
Because
I mean, I'm gonna. No matter what you say right now, I'm gonna
knowing-
say the same thing when you're done. So it's up to you if you want to talk.
because the suffering servant is a distinct individual based on the grammatical
I disagree.
understanding. How can that be so? Because when you go on it later in the passage in Isaiah 53:9, I'm reading it right here. It says, "He had done no violence, nor was there any deceit in his mouth."
You said
And
grammatical.
this can't be Israel.
You said grammatical.
Yes.
That's not a
Because
grammatical
it
argument.
can't be. What do you mean?
You keep jumping from argument to argument. Do you want to address the grammar, or do you want to address the parts where you just can't fathom how it could be about Israel? Which one?
No, because the grammar supports the aspect that it can't be.
I know,
a place
yes.
or
You brought up the
group.
grammar. I'm asking you, do you want to go over the grammar? Because you just pivoted to a different topic. So the grammar
It's in the
argument
same-
is that the singular servant can't be a multiple of people, right?
And then later in verse 9, it supports that because
It doesn't.
if it were
Okay.
a group of people, which is Israel was blasphemous, idolatrous, and rebellious. And so it can't be Israel.
It's the righteous remnant of
because
Israel, and if you bothered to read all the prophets, you would know that the righteous remnant of Israel had to suffer alongside of the wicked of Israel, which is why the beginning of 2nd Isaiah opens with Israel having been told that they've served their term, their sins have been paid, and they received double for their sins. The double explains what's happening in Isaiah 52 and 53, namely that God is using their restoration to demonstrate to the nations that he is the most powerful entity on the planet. But we're still here talking about the grammar issue, which I think you're confused about. The grammar issue is about 53 being couched in the singular. The servant is a he in the singular, right?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that. Okay. So this is not a problem because that's how metaphors work. Okay. In Isaiah 41, 8-9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant," Jacob. Is servant into singular or plural?
Plural.
It's wrong. Try it again. Is servant singular
Wait.
or plural?
Let's see, about you, Israel, my servant. I'm sorry, that's singular.
It is, right. And is Israel one person or a group of people?
In this aspect, it's covenant language because
Or try again.
it goes
Is
by
the word
covenant.
Israel referring to a group of people or a single person?
It's all of Israel.
Yeah, thank you. It's a group of people called Israel. So he's saying, "But you, Israel, the group of people, are my servant." Right? He says it again in verse 9. "Called you from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant," in the singular again. So Israel is personified in the singular servant 8 different times leading up to 53. He says similarly in Isaiah 43, "You are my witnesses," in the plural, says the Lord, "and my servant," in the singular, because it's a multiplicity of people being personified as a singular servant. Isaiah 44 says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen." So again, the servant is Israel. Later in the chapter 21, it says the same thing. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant." Then he says again in 45:4, he says, "Jacob and Israel is the servant." And then he says, for the last time, or almost the last time, in 48, we're getting to the closer to the redemption of the Israelites. And he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." This entire section of text is about the redemption of Jacob after the Babylonian captivity. The entire context of 2nd Isaiah is about the redemption of the Israelites. Why would I read this entire chapter 40 to 55, say everything in here is about the redemption of the Israelites from Babylonian captivity, except for this one little snippet? This one snippet just happens to be about a future guy far away. Why would I do that?
Why would you? Or the
Why would a rational
individual argues?
person ignore the context of 2nd Isaiah?
second Isaiah or the
Second Isaiah
chapter?
is
Wait.
chapter 40 to 55. That's
Yeah,
the section
I'm sorry.
of text referred to by scholars as Second Isaiah. It gets its own sectioning because it was written at a very specific time period about a very specific thing, and it clearly had a different author than First Isaiah chapter 1 through 39. But it doesn't matter what you think about the authorship. The authorship's not important here. What's important here
Right.
is that chapter 40 to 55 has a goal in mind. Everything in this section of text is building up to God is freeing his people from Babylonian captivity. And then chapter 52 and chapter 53 is when it happens. You want to see why that's the case?
In retrospect to Isaiah 49 leading into 52 and 53.
49 is not part of 52 and 53, even though they are part of the same section, yes. What I'm saying is you don't need to read 49 to understand what's happening in 52 and 53.
I would say, I would beg to differ. Because if you look at verses 3 through 6, right, you see this language as, you are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified. And so, right,
Yeah, my servant Israel.
You explained to me. You explained to me earlier, right? That
did you hear yourself say that? My servant Israel. You heard that part?
Right.
Okay, so there's two servants in chapter 49.
So naturally, you would say that servant is their servant is Israel, right?
There's two servants in chapter 49. One is Israel, and one is the prophet that was sent to Israel. All the prophets are servants of God. Amos says it.
Right.
God says in the book of Amos, he doesn't do anything before revealing it through his servants, the prophets. All throughout the prophetic books, they refer to themselves as servants. This shouldn't come as a shocker to you that in chapter 49, when the author identifies himself as being the missionary to Israel, giving the word of God, that's what prophets do, that he refers to himself as a servant.
So
just listen to what he says. He says, now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him. That was what Isaiah was doing. Whoever you think wrote second Isaiah right before God was freeing his people from captivity to bring them back to Israel, that's what this person was doing. That's the person writing the text. It says that Israel might be gathered to him, for I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength. And then he tells you about the mission. Is it too light of a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Israel and to restore the survivors of Israel? That's what was supposed to happen after the Babylonian captivity. The survivors were going to be restored so that the survivors of Israel would be the light to the nations, along with the prophetic word of God. This is written all throughout second Isaiah. He says over and over again that I'm going to exalt the group of Israelites. I'm going to exalt them after the captivity so that all the nations will know that I am the Lord. There's nobody.
And what do we see that was Israel truly restored?
No, that's the point. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not Jewish, is because these prophecies failed. So I'm reading this, I'm saying based on what it says, based on the context, based on everything I know about the author, based on everything I know about the historical backdrop, I know what this is about, and I know that it failed. The Christian or some of the early Jews, they couldn't accept that. So rather than saying, oh, this thing failed, they said, nope, it can't fail. We have to change the meaning of these words. We have to write a new interpretation of this prophecy, and that's just called cope. And it doesn't match any other prophecy. There's not a single prophecy anywhere in the Old Testament that agrees with this. Meanwhile, I can show you a dozen messianic prophecies that explicitly disagree with this. I mean, disagree with your interpretation, not mine.
Like what? But before you answer the question, before you go to the text, like I said, this is a spiritual reality that we're talking about. You can say that I'm coping, which is fine. But when you look at the spiritual aspect, that Jesus was a type of suffering servant. He embodied that he was true Israel, that he is the singular seed of Abraham,
He was not a
and
singular
that he came
seed.
to, because the narrative of the Old Testament was not just to maintain some Jewish state, but to expand to the nations. That was the promise that God made to Abraham.
I agree. Yes,
That
the goal was that all of
the
Israel,
seed of Abraham will be.
they would be seated and restored back to the land, and then the God of Israel and the Messiah would reign over the entire world. That's Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, also shows up in Ezekiel chapter 36 and 37, and Jeremiah as well.
Unless that's the expectation, the pragmatic expectation.
Yeah. And it was not going to come true because the God doesn't exist.
No, that's you superimposing the idea that it can't be a spiritual truth to it.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's not true because it didn't come true. It made explicit declarations about what was going to happen directly after the Babylonian captivity, and then it did not happen. That's why Daniel was written. Daniel was written as a cope. He tells you in Daniel chapter 9, he's sitting there during the reign of Darius, about 522. The 70 years have passed that were predicted in Jeremiah 25 and 29. 70 years have passed. We've not been restored as predicted. What the fuck gives? So then he's reading in Leviticus chapter 26, and he's like, oh, it says in Leviticus, which was written hundreds of years after the fact, probably after the Babylonian captivity, it says here that he's going to punish us. And if we still don't come back to him, then he's going to multiply it by 7. Therefore, our punishment must be for 490 years. So even within the Bible, we see so-called prophetic texts that are straight up just coping with the fact that the prophecies didn't come true. Ezekiel does the same thing. Ezekiel predict that the whole city of Tyre, both areas of Tyre, would be completely destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, and then it wasn't. And then later, we read in Ezekiel that he has to make an excuse for why it wasn't destroyed. The prophecies fail all the time. The entire book of Zephaniah didn't come true.
Unless it was spiritual.
No.
Again, it might be cope, but it's not a irrational way to interpret it.
It is, because you don't know what a spiritual fulfillment is. A spiritual fulfillment is disconnected from the context, is disconnected from the original message of the author. A spiritual fulfillment could be anything. I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled spiritually. You want to see them?
Go for it.
I'm going to open up. I had a longer one and then I lost it. It was a handwritten list. I don't know what happened to it, but I got a notepad. Okay, so let's start with first things first. Psalm 95:11. Therefore, in my anger, I swore. Fuck, I do that all the time. I did it just now. That's obviously a typology of me. Psalm 147:15 is a clear prophecy about me. It says, his words run swiftly. Have you never watched my live stream? I talk like a mile a minute. Clearly a typological prophecy about me. And then we get to Exodus 4:12, where he says, now go and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you are to speak. I get words. I'm the prophet of Doug. I get words all the time. I'm the spiritual fulfillment, obviously, of Exodus 4:12. Zechariah 9:9. I've ridden 2 donkeys before. I spiritually fulfilled that prophecy. Isaiah 65:9 says, I will bring forth descendants. I have a descendant. I fulfilled that prophecy. Hosea 11:1. When Israel was my child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. A typology about my son. He's Egyptian. See how easy it is just to go into the book and find things that sound like something and just call it a prophecy?
Anyway, I feel like you're just jesting, because even you can't say that with a serious face, because that is within the Jewish mindset. Like, everything about the Bible is Jewish, inherently and fundamentally.
No, not in the New Testament. The New Testament is literally anti-Jewish. They talk about the Jews as though they're a separate people group all the time.
Because they are. Well,
I know, and they don't like them either.
No, we see the heart of Paul for the Jews because he was a Jew himself.
No,
He loved his brethren.
I think he was more Roman than Jewish. I mean, he didn't. There's no way that dude knew how to speak Hebrew. He never quotes from the Hebrew text even once, and he doesn't even know what's happening in the Hebrew text. He mentions the promise of Abraham to come through the seed of Abraham and pulls out a whole theological argument in Galatians about how the fact that it says seeds, it says seed instead of seeds. There's a whole argument there that it had to come through the promise of all humanity rather than a divided humanity, because it says seed in the singular rather than the plural. But in biblical Hebrew, the word only ever shows up in the singular. It's a collective singular. So he doesn't even know what's happening in the Hebrew Bible. That's Hebrew 101. Like, one of the first 20 words you'll learn from the Hebrew Bible is the word seed.
And this is where the
not a
spiritual,
Pharisee.
this is where the spiritual aspect I was talking about, because in the Old Testament view, the seed was referring to what? Abraham's descendants.
It's referring to any descendants.
Paul used that in a singular. Paul used it in a singular sense, referring to the seed in which the blessing came in the fulfillment of Christ. I guess that's spiritual reality.
I think you've missed a point. In Galatians, he makes an argument that because the word in the book is singular and not plural, then there's an argument to be made about humanity. But what he doesn't know is that the grammatical singular structure is a plural. It is a collective noun. He doesn't know that. Just like the word people is grammatically singular, in Hebrew for people is grammatically singular, but it's referring to a group of people. Seed, offspring, functions the same way in the Old Testament. Paul didn't know that because the dude didn't know Hebrew. He only knew how to read Greek. And yes, sperma in Greek in the New Testament could be singular or plural, or fucking any Greek text, it could be singular or plural. He doesn't know that about Hebrew. He thinks the grammatical form of Hebrew follows the grammatical form of Greek, and it doesn't.
How does that reduce the meaning he's trying to articulate to the Galatians?
What I'm saying is he does not know Hebrew. The man was not a good Jew. He couldn't speak or read Hebrew.
And how does that affect what he's articulating to the Galatians?
Because he's making an argument based on the word being singular, and it's not. It is not singular. It is a collective noun, which means it's literally talking about a plurality. He doesn't know that.
An argument could be made that it's the context that defines what is being articulated.
I know, yes, the context does help that, and so does the grammar. If you don't know the grammar, the context doesn't help you. He doesn't know the grammar.
Can you bring up the passage?
Yeah, it's Galatians like chapter 4. Give me a second to grab it. Might be Galatians 5. Let me double check. Fuck, maybe it's Galatians 3. It's in fucking Galatians. Give me a second, we'll find it. Galatians 3, there we go. All right, Galatians 3, let's go to verse 15. It says, brothers and sisters, I give you an example from daily life. Once a person's will has been ratified, no one adds to it or annuls it. Now, the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. So this is interesting. It says, it does not say, and to offsprings plural, as of many, but it says, and to your offspring in the singular. That is, to one person who is Christ. This is preposterous, because if he was reading it in Hebrew, he would know that offspring is a collective noun. It always shows up singular grammatically, and it refers to, almost all the time, a collective. When it's talking about the lineage of Abraham, it's referring to all of the lineage is a collective noun.
But how does that reduce what he's articulating? Again, he's pointing to the spiritual, again, the spiritual truth.
Rico, we're not talking about spiritual truth. We're talking about grammar. Just focus. This is nothing about spiritual truth. This is about grammar. He's saying because in Genesis, seed or offspring is in the singular, it must only refer to a singular person. What he does not know is that in the Hebrew text, it's a collective noun, not referring to a singular person, but a whole race of people. He doesn't know that because he can't read Hebrew because he's a goof.
And I'm saying that it's the context that defines.
The context of what? Alone. Of Genesis? In Genesis, he's talking about the offspring of Abraham. He says, your offspring will be as numerous as the stars in the sky. Your offspring will be as numerous as the sand, the pebble, the pieces of fucking sand on the seashore. He's talking about the entire offspring, the entire lineage of Abraham. It shows up in a grammatical singular form because it's a collective. It's a grammatical collective in the language. Paul doesn't know that. That's the problem. That's what I'm pointing at. Grains. But I'm thank saying, you, Boop. Sorry, the word grain wasn't in my head for some reason. Sorry, go ahead, Rico.
What I'm articulating, though, I'm not saying you're wrong, because again, in the context of Abraham, it was multiple, right? Not just, even though it's singular, again, it's the context that defines what the meaning of that word is.
I know, yes, the context tells you it's plural.
But what Paul is trying to articulate is that this true seed that was promised in Genesis, at least the seed that will crush the head of the serpent, this is articulated.
That's not promised in Genesis. That has nothing to do with what he's talking about. He's talking about the promise to Abraham. Genesis 3 is absolutely not about Jesus, but I'm not going to pivot over to that now.
I mean, they're talking about the same reality, but obviously that would be, I guess that would be pivoting. How so?
Genesis 3 has nothing to do with Abraham. Again, we're not going to pivot there yet. We got to finish. We got to finish Galatians first.
Okay. So what? So
do you understand the problem with Paul's argument, or do you still not get it?
It's not a problem if you're viewing it through the lens of just pure grammar alone.
It is a problem. His argument is based on grammar. Paul is making a grammatical argument. He's saying, because the grammar says, this is my conclusion, but he got the grammar wrong. Do you not understand the point? Paul's making a grammatical argument. Paul is wrong on the grammar.
I would, but the thing is, he's utilizing the truth of the seed. He's not solely relying on grammar.
He is. We'll try this again.
If he were, then everyone would know that he's...
I don't know how many times I have to read this. I'm going to read it until you figure it out. You don't have to know, you don't have to have advanced reasoning to know what's happening here. Paul is making an argument based on the grammatical structure in the sentence of Genesis. And he says, it does not say, and to offsprings plural as of many. It says to your offspring, that is to one person. His argument is based on whether or not the word offspring is singular or plural. That's his argument. And I'm telling you that in the original Hebrew, it's a plural. And he's wrong because he doesn't know how to read Hebrew. He only knows how to read Greek.
And you're saying that he missed, or I guess I would say he conflated it of this meaning of collective, because the Greek in the Hebrew it's a collective noun, right?
In Hebrew, it's a collective noun. Yes, it shows up in a singular format, just like the word snow. The word snow doesn't refer to a single snowflake. It refers to all of the snow. Just like the word moose is singular and plural at the same time. There's lots of ways you could talk about singulars and plurals without using grammar. It just happens to be that in the Bible, the word seed is used almost always to refer to an entire lineage of people. Only sometimes it refers to an actual singular, and the context makes it very clear when it's in the singular and when it's in the plural, even though the grammatical structure is always in the singular in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis, it shows up in the singular like it always does. It's referring to the lineage of Abraham because that's the only way it shows up. They don't use the plural format of this word to refer to lineages in the Hebrew Bible.
I understand that you're viewing it as if it's a grammatical blunder,
It
right? That
is.
Paul doesn't know what he's talking about.
It is.
But the whole point of Galatians is a theological argument.
No one cares.
Because
No one's
multiple
asking about
Jews.
the theology. Rico, no one cares. We're not talking about theology right now. We're talking about whether or not Paul understood Hebrew grammar, and he does not.
I would say he did know Hebrew grammar.
He didn't. If he thinks that the Hebrew text is referring to a single individual rather than a collective, he doesn't know it.
How so?
Because it's the lineage of Abraham. I will give you and your offspring forever. The land, the lineage, the people of Abraham. It's a whole lineage of people, not a singular person.
I think the difference between you and I is that
He can't
we're
bring
arguing
himself
from
to admit the
grammar
truth.
and theology. That's the difference.
No, the difference
That's the
is
difference.
you can't actually focus on what I'm saying because your brain's been pre-programmed to not be able to think through these concepts. Like you've been pre-programmed to say
No, because it's
the
clear.
Bible can't be
What is
wrong, the
Paul
Bible
trying
can't
to
be wrong, the
articulate?
Bible can't be wrong, the Bible can't be wrong, the Bible can't be wrong. Do you think the Bible ever gets anything wrong?
In what aspect do you mean wrong?
Do you think
So I
there's
remember earlier you mentioned.
Do you think there's any mistakes in the Bible?
Are we talking about like a shorter canon or a longer canon?
I mean, it has nothing to do with canon. Do you believe that the Bible always says true things?
Well, it depends who you ask, because a
I'm
Protestant
asking
will
you,
say,
Rico, do you believe the Bible always says true things?
I would say so.
Okay. Are you aware that sometimes it doesn't?
Give an example. Oh,
Okay.
I remember earlier you mentioned
I'll show
something
you.
about
Don't worry.
Nebuchadnezzar, and use that example.
I'll show you an easy one that doesn't require you to know any history. Luke 23 says, while the sun's light failed and the curtain of the temple was torn in two, then Jesus, crying out with a loud voice, says, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last breath. So in Luke 23, Jesus's last words are, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Follow?
Okay.
Now, in John, it says, when Jesus had received the wine, he said, it is finished. Then he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. The last thing he says in John is, it is finished.
Okay.
Do you agree
Do
that he
different
didn't have two different
perspectives-
last words?
Do two different perspectives disqualify an eyewitness account?
No. I'm asking, do they contradict?
Because no, that's proof texting.
No, it's not proof
Because-
texting. That's not what proof texting means. Proof texting is when you develop a theory and then you just scour the Bible looking for passages that defend your theory without reading all of the passages. That's proof texting. I'm asking you, I'm showing you two different passages. I'm saying, do they disagree with each other? Because in John, his last words is, it is finished, which it makes a lot of sense, actually. In Luke, his last words are, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Which one was it?
I would say that it is finished was probably his final
Okay, so
phrase.
then Luke wasn't true then. When Luke says, crying out with a loud voice, he said, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last breath. That wasn't actually his last breath. He said that, and then he said the other thing, and then he breathed his last breath.
Again, these are perspectives because
I'm
Luke is
asking you
not
about
borrowing
the
from.
order of operations. I don't care about perspectives. I'm asking you which one is accurate, because they can't both be accurate. One of them's wrong.
No, that I feel like that's a false dilemma in the aspect that you're looking at from Luke's perspective. If Luke only saw what Jesus said there, he's gonna write that down as the supposed final thing.
It doesn't
before
matter.
Jesus died.
It doesn't matter what their perspective is. It only matters if it's true. No one cares about the perspective. The question is whether or not it's true.
No, the perspective does matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
It shows. Why not?
Because we're not asking about perspectives. We're asking about whether or not they're true. If there's a car accident and one person comes along and says the car was red, and one person comes along and says, no, the car was black, only one of those two statements is true. It doesn't matter that they have different perspectives. I'm not asking you about their perspective. I'm asking you about whether or not the statements disagree with each other.
But here's something interesting, because you're avoiding one thing. They both supposedly saw this car.
Yeah, and one of them is right and one of them's wrong, or they're both wrong. Having a different perspective doesn't change the facts on the ground. The reality is that car had a color. So it was either one color or the other. Doesn't matter that Luke and John have different perspectives. They both made a statement about reality, and they can't both be right.
I would say they can be, because from Luke's perspective, if he only saw the final words as Jesus saying that, he's going to record that.
I know.
And if he didn't hear, but it's not contradictory.
It is, because both of them can't be true at the same time. I'm not asking you what they witnessed.
They're not trying to support each other.
I'm not asking you what they witnessed. I'm asking you what happened. Because what happened is only one of these two things. It can't be both of them, because one of them says his last words were X, Y, and Z. The other says his last words were A, B, C. It can't be both. Only one of them can be right. They can both be wrong, but only one of them can be right.
If they only saw...
He can't stop himself.
Him... No, this is a legitimate... Because it can be either or.
No, it can't.
Jesus could have said, it is finished. Second to last before Jesus said for him... what did he say? I forgot.
It is finished.
You can read it to me. No, the other one. Or Father,
into your hands I commit my spirit.
Yeah. Either or can be true.
No.
In the order that they were said.
Nope.
Why not?
They can't both be his last words. There's nothing that comes after last words. What's up, Crystal?
Does he die after both of these, Justin?
To their perspective.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does he die after both of these? Mac Luster says he died, so they can't both be true. He can't. But it is wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah. In both of these passages, he says the thing and then he's dead. That's what it says. The Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last breath. That means the last thing he said was, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. John says that the last thing he said was, it is finished. So it's one or the other. It's not both. They can't both be his last words.
According to them. I'm not saying that those... No.
Rico, I'm not asking you about their perspective. No. Rico, I need you to focus for 5 minutes. I'm not going to do this another time. I don't care about their perspectives. I'm asking you about what happened in real life. On the cross, when that sky carcass was hanging up there, what were his last words?
It could have been either or.
I know, but it can't be both.
Because you're stacking these two verses simultaneously on top of each other and then trying to
They cannot
make
be
you false.
both his last words. One of them is his last words.
Unless you take it hyper literal.
No, hyper literal, why would I take it as a fucking metaphor? What other way would you take this?
Because
this is crazy.
If I saw you dying,
the amount of lies you have to tell yourself is crazy
No.
to me. I cannot imagine for a million years when I was a Christian contorting myself into this many pretzels rather than just admitting that this is a contradiction. It's crazy.
So what's a contradiction?
A contradiction is when two statements are made about reality and they both can't be true.
I'm gonna place that same standard on myself, because this happens. People die in real life and they say their final words.
I know, and they only have one final words, right? They don't have two final words because then one's not final. I think you can only have one final meal. You can't have two final meals because the meal that came second is your final meal. You can't have two. Your final word is your final word. All right, maybe we should do an easier one. We'll do an easier one. We'll do Mark 15:25.
Can I give my example before we continue on?
No one cares.
Can I give my example before we continue on?
This has been so far. This has been so far above your head. I'm not even going to entertain your example. Mark 15:25 says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. Go down to John. Says when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus outside and sat him on the judge's bench at a place called the Stone Pavement, or in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now, it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. So in John, the day he was crucified, he's still on trial at noon. At noon, at 12 o'clock, roughly, he's still on trial. But in Mark, he's already crucified at 9 o'clock in the morning.
What do you mean?
You can't be crucified at 9 in the morning and be on trial at noon.
That's simple. They're on different days. Or do you not?
They're not on different days. The trial and the crucifixion happen the same day.
So you said there was in Mark 15 and where else?
Mark 15:25 says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. In John, they were still examining him at noon. It's all the same day.
And you're saying this is a contradiction?
Yes, it is. Yeah, because you can't be crucified at 9 and be in trial at noon. Because immediately preceding the trial at noon, they tell you what they do with them. During the trial, they shout, crucify him, crucify him. Then it says, so they took Jesus, carrying the cross by himself, went out to what is called the place of the skull. The trial and the crucifixion are the same day.
So from what I've studied about this, there's different theories. I wouldn't say it's necessarily cope.
This is cope. Whatever you're about to say is cope.
How so?
You're about to say some nonsense about how they track time differently, and then I'm going to tell you why that's a terrible cope.
No, I would say that they... How was it?
Can you be crucified at 9 in the morning and then be at trial at noon?
No, obviously it's logically impossible.
Obviously. So one of them is right, one of them's wrong, or they're both wrong.
Or I would say that they had
pixie
different
dust. That quantum tunneling.
Not necessarily, because the fact of the matter is,
all right, explain it to me. Give me the answer. Crucified. I agree, he was crucified. At what time?
Whenever he said he was crucified.
At 9 in the
But
morning?
the thing is this. The thing is
Was it
this.
9 in the morning?
I think he spiritually went on trial at noon.
A spiritual trial.
I'm sorry.
That's what it is. You nailed it, Crystal. It was a spirit. I'm sorry. Or was a crucifixion spiritual and the trial was real?
No, because these are human observations from both Mark and John.
Yeah, but one of them they can't both be true at the same time.
Does that mitigate the reality of Jesus' crucifixion?
I don't know if you know this. We're not debating whether he was crucified. This whole line of questioning started when I was trying to demonstrate to you that the Bible says things that are clearly untrue, and you didn't believe me. You thought the Bible said things that were only true, and now I'm showing you things in the Bible that are just simply not true.
Not true in the pragmatic sense that if you
pragmatic sense, it's not true in objective reality. Rico, you cannot be crucified at 9 in the morning and then be on trial for your crime at noon. You can't do it. It's crazy that you can't be honest with yourself right now. This is wild to me.
Because
I hope your mother's not watching this. My mother actually watches these live streams. I better clean myself up so that I don't embarrass her with my foul language, but I hope your mom's not watching this.
Well, she can't even. Well, she doesn't understand English, but that's besides the point. Anyways, again, these Gospels were written many years after Jesus' death.
Rico, I'm waiting for the answer to the passage we just read. Stop pivoting. Which one of these is right? Was he crucified after noon or at 9? Which one?
Obviously, they, in a sense, contradict.
In a sense, yeah, they do contradict.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that because it's a logical impossibility.
And in what sense do they contradict?
In terms of time.
But yes, exactly. And you can't be you can't be in two different places at once, right?
But the essence of what they're trying to articulate is that Jesus was
asking you about the essence. I don't know why you keep bringing this up. No one's disagreeing that he wasn't crucified. Nobody. I'm merely showing to you that the Bible says things that are untrue. I never said he wasn't crucified. This is like if you went to court and the judge was like, if you went to court, Rico, if you went to court and the judge said, "Hey, did you hit your wife?" If your answer is, "But I took her to a birthday party and gave her a really nice birthday party last week," that's not an answer to the question. Like the judge is asking for a yes or no to the question on whether or not you hit your wife. He doesn't care that you took her to a birthday party. I was asking you a yes or no question. Is this a contradiction in the Bible? And you keep saying, well, Jesus was still crucified. Yeah, I fucking know. I'm not asking you if he was crucified. I'm asking you if this is a contradiction.
So you're saying this disproves the credibility of, I guess, the Bible per se, or just that it's just a
hundreds of reasons. There are hundreds of reasons why the Bible is not true. It thinks the Earth is only 6,000 years old. That's bullshit. It says that it's early flat with a dome over top of it. That's bullshit. It says that if you mate animals in front of a striped pole, it'll produce striped offspring. That's bullshit. It talks about how the languages of the world were once all the same language and then it was divided all at once. That's bullshit.
That's not too far-fetched to say it's not true.
It's not true. We know for a fact that languages developed without any interference with each other and then later converged. Like you can read the history and the development of the world languages. They didn't start in one place and get split up. There's no global flood either.
Why would you say that is the only excluding factor.
I don't think you know what excluding factor means. What are you using that in reference to?
Because just because at least this story of the Tower of Babel is not the only reason why language developed later on.
The story
Language
of
was
the
always
Tower of
evolving. Even
Babel not only doesn't represent how language works, but it also isn't even original to the Bible. They stole that from the Sumerians. The Sumerians had a similar tale with a different god and a different tower, although they refer to it as a mound. Like the first 11 chapters of Genesis are just ripped off from Babylonian literature. That's it. Like they're just taking Babylonian mythology and saying, actually, let's rework this with our god in it. Just plagiarized bullshit.
well, even if obviously the Babylonian culture was more ancient per se, but we know that at least the narrative of scripture tries to redeem what had not lost, but paralleling of what truly happened in that event.
It certainly
Not in a
didn't
sense
truly happen.
not in a sense plagiarism, not plagiarism, just articulating a historical event that all these ancient Near Eastern and Mesopotamian cultures understood.
Yeah, the same way that the Quran corrects all the problems in the Bible. The Quran is a true revealed world where the Bible is corrupted. You're saying that the Bible
no,
took
because
these
now
ancient
that's a whole different-
Mesopotamian tales and
that's a whole
corrected
different
them the
topic.
same way the Quran corrects the Bible, right? The reality
Well, I would
is,
say that's a whole
like,
different
none of
topic
these
now,
stories are
because
actually
the Quran-
true. Want to see my absolute favorite proof for how the Bible literally could not have been from God?
Are you talking about that it just fell out from the sky?
No, it was written by men who put words in the mouth of
It's
God,
written by men.
not by God
No.
himself. Want to see the proof for that?
Proof how?
I'll show you. So in Deuteronomy 22, feel free to follow along in your own Bible if you have one. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence you think he's looking for?
I'm trying to look for it.
Deuteronomy 22:13.
Deuteronomy 22. Okay.
Right. So suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. We understand this as they're expecting her to bleed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Agree?
Right.
Okay. And it says, if that's the case, the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her. And then they repeat the charges. And then it says, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the evidence of her virginity is obviously whether she bled on the marital cloth, right?
Right.
Fantastic. Now, if it turns out there's blood on the cloth, he gets punished for lying. If it turns out there's no blood on the cloth, it says, if, however, this charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Now, do you think it's okay to stone a woman because she didn't bleed on her wedding night?
Are you talking to me like in the current new ethic Christian perspective or Old Testament law?
In any time ever, was it ever okay to stone a woman for not bleeding on her wedding night?
If she did not bleed?
Yeah.
Are you trying to imply that if she did not bleed, then she is
Just-
an adulterous woman?
Just a yes or no. That's obviously the implication. If she doesn't bleed, it's presumed that she's not a virgin, which either one, she lied about being a virgin. They sold her as a virgin when she actually wasn't a virgin. Or number two, they sold her as a virgin and she fornicated before the marriage. One of the two, either one. The reality is the evidence they're looking at is the bloody sheet. So do you think that it's okay to execute this woman by throwing rocks at her until she's dead because she didn't bleed on that sheet?
I'm not too familiar, at least to the extent of
We just read it.
this exigent. No, because this is more of like a, I wouldn't say an exigent circumstance, but the fact that we know that there's many reasons why a woman wouldn't bleed, because
Yeah.
this,
Yeah, you're
this
right.
comes to biology. This comes to biology where a woman's, I don't know how it works, that sometimes being athletic prematurely causes the bleeding to happen before, actually having sex for the first time.
There's a lot of
So
people
I'm sure.
who wrote about this in the
Yes.
ancient world that eventually figured it out. The reality is when Deuteronomy was written, they didn't know yet, which is why we have a command coming from the mouth of God, says, stone her if she doesn't bleed.
I would have to look at the totality of that passage.
So what more do you need? What context in here is going to fix it? What's going to make killing an innocent woman better?
Let's see. So you read from where to where?
13 all the way to 21 through 21. None of the context, none of the additional verses are going to help you here. Doesn't matter how deep you look or how hard you squint. He's instructing women and men to go to court if they don't bleed. And if there's no blood in that sheet, she gets murdered with stones.
Man marries woman. But you see, it's procedural.
Yes,
the accusation
it is.
about it.
It's very procedural.
Yeah, yes, and they didn't take this lightly.
I know. I agree. They didn't take it lightly. They shouldn't have taken it at all. If this was from God, this command wouldn't even exist. The idea that there's a God out there who doesn't know how the female hymen works is preposterous. Since we've got them up here and we've got a bunch of women, hey,
I would
women, put
say
a 1 in the comments if you didn't bleed your first time and you would have been stoned to death. Let's get a little tally. Let's get a count. Go ahead, Rico.
Let's see. I'll give it that I haven't really studied at least this specific Deuteronomical passage, but I do know for sure that if God truly did not know what he was talking about, if, obviously you don't believe he exists, and if he did, he's a biological, ignorant deity.
Piece of shit fuckface, yeah.
Sure, right? But I do find it interesting that if he did not know completely, now this, I don't know, what's your view on this?
My view is the book was written by men pretending to talk for God.
Okay. Now, in the ancient Near East, circumcision was completely alien.
No, it certainly wasn't. A lot of people did it, especially the most populous cities in the world. The Egyptians were doing it way before the Hebrews. In fact, most people argue that the Hebrews learned it from the Egyptians, and then they just claimed that God told them to do it.
Let's see. Do you have like specific sources for that? I'd like to research that. But
Just type in the history of circumcision. Like literally every history page that's ever been invented will tell you that the Egyptians were doing it first. This is not a disputed fact in history or scholarship. This is like 101 class. They have reliefs of people getting their peepees snipped, like etchings on the buildings.
okay.
Although circumcision has nothing to do with
What?
this passage. Go ahead, Crystal.
Right. What does it have to do with it? That's what I was gonna ask. I'm not sure what circumcision had to do with the woman bleeding on her wedding night.
He's
Well,
grasping at
no,
girthy
it was
straws.
no, it was the aspect that all this was about covenant purity, even though it might seem extreme, even in our current context.
Extreme to
But we
kill
don't see
innocent
this.
women? I don't know if you know
What do you
about
mean?
this. The problem here is that innocent women are being killed. Please tell me you recognize that part.
Let's see. Because of what you say is a biological error
Obviously.
or command, I guess. So what are you trying to articulate? Just so I can.
This book
Just
did not come
nail in
from
the
God.
coffin.
It was written by men who didn't know where the sun went at night and didn't know how female bodies worked. They thought they didn't even know that female bodies contributed to genetics. They thought we just put the seed in the woman and it incubates. They have no idea how anything works. If God wrote this, this would be correct. Every time it touched history, geography, biology, it would always be correct. It's not correct.
All right.
So, yes or no?
I can't really say much on this. Yeah.
You see the problem, don't you?
Just because I'm not well articulated or versed, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to show you another problem. Okay, this will be the last example. Then I'll move on to somebody else.
Find me.
Have you read the historical books?
Like
Samuel, Kings,
yes.
Chronicles? Okay.
Yes.
In 2 Samuel 24, we learn of an interesting story. David takes a census of the people. It says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go and count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab, and they go out and count the people. Then what happens is it turns out that counting the people of Israel was a sin. It says, afterwards, David was stricken to the heart because he had numbered the people. David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. But now, O Lord, I pray that you take away the guilt of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. Okay, so just so we're clear, in this passage so far, David sinned, right?
Mm-hmm.
And theoretically, you could say, I don't know, maybe the commanders sinned as well because they were numbering people. They're doing David's bidding. I don't know. It's possible, but we know for a fact that David sinned. We don't know what sin he specifically committed because there's nothing in the Bible against numbering the people. But it says, when David rose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, choose one of them, and I will do it to you. So Gad came to David and told him, he asked him, shall 7 years of famine come on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? So he gives David, because you sinned, pick from one of these 3 punishments. It says, now consider and decide what Now consider it and decide what answer I shall return to the one who sent me. Then David said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but let me not fall into human hands. So he's like, okay, these are horrible punishments. I can't pick one. So God decides. So the Lord set a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 people died from Dan to Beersheba. So just we're tracking so far. David, the king, numbers the people of Israel. And as punishment for what David did, God executes randomly 7,000 Israelites. Think that's a justified behavior?
For David's sin?
Yeah.
Or just the simple idea that God just killed 70,000 people.
I'm asking you, is killing 70,000 Israelites for the sin of David a justified punishment?
So I'm not the arbiter of what is just and what is not.
So it is just.
Even in a biblical sense. I mean, God. So, for example, let's say it might be a flawed analogy or imperfect analogy, but if you created your own whatever, you are within your jurisdiction to do with it as you please, right?
So it's just or unjust. I'm not asking you if he has power. I'm asking you, is it just?
According to your understanding or interpretation of just,
according to the definition of just. What do you think the definition of just is?
Because there's God's justness, and then there's our justness.
So God has a different justice than us. So justice doesn't have a definitive. So justice doesn't have a definitive meaning.
There's a creator-creature distinction.
Whose justice is better?
I would say God's justice is always better.
God's justice is better. So then we should adopt God's justice. I know it doesn't make sense. Thank you for saying it.
No, because
if God's justice is better and his ways are higher, then we should adopt his justice, shouldn't we?
No, because he prescribes the justice for human interaction.
No, he doesn't.
What do you mean? No, he doesn't.
He doesn't describe our system of justice.
No, he prescribes.
No, he does not.
How so?
He doesn't. He tells you to punish the third and the fourth generation. He tells you he punishes the third and the fourth generation. He tells you to punish even to the 10th generation children that are born out of wedlock. That's Deuteronomy 23, verse 2. He instructs you to punish people all the time that aren't related to the sin. So if God's justice is better, then we should be following his justice.
In a sense, I would agree. But again, this is God speaking to his covenant, Old Testament covenant people, which is ethnic Israel.
We're not talking about covenants. We're talking about the definition of justice. Does the definition of justice change?
No.
Okay, thank you. So the definition of justice is constant, right? Which means if it was just 2,000 years ago, it's just today. So if it was just to execute people for sins they didn't commit 2,500 years ago, it's just to do it today. So why can't we do it?
Why can't we?
Yeah. How come we don't allow it?
As in, like,
how come our justice system collectively around the world? Yes. How come collectively around the world we don't practice this form of justice? At least not typically. Like we don't lock up the cousins of the guy who committed the crime. We lock up the guy who committed the crime. How come we don't lock up the cousins? Because it's God's justice says we should. We should lock them up to the 3rd, 4th, 5th generation. We got to purge these evil people. Why can't we lock them up? You think we should?
Well, like I was saying, God was trying to maintain a covenant purity within Israel. And we see the transition of
Rico, that's not answering my question.
exaltation.
It's not answering my question.
How is it not?
I asked you, why would it be wrong if we started locking up entire families when somebody commits a sin? Why would that be wrong?
Because we're not under the old covenant.
So then justice doesn't have a definition anymore. The definition of justice changes. You just said it didn't change. So does it change or not?
I kind of take back what I said, and so
yeah, I would eat those words too.
So no, in the sense that like justness is doing what is, in a sense, right.
Yeah, justice means you get what you deserve based on your behavior. You do good things, you get good things. You do bad things, you get punished. That's what the definition of justice means. Now, God doesn't believe that. That's not God's definition. God's definition is I'll punish people all the time who didn't commit the sin. If you're watching on TikTok, give me a second. I've got to. Okay, I thought it was going to shut down. I got an error message. I think we're okay on TikTok. Yeah, so God punishes people all the time who didn't commit the sin. He brags about it in Exodus 34:7 and elsewhere. He says he visits the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children into the 3rd and 4th generation. He curses the entire lineage of the Canaanites because of what Ham did in Genesis chapter 9. Do you think we should be able to do that? Because if the definition of just never changes, and it was just then, it should be just now.
That's why I, not in a sense stipulated, but that God has he is just in everything that he does.
He can't be just if he's doing things that are not just. If just only has one definition, and God can only do the thing that's just, then that means what we're doing is not just. That means if we want to be like God, we have to change our description of justice. Our description of justice needs to include locking up the entire family or just killing them all together.
But you're grabbing Old Testament standards for a covenant of people.
I'm not. I'm saying the definition of justice. I'm not talking about whether or not you need to follow the laws. I'm talking about the very definition of the word justice. In 2 Samuel, this has nothing to do with a breach of the laws or whether or not we should be following the laws. This is about whether or not it's okay to kill people for crimes that somebody else committed. Is that okay? Because God says it is. This is the moment, Rico, where you should have your epiphany moment and be honest with yourself and say, no, that's not fucking okay. Maybe either this story isn't true or the God of this book doesn't exist.
What do you mean it doesn't exist?
If you believe in a God that thinks it's okay to kill innocent people because somebody else committed a crime, what's more likely, that God is real or that is an invention of people who lived in the Bronze Age?
I would say that then it comes down to a theological stance. Because if you want to say that they're truly innocent,
I asked what's more likely, Rico? What's more likely? That this God was made up by people in the Bronze Age who thought it was okay to kill people when their leader sinned, or when their father sinned, or when their husband sinned, or that this actually came from God? I think the more likely scenario is that it was written by a bunch of ancient men in the Bronze Age who thought that these things were okay. And now we know they're not. Now,
but who sets the standard?
God does. God sets the standard, which is why I said, if God sets the standard, if he's the one that's truly just, then we need to adopt his form of justice. But you don't like his form of justice. You don't want us killing family members when somebody sins, which means you don't like God's justice. Do you think the right thing to do is always to be obedient to God no matter what?
Well, in a sense, if I were living in the Old Testament, yes.
No, now, right now. If God told you to do something, is it always the correct thing to do? I'm sorry, is the correct thing to do always obedience?
Well, yes, because it's not contrary to his nature.
That's right.
Again, but
so in your worldview, it doesn't
Testament
matter if God
perspective,
tells you
it's
to
about
kill one
covenant
person
purity.
or 70,000 people. If God told you, like he had Samson take the jawbone of an ass and go kill a couple thousand people, that would be the right thing to do, right?
That would be narrative, but not normative.
I'm not asking about normative. I'm asking you, if he told you to do it, is obedience the right thing to do?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Is there a limit? Is there something God could tell you to do, and then the right thing would be to disobey him?
That'd be contrary to his nature.
I didn't ask you if it's contrary to nature. I'm saying if God told you to do something, where's the limit? At what point do you say, no, I shouldn't listen to God? Is there a limit? You can say, no, there's not a limit.
Though there is a limit.
Where is it?
Where is it, or what is it?
Where? Where is the limit?
I would say it's more of a what question, because it's
I don't think so.
according to his nature.
If God told you to, let's say, execute a baby, is obedience the right thing? Because he tells people in the Old Testament to execute babies all the time.
Right.
So if
Yeah.
God told Rico,
But
execute this baby, is obedience the right thing to do? Crazy that you have to think about it.
no,
I already know the right answer, by the way. The right answer in your worldview is obedience. Obedience is the right thing. So just say the right answer and we can move on.
but you're imposing a Old Testament worldview.
No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with the Old Testament. This has to do about where morals come from.
Yes, because we don't see
Rico, this has nothing to do. Rico, this has nothing to do with Old Testament. This is about the source of morality. In your worldview, Old Testament or not, you can throw the fucker away.
We wouldn't be talking about
in your
this aspect of
worldview,
morality if not for
Rico, listen. In your worldview, obedience to God is always the right thing. Doesn't matter which testament you're in. You've already admitted that. You already said that obedience to God is always the right thing to do.
Yes.
Do you retract that statement?
No.
Okay. Now,
because you're
we'll try this again, Rico. If God told you to kick a baby into the pond and drown it, is obedience the right thing to do? And keep in mind, Rico, I did not ask you if he would. I asked you if he did.
Which he wouldn't.
I didn't ask you if he would. I prefaced it with that statement because I knew you would say that. I'm not asking you if he would. I said, if he did, is obedience the right thing or the wrong thing?
But you're imposing a false dilemma.
No,
either this
I'm not
or
imposing a false
yes.
dilemma. This is a test of your logical faculties right now. If God telling you to do something always means obedience is the right thing, I'm looking for the breaking point of that logic. God told you to kick a baby in the water, is obedience the correct thing?
Yeah, sure. If you
That's the right answer. Yes, because you believe in divine command theory. Now, if God told you go to the local
because you're
orphanage,
prefacing a false
Rico, I'm not
false
asking you if he would.
conclusion.
I'm not saying he would. I'm asking you if it happened, what would be the correct thing? This is not a what's plausible question. This is a test of the logical situation that you're in right now, believing in divine command theory. So if God told you, Rico, after you kick that
Just
baby,
because God commands something,
Rico, I'm not saying he would. This is a hypothetical. I'm not saying he's likely to do it. I'm saying if it happened, what would be the right thing to do if it happened? It's a hypothetical. It's like if somebody said, if Justin killed his neighbor, what should happen? I fucking love my neighbors. I would never do that. That's how hypotheticals work. We're not saying that the thing happening in the hypothetical is plausible or likely. It's a test of logic. So
it's
after
like this same standard that you're applying is like saying that, oh, if God told you to have sex forcibly with 50 women and God commanded it, you have to do it, which is outrageous.
That's exactly where we're going. Yes, because in your worldview, if God tells you to do something, doesn't matter if you think it's likely. If God tells you to do something, obedience is always the right choice, isn't it? And you're not going to like the example you just brought up if you want to touch on that one again, because I'll show you in the Bible where God does exactly that. So, if God tells you to do something, is obedience always the right thing to do?
If it's not contrary to his nature.
I never said if it was contradictory to nature. I never said that whatsoever. You have no idea what's contradictory to his nature, as we've already demonstrated from the Bible. My question wasn't about his nature. My question is, if God tells you to do something, is it always right to be obedient?
Sure.
Yeah. Now, after you kick the baby into the water, if God says, go to the orphanage, round up the rest of the babies, put them into a meat grinder, then what I need you to do is grind up into paste and then take a whole bunch of Go-Gurt, empty it out, put that shit right down the drain, fill the Go-Gurt sticks with baby paste, freeze them, snack on that when you get hungry, when you get hot in the summertime. Is obedience to that the right thing to do?
Hypothetically, sure, but
there you go.
From a
Rico.
biblical,
So
from an ethical and new Christian ethic,
don't worry, Rico. You've already finished it. You've already finished it. Okay. The whole point of that thought experiment is to demonstrate
because you're positing a false standard
that your brain has been completely rotted by religion. You have no idea of God's nature. You have literally no idea of what right and wrong is. You have no concept of justice or morals. You only believe if this God says it, I must believe it. Now, this guy will tell you to do all kinds of horrific shit. In the same book we're reading in 2 Samuel, he literally has
said that to me.
I
would quickly think that's not God because that's contrary to his nature.
How could you know it's not contrary to their nature? He tells you to do it. He tells you to kill babies all the time. You want to see that? Want me to show you
that's probably not God.
Want me to show you where he tells you to kill babies?
Go for it.
Crazy how they want to tell me about God's nature and they haven't read the book that explains his fucking nature. It's crazy to me. 1 Samuel says, the Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Why is he killing the ox and the donkey and the camel and the infants and the nursing babes?
Why would I know?
Is it a good thing? Is it against God's nature to say go kill babies?
But the points that you posited
is against God's nature to say go kill babies?
But you're emphasizing
is it
the baby
against
part.
God's nature to go and kill babies? Is it?
I would suppose out of its our own understanding of it, like for example, I just because I wanted to go and kill that baby, but no, in a sense, God is trying to use covenant loyalty.
Again, the question is it against God's nature to instruct people to go and kill babies?
Are you saying me? Like,
I'm asking you, is it against God's nature to instruct people to go and kill babies?
in a sense, it's a yes and no, because that's not his.
It
That's
can't
not
be.
his normative.
It's either
attribute.
yes or no. It can't be both.
That's not a normative attribute, though.
God's nature doesn't change, and it can't be both. Either his nature is within the bounds of saying you can kill babies, or it's not. I'm asking about his nature. His nature doesn't change. If God can't do anything against his nature, and his nature doesn't change, and he tells you to go kill babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, then I'll ask you again, is it within God's nature to instruct people to kill babies?
If it's without purpose, yeah.
I didn't ask you that.
There was a purpose behind it. There was a purpose behind it. It's not mindless. It's not mindless killing.
Nobody's asking about a purpose. I said, is it within God's nature to instruct people to kill babies?
If there is a purpose to it.
I didn't ask you that. We'll try again. Is it within God's nature?
It doesn't matter if you
to
asked
instruct people.
It's part.
Is it within God's nature? It's just a yes or no. You can say I don't know. Is it within God's nature to instruct
because
people?
It's a false question.
To kill babies.
It's a loaded.
Not a loaded question. It's a yes or no. It's literally yes or no. I'll try this. Crystal, is it within God's nature to instruct people to kill babies?
Absolutely yes.
Oh, shit. Fuck, that was easy. All right, your turn, Rico. Is it within God's nature to instruct people to kill babies?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all you had to say. Cool. All right, Rico, I had a good time talking to you, but we've...
how it's a loaded question because you
I've had a good time talking to you, and because I'm a charitable host, I'm going to give you the last word, okay? You can preach, you can talk about your God all you want, you can share your personal experience, whatever you need to, you get the last word, okay?
Does there need to be a last word?
Nah, I was going to cut you anyways.
No. No, there doesn't. Hey, Justin, I'm going to drop down. Thank you so much for having me up tonight. I hope you come by Saturday morning and say hi to Dr. Blitz.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to DM you because we've got to do another show together, okay?
I agree. Crystal, thanks for hanging out. Guys, if you're not following Crystal yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. Doug demands it. Literally, Doug is in her name. Her name is Crystal, guys. Like, she's obviously a prophet of Doug and Sharon. So, like, we got to show some respect for the prophets. Okay, let me grab a couple super chats and we'll keep right on moving. Tim says, Lucky Charms, the delicious marshmallows, are paganistic symbols, moon, horseshoes, and the cat food tasting cereal is crosses and fish. Actually, I don't know about any cat food tasting cereal, but I know this. I do love me some Lucky Charms. I can't say enough good things about Lucky Charms. Tim, thank you for the super chat, though. Now I'm trying to figure out what the cat food you're referring to is. Helping Mega says, thank you for educating stupid people like Doc Weekly. I'm convinced Doug and Sharon find the aroma of barbecue Christians pleasing at this point. Actually, I think you're right. I think you are right. Thank you for the super chat. And from Southpaw says, why is Chris assuming, this must be an old one, that the gospel and Acts stories are actually what happened? Why assume that any of it is historical or even intended that way? I agree. Christians come to the text assuming that it's true and then make it your job to disprove it rather than asking themselves, is this true? Stonis, thank you for the 200 Argentinian dollars. Big W. Says Chris compared Christianity with Dougism, but Jesus can't even hold a piece of paper from flying in the wind. Absolutely. He can't. He can't. I mean, he's useless. He's not even a sky carcass, really. He's non-existent. Doug, you've seen with your own two eyes. You know he's real. Cora Rose, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I seen Jack and Dave's talk, and yikes. Jack was so hard to watch. It's crazy to me that they don't see consent at all. So does the Bible permit grape with no consent while in marriage? I mean, that seems to be the case. At least it tells you like at least it tells you that it's mutual, like men and women's bodies in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. It says that the body of the man belongs to the woman and the body of the woman belongs to the man, and so on and so forth. So at least it goes both ways for Paul, but certainly in the Old Testament, consent was not a concept. They could not give a shit. Deuteronomy 22:28, I think, demonstrates that pretty clearly, that the consent of the woman didn't matter. It was only whether or not you had like property violations against the owner of the woman. Albert says, what about the double split experiment? I don't know what to tell you, Albert. What about it? It was a cool experiment. It demonstrated that particles act like waves. I don't know what else to tell you. Marilyn, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate this. It says, Justin is God. Well, Marilyn, you know I don't believe in any gods, but I appreciate the admiration. And Eric, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you. It seems like early Christianity makes more sense than modern. Seems like there were no Trinity, omnis, biblical inerrancy, or eternal hell. Your thoughts? Eric, I agree. I think the earliest notion of Christianity was, first of all, not well formed, but it made a little bit more sense. It wasn't until they started adding philosophy to it that they really fucked it up. Angela, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, both of Jesus's last recorded words can be true if the Bible is God's word. So does that mean that God doesn't know what his own son's last words were? Isn't that the craziest thing? If the Bible is the word of God and it doesn't even know what his son's last words were, clearly not from God. And Calvin, thank you for the super chat. It says, hi to Justin's mom. You should be very proud. The champions of truth should always be celebrated. Thank you for your well-reasoned discourse, Justin. Well, thank you, Calvin. I appreciate that. And my mother appreciates it. She's one of the reasons why I'm so damn spicy. She's feisty herself. Willis, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. That's a huge W, friend. And he says, ironic that the believer says the hymen was an anatomical misunderstanding seems to overlook the fact that the all-knowing, all-powerful Sky Daddy created the entire female anatomy and would know it intimately. Rock hard for Doug. That is the case, right? I think that's the basis of the argument that we're making, which is if the God of the book wrote this book or had anything to do with its authorship, we would expect that it got the basics of biology right, especially since it goes out of its way to explain how it literally created man and woman. And Marduk says, if you ate a veal burger, wouldn't that basically be a baby paste burger? Yes. In fact, you can even do pate. Says that couldn't be another item on our restaurant. That could be another item on our restaurant menu. I think we should actually a veal burger, maybe pate style. I'd be down for that. Although I'm a little worried that I'll get sick from pate. That's why I've never tried it yet. But for Doug, I would. Jugs, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, thanks for all you do. In Genesis 11, why does God think it's bad if we are one people with one language? Nothing they proposed to do will be impossible. Or is it just a lame way to explain difference in languages? So, Jugs, it's two. It's a way to explain the differences in the languages, but also the reason behind it is, in fact, to bash the Babylonians. So if you go to Genesis 11, you can compare it to the other Babylonian literature, and they had a tower. They had a big old tower, a ziggurat, that remained unfinished. It was like supposed to be a symbol of their wealth and strength, and then because of the country became war-torn, they never ended up finishing the project, and it just kind of sat there in ruins. And so this story in Genesis 11 both is making fun of what happened to the Babylonian tower, but at the same time using it to explain why, in fact, the languages are divided. And of course, the root reason why God would abandon this tower and allow it to fail and divide up all the people and scatter them, because the scattering of the people means that the people group themselves were weak now. The point behind this, or the excuse behind it, is because they didn't want to break the barrier between gods and men. The concern was that men would be able to climb up into the heavens and storm the heavens. God was protecting himself. That's why he says, come, it says the Lord came down, blah, blah, blah. Look, they are one people and they shall have one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. Nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. And we find echoes of this in the Jewish literature and the Babylonian literature, suggesting that the concern here was, in fact, that the human beings would storm the heavens and break the heaven-earth barrier between God and man. So that's what's actually happening in the passage. And with that, I'm going to grab just a couple more super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Herbie says, another show of typical theist arguments for why their God is really real, truly honest, real beyond real, where words don't mean words. Thank you, Justin. Isn't that the craziest thing, Herbie? That they'll come up here and say, it's true, it's real, it's the realest thing ever, except the only way to believe it's real is to accept that none of these words mean what they actually say. You have to be able to lie to yourself. And Chip says, you might be like Battle of Big Bang, new books that covers a bunch of competing ideas about what was before the Big Bang. Oh, I would like that. Battle of the Big Bang. Okay. I like that suggestion. I would love to read that book. Donna says, your patience is, I think you mean incredible or once credible. I don't know, Donna, or Dana. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I'm trying. And the Cheese says Roman executions without offer to recant beliefs all the time. Romans executed, you're right. Rabbi Akiva in like modern English, one of the 10 martyrs killed for teaching the Torah by having his skin flayed by iron combs. Pretty common. Yeah. There was a lot of people that had religious persecution. The Jews, among the most persecuted people in the ancient world. In fact, if the prophecies were about persecution, the Jews fit it for sure. And Cheese says, how can Jesus be a servant if Jesus is God? Jesus versus God have singular will. A servant is someone who does the will of another. A servicing to yourself sounds like biblical self-pleasuring. I think that nails it. There's so many problems. Once you introduce the Trinity, it's hard to keep track. Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. Says, forgive me, but at my age 71, I find myself yelling at my computer screen when I believe someone has a thick skull. Tom, I don't blame you, Tom. When I hear these grape apologists in here and they're reading words on a page and refusing to say that the words are even there, yeah, I get a little fired up myself. All right, let me grab another guest from the queue. Actually, we're going to get our buddy Planet Peterson in with us. See if he gets connected. Welcome in, Peterson.
Hi, hello.
Great to see you, buddy.
Yes, been a while.
But you missed a riot just a minute ago. We had a guy.
Oh, I watched that. Oh. I watched a lot of that.
Yeah, he bit
Uncle Rico. Yeah, dude, he was cooking.
Yeah, right. There was some smoke. If you're not following Planet Peterson, I don't know what rock you've been hiding under, but make sure you do. We've got a new guest.
Doug.
It's certainly not a Doug. No, Doug wants Peterson to be well known, and Spanky, obviously. DJ Slice, are you with us, friend?
Yes, sir. That's Slice.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's small on my screen. No, so DJ Slice, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. I am older than 18 and I am a believer. I prescribe to the theology of the Nation of Islam as taught by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I'm fairly a new student, but I first want to thank you for allowing me on your platform. Really enjoy the intelligent conversation. And my mind's always open for learning. So I would like to, discuss some concepts and see where it goes.
Sure. Yeah, I can certainly be down with that. Okay. So I guess what we know so far is that you're of the Muslim persuasion. So I would start with the same question we ask everybody, which is, What would be a compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Okay, so the theology of the Nation of Islam teaches us that, in agreement with what you were saying earlier, um, you can't get nothing. I mean, something from nothing. We believe that matter is neither created nor destroyed. Exists in three stages: solid, liquid, and gas.
And plasma.
So, pardon me.
Plasma too. That's the fourth
So,
stage of matter. And
There's a lot more than just
I know
that.
there's actually more, isn't there? I've
Yeah,
heard
there's
of more, but
superfluids and time crystals and Bose-Einstein condensates and a few more.
those are beyond
Okay.
my scientific capacity. That's why I need people like you, Peterson.
I appreciate that, Phyllis. I'm gonna have to make a note of that.
So we're just messing around.
The
I'm listening.
so now, granted, our interpretation of scripture and things of that nature differ from traditional Christianity and traditional Islam. So I'm stating these things up front because I don't want you to. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't want you to think that I got ice skates on and I'm dancing. If I express an interpretation, that's because that's, for instance, we believe. As I get back to this God, but I just wanted to give you an example real quick. Like we believe that 25% of the Bible is historic and 75% was prophecy. So, like when you go back and forth, where you can obviously point out various contradictions, like Mark 9:1, where Jesus said, "There's some of you standing here that won't taste the death until the kingdom of God comes." I'm paraphrasing, but that in the mouth of the Jesus of 2,000 years ago is incorrect. But if it's a future man, then we say that part was a prophecy to be fulfilled. But I just wanted to give you an example. So I'm going to go back to the whole God thing. So the nothing that you can get something out of, we say is, it's matter. But if there's no aim and purpose to the matter, it's considered nothing. But
I
as
don't
we,
know if that's my definition of nothing. So, for example, I would say nothing is the absence of matter and even the absence of like any type of fields, like quantum fields or anything. Like, it would just be complete nothingness, right?
okay. Well, I hear you on that, but I guess my definition would differ. Just in terms of aim and purpose. Like for instance, if you have a phone, a cell phone, and you're using it as a paperweight, it's essentially it's not functioning in the aim and purpose for which it was designed. So it would be considered nothing or dead in terms of
Well,
its aim or purpose.
maybe useless, right? It'd be considered useless.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's a better word. And I am also a student of trying to refine my language. So feel free to add word your expression of words if you feel I'm not describing something good enough. I appreciate that.
I think you're doing
So
okay.
we're saying that from this nothingness, that we believe that there is a force in the universe, like for instance
So
electricity.
let me make sure I understand
Yes,
you
sir.
correctly before we go on. You don't believe there was literally nothing then.
No, it's only
So,
nothing due to its uselessness.
right. So you believe there actually was always something. It's just at
Oh
one
yes,
point
sir.
it was like rather useless.
Right, correct. In terms of putting it like you had the back and forth with the gentleman about the TV.
Hmm.
Those parts are, like you said, were useless without the will and the design of the person who fashioned it. So this has always been here. It's just as you can produce a TV and many various items, who can subjugate it to your will and produce X, Y, and Z from it. Now it has aim and purpose because it's from your design for a particular reason.
So I think we agree on something. Like neither one of us believe that there was ever nothing. So I guess what I'm trying to
Yes, sir.
figure out is why would I include God into that equation when my worldview works without a God in that equation?
Well, what I'm saying, God is not some uh, magician, spook, or mystery. I believe that from that nothingness eventually produced the first atom of life, and from the original life that evolved from the darkness of space, that physical life is the is what God is,
So
a
God
human
evolved?
being. Yes, sir. I believe
So
there's an aspect.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
this is actually a really interesting concept. So when I was an agnostic, I worked on a theory of an evolved God as opposed to a creator God. Because
Mm,
and hear me out. There might
yes,
be
sir.
people in the audience that think the guest is crazy, but I don't think he is. So let me give you the theory. So the general theory goes like
Yes,
this:
sir.
if you believe the universe is eternal, meaning there's no beginning, there's no end, that means any possible entity that could evolve, right? It could be that there was a point in which something with intelligence had 400 billion years to evolve because unlike humans,
Yes, sir.
they could live for a long time and they could rapidly multiply and reproduce and whatnot. So we could say that something could have evolved over the long course of time. We just don't know about it. Now, here's the problem I have though. Like if you believe in like a super evolved entity that evolved from everything that was already here as opposed to a creator god that created everything here, then I think that you don't really believe in God in the traditional sense. Like the traditionally we
Well,
think of God as like the reason for all this stuff existing.
in the sense of he put under his will that which has already been in existence. Now it's being aimed. It has an aim and purpose by he um by the entity that controls it. So like we said about the TV. So creation, not that he created everything that's here. You how you gonna create matters? Neither created nor destroyed, but the fashioning of such, the original life that evolved from the dark womb of space, fastening such would categorize him in creator in that sense, because then you have other things created from that. Like you can,
Sure,
like I said,
no,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So you're saying there could be a super evolved entity that eventually got enough power to create, like it evolved to the point where it could create. And that's certainly like when we're talking about possibilities and impossibilities, I don't know if that is possible, but I would say this. If it is possible, I would need some evidence that that is the case because right now what we're trying to discuss is whether or not that is the case. And I think we kind of know your viewpoint now. So what would be the evidence that would lead me to believe the thing that you're describing?
Okay, so what I believe is that that first being, human being, then studied himself, and in studying himself, this is actually what we believe that the term theology came from, the study of God. There was no one else to study but himself. So we believe he studied himself and from himself produced woman.
Right, but what I'm asking is I'm not asking you what you believe about the God or the entity.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
asking
sir.
what would be the evidence that would lead me to that conclusion that this is the case.
Correct me if this doesn't line up with what you're saying. I believe that the present human being that we're looking at today is that which was produced from the God or or the first life,
Right, that's
the
what I'm
human
asking.
us.
Right, like I'm asking, what's the evidence that that claim is true?
Well, we are, um, and I
I,
say it from the sense.
Who,
Okay, go
I
who's
ahead.
we
guess
though?
what's that, Peter?
Human beings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm saying
I'm
human
asking for the
beings.
link. What's the link between human beings and the God creating?
The link is that he was the first human being.
Right, but I'm asking you how you
That-
know that.
That's just the claim, yeah.
Right, right.
Okay.
I think we know the
All right.
claim. We want to know the evidence for the
Yes, sir.
claim.
Well, maybe I don't have it in that form then, because the only thing I can think of to link it at this point would just be that we're the production of those first lives that evolved in space. But if that doesn't meet the criteria of what you're talking about, give me an example so maybe that would help
Well,
me, or I could just admit that I don't have that.
yeah. So,
Well, if you never had heard this story before, how could you find out that it's true?
right.
Because all
Well,
you have is the story. Like, all you've told us is
right.
aspects of the story. Like,
Yes, sir.
if I don't know, some guy, Achilles, really lived. Okay, well, the city of Troy has been found, so we could excavate it, and maybe if like we found, maybe not his body, but inscriptions talking about this mighty warrior named Achilles who really tore shit up here back in the day, then we'd be like, oh, okay, so we have independently verified, part of the story, something
Okay.
like that.
Yes, sir. Well, I would say that the original man, the black man, is the replica or the duplicate of that which evolved back there in time. Because us as human beings, we have the same capacity, but we've fallen mentally. And I think you can attest to the study of some scientists that say we only use X amount percentage of our brains. But if
That claim is so not true.
what's that, sir?
That we only use like 10% of our brain. I don't know
Well,
why it's so popular, but it's just so not true.
Yeah, actually, I
well,
read a study they did on like athletes, where they were trying to figure out how much an athlete uses when they're doing activities like throwing balls, catching balls, shooting hoops, and it was surprisingly
right.
high. Like the motor movements, the coordination you need to like play baseball, activates a surprisingly high number, or percentage regions in the brain, like over 50%. Because you have to do a
Well,
lot to play that sport. You have to
yes,
coordinate a
sir.
lot of things at once.
Well, I would say then, why is it that we as human beings right now, all of us can't bend spoons? Why all of us can't levitate?
Okay. All right. Hold on.
I
Hold on.
DJ
Go ahead,
if
Peterson. I'm gonna get something.
well, let me say this
DJ,
before you say that.
yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
say this real quick just to add on?
Yeah.
Um, mind over matter is true. If you take for example a homosexual individual. This man has thoughts, feminine thoughts, and thinks like a woman and acts feminine, and you can see it reshape the actual look on their face. You don't think that's mind over matter?
What does that mean?
It means that your thoughts can have an impact on
No,
matter.
what does gay people have thoughts and changes their face mean? What does
What
that
I'm
mean?
saying is, I've seen homosexuals think so feminine where it actually begins to change the facial features. You haven't seen that before?
I see some of them wear makeup. Maybe you're thinking that that's au natural or something. But DJ,
No,
I gotta ask you some stuff here.
sure.
Because I was refreshing on my Nation of Islam lore. Do you think that the moon was populated by a bunch of different populations of black people, but they couldn't speak the same language, and then a black scientist blew up the moon?
No, because of the teachings of the Nation of Islam has been
That,
mocked throughout the years. That's a hodgepodge of things. No, we
do you
teach.
think that Yaqub or whatever his name was created all the other races like white people like Justin and myself, and that we are inferior?
Well, I believe that the black man is the original man, and that all races
Well,
came from
scientifically that's
the original man.
accurate, but
That's
From
what I thought.
well, that's what I.
Nation
And
of
so,
Islam really explicitly says that, like, the black is the supreme race, and all other people are morally and uh, uh, morally corrupt and inherently less worthy.
Well, respectfully, sir, that's not true. I'm actually a member. I can tell you what the correct representation is.
Didn't you say
like
you were new?
Yes, but I study literature, sir.
Maybe you're part of a reform group or something, but no, this is just so widely known. The lore of the Nation of Islam is that Yaqub, I don't know.
Yaqub
Created the other races through selective breeding, and that they were like inherently evil. He used like the laws of attraction and repulsion, or he learned about that. I don't know if he used them to create the other races or if it was just this other separate thing, but like it literally talks about the like evil was used to create the other races.
Sir, when I say I'm new, I'm not some 2-3 year student. I've been studying under the teachings for over 20 years, but I can still consider that new because knowledge is infinite. I don't say that I know everything there is.
Absolutely no way that you've been doing something for 20 years and you say I'm new to this.
Well, from my perspective,
I don't believe a word of that.
Well, listen, I met you today for the first time. I have no motivation to lie to you. I don't fear you. I don't fear any consequences of stating what I believe. So, I mean, if you haven't met someone that expressed it like that, that's just how I look at life. We're babies compared to what the universe has for us. Babies. You can take what we know, put on the head of a common pen, and it will have much room to move around. That's my perspective. So, sir, I wouldn't disrespect.
Can we back to this? Can we do the spoon? Back to the spoon bending?
Yes, sir. I was saying mine.
M's is in the box too, Justin.
All right, come on, Neo.
I can't bend spoons, brother. I'm waiting on you.
Well, I didn't say I could do it. What I was saying, I believe that because we're not. No, I was saying because we're not operating on the full capacity of our mental capabilities. You remember? Because y'all then made the argument that some studies say we are, and athletes are operating high. So what I'm saying is,
but we can't
if we had those. No, I'm saying if we had those original attributes in mind, mental capabilities that we had back in the beginning, that we could do X amount of things. But what we say when man fell, when you read about Adam fell, we also believe that's referring to
we can or we can't bend spoons.
When operating at full capacity, I believe so, sir.
So right now we could, but you don't know anyone that can?
Personally, no, because I believe man fell. But
So you've never seen someone bend a spoon?
No. So what I believe is man fell. And so when y'all talk
we know that.
about
Don't
the
worry about that. We
resurrection.
know that part.
Okay, so well, I'm just saying. So when
I'm just trying to figure out why the spoon bending statement got thrown out there. You started the conversation by saying we can bend spoons, and I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't bend one.
Yeah.
Well, let me clear that up for you, sir. What I said in the progression in which I said it, I believe that original life that evolved in space had the capability to bend matter to his will, and thus from that mental capability is where you get this creator God from. So what I said about bending spoons was that if we still operated on a full capacity of brain power, I believe we can bend matter and bend things to our will today.
How do you feel about that statement, Eric?
I think that's. I want to say two things. First, one, because you're eating a kiwi, which is green, the green screen effect is going through it, so it looks black, and it is just so weird. Two, I said it earlier, but I don't know if you heard me. Ems is in the box. I think he wants to come up and talk to DJ. But anyways, this idea that in the past we had access to more of the potential of the brain and we could do other things like bending spoons. There's a way in which that's kind of testable. So there are people today that sometimes get half of their brain removed, a hemispherectomy. Now, if we used to have access to more of our brain in the past and we could do things like bend spoons, then people who lose half their brain, they absolutely must lose the ability to do countless numbers of things, except it doesn't affect them really at all. They do a tiny bit of therapy after the procedure, but otherwise they're just basically back to normal.
Well, that's interesting. Well, I mean, I hear you, but I still, from my perspective, believe that the original status of the human being that we operated on a higher capacity.
No, we know you
So
believe it, but
that's
why would we accept that as true when the evidence says the contrary?
Hello.
well. I mean, say for instance, look at a mother whose baby snatched by a bear. That mother will chase the bear down and scare a bear off, or some mothers will lift the car up when their baby's in danger or things like that. Certain things kick in. It's almost like how you have a wire that kind of short circuits. It's on and it's off. Certain things will bring it about, but we're not in full capacity, I believe, sir.
But that's different from bending
There's
spoons. Bending spoons
there's
is something external to your body. Lifting more weight is something that's happening using the chemicals of your body.
there's also a good explanation for those. The reason we can't normally exercise those feats of incredible strength and speed is because if you routinely did that, you could very easily tear your muscle right off the bone. Most people, their muscles are strong enough to actually rip themselves. Your body just deliberately doesn't let all of your muscle fibers activate, because if you did, you'd be strong enough to destroy your own muscles. So it's only in incredibly dire circumstances where, you know, potentially hurting yourself is preferable to death. So that little boost of adrenaline kicks in.
Well, what
I do have a
about
question for the guest, if you do not
have
mind.
any,
Yeah, I'll be quiet.
Yeah,
okay, can I add this
was.
one last
Go
piece
ahead.
real quick? Sorry, sir, just permit me
Go ahead. Go ahead.
couple seconds. What about, have any of you been in love? Have you ever experienced knowing that that other individual is going to call you, then as soon as you think about it, they call, or feeling the presence of that individual in a building where it's between brick and metal and whatnot? I mean, certainly if you experience being in a high level of love, there's many accounts of these type of what people make refer to as supernatural abilities. Have any of you ever experienced love on that level?
I think you understand that we've all experienced love. It's a chemical reaction that is shared between humans and most of the animal kingdom.
Yes, sir. Well, how would you describe that when you just think of the individual when they call you just like that?
It's a chemical
It's a
reaction.
coincidence.
Oh, you mean if you think
Okay.
of someone and
Chemical
they
what?
call you? That's a coincidence because you spend a lot of
Yeah.
time thinking about
Yeah.
them.
Well, I had this instance personally.
Is it a coincidence when
I
you don't
woke
think
up in the
about
dead of
somebody and they
night.
call you?
I mean, it's a good point. Well, I had an experience one time. Well, I woke up out of a dead sleep, 2 o'clock in the morning, and the minute I woke up, I experienced a phone call from someone. I was in a relationship, and
Yeah,
it
that happens
wasn't. It
sometimes.
didn't happen just.
DJ,
And it wasn't just one
think
time.
right now of somebody calling you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did they call you?
Negative.
Okay, do it again.
Did it again.
Okay, did they call you?
Yeah, I ain't in love with them either, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think Ems has a question for you. Ems is a good friend of
Yes,
ours.
sir.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, was God in Chicago 91 years ago?
Say that again, sir.
Was God in Chicago 91 years ago?
Well, if you're referring to Master Farad Muhammad, we believe, yeah, he made an appearance in first Detroit, Michigan in 1930. We believe, so again, I prescribe that I don't believe that God is some spook in the spirit. So human beings that this is why we refer to it as a supreme being, the wisest being on the planet. The wisest individual, I believe, is the supreme being. So I'm not looking for God to be a spook or a spirit, if that answers.
That
what
wasn't my
you
question,
asked.
no. I'm asking, was God in Chicago 91 years ago?
Yes, sir. I said first Detroit.
Okay.
He was in
Now,
Detroit and in
why did he
Chicago.
pick Chicago as his last stop?
You said, why did he pick Chicago as at his last stop?
Uh-huh.
Okay, because we believe that his time was limited to teach Elijah Muhammad. He taught him for 3.5 years and then would leave him to do a work.
And why has God not come back?
Well, we believe that when the time is proper, once the mass awakening of a dead people who need to be resurrected takes place and certain events take place that, as you read, similar to what you read about in the Bible, when the day is won and he decides to enact or begin to remove the wicked, then that's when he'll return.
Uh-huh. And why did he leave Saudi Arabia?
Pardon me, sir. Say that again.
Why did he leave Saudi Arabia, the place he chose to be birthed at?
I'm not sure I understand. You said, what about Arabia, sir?
Why did God leave Saudi Arabia, the country he chose
Okay.
to be born at?
Because we believe that leaving Arabia is where the where of course where he was born, Master Farad Muhammad, but he left Arabia to come to America to begin the process of raising the mentally dead so-called Negroes.
So,
Yes, sir.
go ahead. I was gonna ask, is it disgraceful for God for his mother to be white?
No, well, because I don't believe that God is some spook or some spirit. We
That isn't
deal
what
with
I asked.
reality. We deal. Let
We've
me
established.
finish.
Go ahead. Mhm.
Okay, I was just saying that. Just now the point. We're not looking for spooks and spirits. Human beings. Everything is real. We're taught that his father, a black man, got a Caucasian woman to produce a son because America at that time was so as they act now towards black people. It was to disguise him coming in a lighter shade to get amongst the so-called Negro.
Uh-huh. And now my question to you is,
Yes, sir.
why should I believe that there's a lineage of black men being God on Earth? What is the
Well,
proof that God is always choosing to resurrect himself as a black man?
well, I don't say resurrect himself. Let's get that clear.
Appear as a black man, like randomly in random places on Earth.
Well, as we stated earlier, that the black man is the original man, and I believe that black man was the first life that evolved in the dark womb of space. And from that point, like I said, God is real. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is passed down. So just like you have a president, and when that time comes to an end of the death of that individual, then he'll pass the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on through his lineage.
So I hope the whole Muslim music thingy in my background isn't too loud. So I hope they just it's like 4 a.m. Muslim music thingy just ignore my background isn't too loud. So I hope they just it's like 4 a.m.
I think it's M's.
Just ignore my
somebody's got an
background isn't
echo.
too loud. So I hope they just it's like 4 a.m.
I think it's M's.
Just ignore my
somebody's got an
background isn't
echo.
too loud. So I hope they just it's like 4 a.m.
I think it's M's.
Just ignore my
somebody's got an
background isn't
echo.
too loud.
Shit, we're fucked now.
They just it's like 4 a.m.
I think it's M's.
Just ignore my
somebody's got an
background
echo.
isn't too
Oh
loud.
shit, we're fucked now.
They just it's like 4 a.m.
I think it's M's.
Just ignore my
somebody's got an
background
echo.
isn't too
Oh
loud.
shit, we're fucked now.
They just it's
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Somebody's got an echo. There's an infinite echo.
Yeah, it's like Doctor Strange, right?
There's an
With the
infinite echo.
Mamamoo. The Mamamoo came to bargain with Doctor Strange, right?
There's an infinite echo.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
All right, I think we're okay
It's
now.
gone now.
All right,
I
I'll
don't
go
know what
on mute
happened.
so I can y'all hear me.
All right, I think we're okay
It's
now.
gone
Oh
now.
shit, there it is again.
All right,
Oh,
I
I'll
don't know
go
what
on mute
happened.
so I
Everyone
can
swipe
y'all
away
hear
from
me.
the app and come I back.
It's gone
Oh
now.
shit, there it is again.
Oh,
All right,
no.
I'll
Hold
go
on a
mute
second.
so I
Everyone
can y'all
swipe
hear
away
me.
from the app and come back.
It's gone
Oh
now.
shit, there it is.
And now is it gone?
I don't know.
Let's see if it happens when I talk or you talk.
I don't know.
Let's see if it happens when I
It's
talk or
still
you
there.
talk.
I don't know.
Happening when
see
I'm
if it
talking.
happens when I
It's
talk or
still
you
there.
talk.
I don't know. I think some tab you have open on your computer is probably.
Yeah, I think you're right. What about now? I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Sorry about that, guys.
the whole Nation of Islam thing, it's a racist, black supremacist cult. It's just a silly idea that God is resurrecting himself as a black man constantly, and the guy that they're worshipping, or the last incarnation of God, was literally just a guy who claimed to have been born in Mecca and moved to the US to found the Nation of Islam. It's the stupidest thing. It makes black Hebrew Israelites look like Einstein.
That's
Dude,
hard to do.
when I was reading the lore, the thing about the moon blowing up, and I was like, "What the hell is
It's
this?"
worse.
It's like
worse.
a Tower of Babel story, but on the moon.
Like their core beliefs are hidden, like Latter-day Saints. It gets worse than like a space colony. But anyways, yeah, the guy's gone.
Have M's up here. Stay for a second.
Mhm.
I want to bring in another guest. How you doing, Al?
Doing great. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm at least 18 and I'm a believer in Christ.
Oh, you're a Christian. Okay. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, the Bible having supernatural, well, Jesus having supernatural encounters with people even till today.
Even today.
Today? Can
Yes.
you manifest one right now?
No, I can't manifest.
Because you know there are manifestations and miracle stories in the other religions too. The Hindus have them. Even within Islam, I've heard.
No, they're probably lying to you.
No,
but
there's
what makes
you're lying. No, you.
No, I'm not lying. I've studied
Okay.
this. more than
See how
you,
see how this
so-
works.
Mhm.
So why do you get to flippantly just hand wave away all claims but yours, but nobody can do that to you?
No, it's simple, right? You can just show me a bunch of claims, and then we study them, and then we see what the motive was and what
Now, you
this entity actually
preemptively did it
said.
though. Why? And I tried to preemptively do it with you, and you said no, it doesn't work that way. So
Okay, like I'm saying, right? You can always just bring up the supernatural encounters that you're talking about. Then
okay,
we
explain
we
yours
study.
then, because yours is
Okay.
real. I want to know all about
All
it.
right. Yeah, sure. So if you read in the Bible, we see the definition of Jesus, what he looks like, and
We're not told what he looks like.
he's we're actually told like how he will come in Revelation.
Yeah, but we're not told what he
In
looks like.
Revelations.
There's a metaphorical description of him with fire in his eyes and hair of wool and
Mhm.
like legs of bronze.
Mhm.
But obviously, he's not going to look like that when he comes
Mhm.
back. These are metaphors for his appearance. So
Al, I
But
thought you were
these
trying to say
people,
that you had an encounter with
that's
Jesus,
what I
though, or
thought.
did I misunderstand?
yeah, I also once had an encounter with
Okay,
Jesus in a dream.
explain your
Mhm.
encounter with Jesus. Because you said the way we would tell the other ones are fake is by investigating them. So we're going to
Yep.
see if yours is real.
Yeah. So really, it was I dreamt of Jesus. I was with him when he was being nailed on the cross. So I was really carrying the cross with him.
What was he wearing?
Well, he was really bloody and just had like a robe, like which was torn and bloody.
Was it purple or was it, what's the other color it says?
Well,
Scarlet.
all I could see was
Scarlet.
the red. All I
So
could see
you
was the
you
blood.
get to solve this biblical contradiction. What color was his robe?
Like I'm saying, it was a dream that I dreamt about, and I saw Jesus.
So you just had a dream. I've had dreams where I'm being chased by Triceratops before. So does that mean Triceratops is alive and real on the planet right now?
Eric, you're telling me
Well,
Triceratops
it
don't exist?
depends.
Well, they're dead, but I mean they did exist. I guess Jesus did exist, so maybe that's not super fair. But
I had
like, why
hopes.
would I? If you just had a dream about something, I mean, I've had dreams where I've probably met superheroes. So does that mean that they really existed or do exist?
Okay, so the reason why I don't like using mine because it's like I'm using confirmation bias because I already know Jesus, so I just dreamt about it as a confirmation of what I already believe in. The reason why I use other
Wow,
people's
that's what I was gonna say.
yeah.
I
So
don't even need
I
to be
also
here.
think the same.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah, I
refuting
also think the
himself.
same as you, right?
So I just
I also
want
think the same as you, right?
to lay out your
So
argument
the
so far
reason
to make
why,
sure we're in agreement as to what your argument is. Your conclusion is
Mhm.
that Jesus is real and God. The supporting premises for this conclusion is I had a dream about Jesus.
No, the supporting is other people also see the same things that I'm seeing. The very same things. So it's repeatable, it's proven and repeatable.
Okay, so other
So,
people dreaming
but
about
people,
Jesus makes it real.
other people actually see him manifest. It's not
In
just a dream.
dreams.
I just had yes. No, not
And
in dreams. Like he actually
he's
appears. He actually appears
when
in
he has
person.
these supposed manifestations, he look like the way the Bible describes them.
Yes.
Wow, I wonder where they
Have you
got that
had
idea
one of
from.
those, or
Yes,
yeah, no
I've heard
kidding?
so many. I've heard so many on YouTube. I've actually had the privilege of meeting a person who's actually had that encounter, and he came and did a seminar at church, and this, and if you study these stories, you can tell there's a pattern to all these stories. It's
Yeah,
all just the same thing.
Al,
Jesus
they
says the very
dreamed of
same thing.
something that was in their culture, and then they thought it was real
do you
because they
think
dreamed about
No,
it. That's the pattern.
no, but
But
the thing is
Al,
that you're not listening, right?
do
You're
you
not
think the angel
listening.
Moroni appeared to those ladies whenever wherever that was?
I don't know about that story. Maybe you can shed some light.
It's part of the Latter-day Saints lore. There were
mhm.
a few women, and the angel Moroni appeared to them. We have the actual affidavit in those ladies' own handwriting, attesting
Hmm.
that they swear that this happened. So, do you believe that?
Okay. So did that happen to anyone else?
It happened to more than one woman and Joseph Smith.
No.
Yeah, Mary
Okay,
Whitmer
so I'm
and
saying
Joseph Smith.
after them, did it happen to anyone else?
What is the number of people that you require for this claim to elevate to the status of more likely to be true than false?
Hmm.
Like, if something is true, it's able to be repeated.
That's not a
again and
number.
again, right? No, but what I'm saying is that if it's limited to a certain time period, to a certain to a certain people, then we cannot really prove that it's real.
Al, do you think that Yahweh appeared to all of the Israelites or just Moses when he went up the Smoky Mountain?
I think he appeared to. I think the way he appeared to Moses was different from the way he appeared to all of them, but he did certainly appear to all of them.
Okay, some people say no, only Moses actually saw God or whatever. Some people say it was that God appeared to all the. I don't have a strong opinion on what it actually says in there, but that to me it seems to read that the mountain was enveloped in fog and only Moses went in and actually saw God.
Yes, but they also saw manifestations of God, though.
Okay, well, a manifestation of God isn't the same thing as seeing God. I could look outside and see that the clouds form a particularly beautiful pattern, and I could say, oh, it is the glory of His Most High Spanky that these clouds have taken on that form, and then I'm just attributing a pattern to that.
Correct, you can say that, but
okay, so the Israelites can
scripture,
just say that. Only Moses directly saw God.
So
right?
in the scripture, we read about a time where God commanded all the Israelites to actually clean themselves, to shave, to actually look presentable, because
he could do that
God's presence
by
was
just having
coming,
his
right?
voice carry out over the land. So who actually saw God? Just Moses?
Yeah, Moses
Okay,
saw God,
so
but
you believe that an
Abraham also saw God.
individual, you believe that one individual is the minimum number you need to believe that somebody did see a divine being. So, Joseph Smith
No.
and Mary saw the angel Moroni. I have exceeded your standard by 100%.
So why are you assuming that I'll just believe? So that's the same as Muhammad. I don't believe in Muhammad because the thing that he
Because
saw
you weren't
is
yeah,
only
because you weren't
limited to
raised on it.
himself.
Yeah.
No. I actually studied
No,
Islam.
not so. If you were one of the
Yeah.
so if you were one of the Israelites and Moses came down and said, "Hey, I just talked to Yahweh," you would have been standing there being like, "Bull fucking shit, you did." Maybe Abraham did, but you didn't.
Yeah, correct. I would actually say that. If I didn't see anything, I would actually say the same things that you're saying right now. But if you read scripture, you can actually see that
Then
God
why do you
worked
believe it?
in their midst, right?
So
God
if
actually
you
worked in
were
their
if
midst.
you were a character in the lore that you believe in, you wouldn't believe it, but you do believe it. Why?
Because of the actions, right? Can you
Such
justify
as?
why they actually crossed the Jordan River or the
It
Red Sea?
never happened. Somebody wrote that down long after the
Okay,
purported event that not only didn't happen but couldn't have happened supposedly happened.
Or let's say it happened. Would you not believe if it actually happened?
Would I believe a story if it actually happened?
No, I'm saying if you are actually one of the Israelites and you saw the sea parting into two, would you actually believe that there's God?
I could imagine myself being convinced of it depending on how unusual it seems. But you're just asking me, is the floor made of floor? Like, yeah, you're putting the cart before the horse here. If you saw the thing,
No.
we're trying to figure out if it happened, then would you believe it happened? Sure. So if it was true, would it be true? And if it happened to you, then would you believe that it happened? Sure. That's not a very clever question, though.
No, but you're asking me why I believe, right?
Yes.
And I'm telling you I believe because I know these things are real, they are true.
No, you believe them.
Actually,
You don't
people
know.
You
No,
just said the floor is made of floor again. So I believe it because it's true. Like, that's just a description of your belief state. So I'm asking, how did you come to believe it when you said that if you were one of the people, if you were one of the characters in the story, you would have said, no, you didn't talk to Yahweh Moses, bullshit. But you do believe that that happened today. So how do we get there?
Okay, so when Moses actually came down with the glory that he had gotten from the mountain, from actually being in the presence of God, would you actually not believe that one?
You wouldn't.
Even if
I asked you
even
and
if
you
I
said
didn't
no.
see, yes, if I didn't hear the voice of God, if I didn't see anything to say that okay, God is actually alive and God actually works, then I would actually say the very same things that you're saying right now. But the reason is because I actually know and I have seen it.
What did you see?
Well, I've seen the testimonies of other people, right?
So you didn't
Having
see
seen God
anything.
like,
Oh, jeez.
okay,
I think
so
that is
So
called
we're
if
hearing
someone,
testimony.
we're
Yeah.
at Al, we're at where we started, which is you believe it because you had a dream. We went through this whole cycle trying to illustrate that somebody having a dream, even multiple people having a dream, isn't actually evidence that your thing is real. For the same reason that you don't believe the 11 witnesses to the Book of Mormon.
so that's why I told you I don't want to use my own experience because
You
I knew
did.
you would just say this.
You used
Yeah,
it.
I knew you'd
You
say
knew we
this.
wouldn't accept
I
it.
knew
And you
you'd say
used it
this.
anyways. You
Mhm.
didn't have to
That's
do
why I
that.
use no. That's why I use other people's. That's why I use other people's testimonies.
Well,
People
so
that
did
grew up
I.
in
I
Islam
said the same
that
thing.
have
I said
never.
it doesn't matter if it happened to other
Well,
people because you
Yeah,
don't
we
believe that
used
it
Joseph
happened.
Smith and Mary's testimony.
Exactly. You don't believe it happened to the Mormons, but they say
yeah,
it did.
because it doesn't happen to anyone else.
It happens to the Mormons.
It actually contradicts the book.
That
Well, it
doesn't
actually
matter
contradicts the
because
book
God
that they.
only appeared to Moses and you believe it. So
No,
your
God.
standard of how many people need to be revealed a thing for it to be believed is one person, and we have more than that for Mormonism.
So the pillar of fire was just a coincidence, and the cloud that covered them by day.
It's a
Were
fictional
those
story.
all
It's not a
coincidences?
coincidence. I don't know if you know this.
But
Fictional
how do you
stories
know?
tell fictional stories.
But how would you know?
How would you know? You're the one claiming crazy
Yes.
stuff happened, not me.
Yeah,
How would I-
you're aware that the golden tablets revealed the actual words of the Book of Mormon to Joseph Smith inside that hat, right? How are you saying it was just a coincidence?
No, I'm saying those were all lies. It's just the same as Muhammad.
Well, welcome to atheism, buddy.
Yeah. We're applying your level of
See how easy it
skepticism
is?
to your religion.
Okay, if Jesus.
Oh, a fire
if Jesus
tornado
was-
and a Great Smoky Mountain? Yep.
Happens all
Didn't
the
happen
time.
either.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you prove that monkeys actually became like or apes? Let's say apes.
That's
right?
real easy.
Actually became human.
Well,
Yeah,
apes
that's
didn't
really
become
easy. How do you do that?
humans. Humans are apes currently, but we did have a common ancestor. Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, it's very easy to do. If humans evolved, what would the evidence look like?
Mhm.
That was a question
Well,
for you, Al.
Oh, for me. All right. So we would see overwhelming evidence like the skeletons of those supposed ancestors.
Oh, we got
and,
thousands of those.
No, you don't.
We do actually. There are more than 1,000 specimens of Australopithecines alone.
No, that's not true.
It's
All the
literally
evidence
true.
that you have.
Go ahead.
All the
I'm gonna get a
evidence that
vote.
you have can fit. All the evidence that
This
you
is
have can fit
pathetic.
into. All the evidence that you have can fit into a small pickup truck.
The thing is,
You know
That
that.
Eric, I
is
don't know if you
completely
agree with me.
untrue.
I do not know if you
What do you
agree
mean
with me,
by
but
untrue?
I do not think he's qualified to know what type of evidence you should expect.
Right.
So
Okay,
what
I
is your
guess I should
background?
hear
So
from you.
so Al, if humans did evolve, then it means we evolved from a more basal, primitive-looking ape-like ancestor of the past. So we literally only need one of those to have the evidence that it happened. But we don't have one, we have thousands.
So let's take for example Lucy. Do you have anything on Lucy, really?
I know a lot about it, but
Mhm.
again, we have over 1,000 Australopithecine specimens.
Over 1,000. What about
That's what
for
I've heard.
Lucy? How
It's at
many do
least
you
many
have?
hundred.
No, it's not even 100. They all fit into a small pickup truck, like I'm telling you.
I don't
They're
know
not
where you're
1,000.
hearing that from. Maybe of the roughly 1,000 specimens, maybe a lot of
Mhm.
them are only known from a few bones, and so they could fit hypothetically into like a pickup truck or a dump truck or something like that.
Mhm.
But that
Mhm.
that doesn't matter. You literally only need one to have evidence,
S-
and we have more
So
than
they're
one.
not 1,000. Can we agree on that? That
No, we don't.
they're not thousands. They're not thousands. You don't have that. You're making that up.
I'm not making that up. That is something I've heard from other people,
Oh,
like
okay.
literally
So
primatologists that study this.
so I'm not allowed to hear from other people, but you're allowed to hear from other people.
I never said anything like that,
But
ever.
you laughed at my examples when I said I heard from other people. You still dismiss that as crazy, right?
When you're, I don't know if you're referring to something from a long time ago when we were talking about God or whatever, but how many proto-human ancestor specimens would it take to convince you that humans evolved?
So first of all, you let's
These are
see,
words, not
correlation.
numbers.
Yes, correlation wouldn't
Still, you're not saying any number so far.
let me first
The actual crazy
finish, right?
thing is you still haven't said a single number.
He's asking
let me
for
finish my
a
statement
number,
then.
Al. He's saying, how many of these fossils from the Australopithecus line do we need before we say that we have credible number of fossils?
So let me finish my statement then.
Yeah,
And
correlation doesn't equal
I'll give you,
causation. Great pivot
yeah.
that has nothing to do with anything. What is the number?
So correlation doesn't equate causation.
Well,
And again,
Al,
if we're
just
to
so we're clear,
see,
your argument was the truckload isn't enough. He's asking you how much is enough.
well, would be seeing them everywhere, like millions. They would be ubiquitous, right?
Why? Why would we
Why
think
would
that?
that be the
Like
case?
the same
They
thing.
lived in a very small part of the world where there isn't a ton of water.
You know how fossils
Okay,
form,
that's
right?
No.
yeah. I do.
Do you think they form everywhere on the planet?
Yeah, we see dinosaurs everywhere in the planet.
Dinosaur bones
Which dinosaurs
show up
existed for
everywhere
180 million years.
on the
Yeah,
planet.
so
So yes,
dinosaurs.
the fact that there are lots of them all over the planet makes sense when we realize that they lived and died for a period of 180 million years. That's a lot of time for fossils to accumulate.
So that's what you say. But the humans, those humanoids were actually alive at much later timeline, which means we are supposed to
Yeah, I'm
be
aware
able
of that.
to recover. Yeah, we're supposed to be able to
That's
recover
not how
even more of their
fossilization
bones.
works.
What do you think
Al,
fossilization is, Al? How do
well,
you think that works?
the mineral, like the bones of a creature mineralize over time, right?
Yeah, but where? Where do the minerals come from?
From the ground.
Just
Water,
anywhere?
not the ground.
Well, from the moisture that sips into the ground.
No, you need a lot of water. That's why most of the fossils are found in like the sedimentary. Sedimentary layers, where there used to be seabed.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're primarily found where water was. So we wouldn't expect to find fossils of these humans everywhere, unless in fact they had a good reason to be dying in the water all the time and then find themselves to be fossilized. That's why Eric brought up earlier the water. That's why we find so many fossils of aquatic life and not as many fossils of non-aquatic life.
So why would these humanoids not follow the water as we find in all human civilizations?
Why would they be in the water dying all the time when they live on land is the question.
But you're actually wrong there, because we see dinosaur fossils all around the continent.
Because they existed
Like,
for 180 million years, and the
but
terrain would
watch.
change drastically over a period of time that long. And also, pre-human, like our pre-human ancestors, no, they wouldn't need to live around the water all the time. Not all that many land animals need to supplement their diet with water, because what we eat are plants and animals, which are mostly water. So, like, the only reason we have to drink as much water as we do is because we have such horribly processed diets that removes a lot of the moisture from our food. So you actually get a huge amount of, if not most of the water you need from your diet for quite a lot of land mammals. So no, like the humans have lived alongside water for like you're talking about civilization because it's economically advantageous and because you can farm food out of it and it's easy to move around. So these are terrible critiques of the hominid fossil record.
And by the way, it seems that we've only found 11,000 fossils of dinosaurs. In comparison, Australopithecus afarensis, which is one type of Australopithecus, we found like 300 to 400. So, when you compare the two ratios, it is a very substantial find.
Now,
300 to
considering the amount of
400?
time they were on the planet, we would expect to find a lot more dinosaur fossils and a lot less Australopithecus fossils.
Yeah. And that 300 to 400 number is just Australopithecus afarensis. There's Africanus, there's Robustus. I don't remember the others off the top of my head, but that's just one species. So, Al, like, literally, if humans evolved, then there would be evidence of proto-human ancestors. Literally only one fossil specimen is confirmatory evidence of that. Okay, now we have more than one. We have a huge number of them. So I'm confused as to why that's not enough.
So when you talk about these specimens, you're talking about even like they can just find one bone and say that, okay, this is Australopithecus, right?
Yeah, because
You know that, right?
bones are like paleontologists know how to diagnose something just on the bone because animals have extremely specific anatomy to them. A huge number of the extinct animals from the past are known and named after their teeth because teeth are some of the most specialized thing in organisms. And I don't know if it's Greek or Latin, but don means tooth. So we have megalodon, mastodon, iguanodon, hypsilophodon, smilodon, glyptodon. Actually, that's glyptodont. That might be different. Carcharodontosaurus, Dimetrodon, Dimorphodon. Like there's so many of the extinct animals you know of have tooth in their name because paleontologists know how to classify and identify things based on even fragmentary evidence. This is a very robust and sophisticated science.
Do you have a complete fossil of this Australopithecus?
Even if we only found the left half of it, we are we have bilateral symmetry. So even if you only have 50% of the bones, you have 100% of the specimen effectively.
Okay, let's just
like
say
that would be an
it's
argument
true.
to say, well, maybe it's a centaur if all we found was the skull and its arms. You know, like nobody thinks that that's even remotely reasonable.
So let me give you the benefit of the doubt here. Let's just say it's true, right? What's the likelihood
true? that we have specimens or that human evolution is true?
Yeah, that actually you've got the specimens and that is true. That human evolution is true. what is the likelihood that an amino acid could actually form on its own in
Super fucking high.
pristine environment?
We find them in we find them in
Okay, I can't wait to
asteroids.
hear this one.
Yeah,
We
like,
find them
you
in
meant
asteroids.
just
I think you
recently.
meant
well,
proteins. Yeah.
Yeah, so but you don't find life in asteroids. So, but
We literally
anyway,
found
what I'm
a
asking
Way to,
protein.
way to
Yes.
shift the goalpost. That wasn't the question you
Yeah,
asked.
that was a shift.
Yes.
Huge. So we find
All right,
amino acids
so but
self-assembling and a protein.
okay, so what I was asking was what is the likelihood that an amino acid can actually form?
We
On
just
its own.
told you 100% likely.
100%.
I
What
yeah,
do
they
you mean
can't like
100%?
we. This is a known
According to
thing
which
to
study?
happen because we find them in asteroids, like obviously completely divorced from biology. And I don't think that means you get to say it's 100% because it happened, But amino acid formation abiotically is known.
So you didn't answer my question. Like,
Yes, I
what?
did.
What's
Well,
the
I don't know
what's
what the number
It's not
would be.
100%. I know the
It is
number, and it's not
100%
100%.
because we find it.
It's
Sure,
far
it's more
from
than 0%.
Look, it's not even close to zero.
I know
Let me
it's
ask you
not.
a question. What do you
10.
think an amino
It's
acid
like
is?
like
100.
10 to
Closer
the
to
minus.
100.
It's like
What do
10
you think?
to the minus 57. Actually,
No,
Source,
it's
please.
not.
Yeah, source.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. You can
I
you can look it
guarantee
up.
that what you're doing is you're taking 20 to the power of however many proteins or amino acids that protein is. Yeah, I 100% promise that's exactly what happened. Where are you getting this information from?
You can look it up. Like the
I
likelihood
have.
of a
I
line.
wrote a
the
book
source.
on this. That's how they calculate it.
Yeah, which is biased, obviously, because if it was that
Your book is
prevalent,
biased?
you would be able
Science,
to make
yes.
it.
It's biased
You'd be able-
towards
you'd be-
science, yes.
You'd be able to make it then. Why don't you make it then? Why don't you
Make what?
have
Make a
do.
book? I literally wrote it.
We do.
No, make
An amino acid.
the,
We do.
life-giving amino acids. No, you don't.
They
No,
have.
You don't.
Yeah, they
We do. Let me ask you, what do you,
No,
what
they
do you think an
haven't.
amino
Yes,
acid
they
is?
have.
Not even
Now,
close.
what do you think an
Yes, they
amino
have.
acid is?
They're not even close.
Like,
Yes,
we're
they
not.
have.
Can you show me?
Let him
your
answer this,
evidence?
please.
Can you show me
Yeah.
evidence?
Our
Show me
cells
what
make
do you think
amino
amino
acids
acid is?
literally all the
No,
time.
I'm saying from scratch. From scratch,
What
like
do you think an amino acid is? Please answer the question.
an amino acid is the building blocks of RNA that makes our DNA, right?
No,
RNA.
Jesus.
You think amino acids build RNA?
Yes. Yes.
So
amino acids build
amino
RNA.
acids, they build RNA. It is not
Mhm.
not the actual nucleotides. Yeah. So
Yeah.
amino acids, which literally form proteins, are what are forming
Mhm.
the RNA.
Yeah,
Are you
they,
sure?
they form the proteins that make the DNA, right?
DNA is not made of proteins.
You said RNA. Is it RNA or DNA? I'm confused. Which one
RNA makes
do
DNA.
amino acids make? No, you said that
RNA
amino
makes
acids
DNA,
make
right?
RNA.
Yes.
So,
They're
do
needed for the
amino
formation
acids
of
make
RNA.
RNA, or do they make DNA?
Okay, so can you first answer my
I know
question?
the
then we can
problem.
talk
The
about
problem
this.
is.
I can see this is
You're
this is now a
you're
red
treating
herring
amino
that you're
acids.
trying
Just
to
a second.
Red
You're
herring.
treating amino acids.
you're trying to introduce a red herring, but
Again,
can we
you're treating
stay on
amino
topic then?
acids as if they are a complex molecule when they're not. It's literally a carboxyl group and an amino group
Correct.
and a CNH. That's all it is.
Correct. So
It's
if they're
literally
not,
the simplest thing you can have.
yes, but the likelihood of actually that forming on it by itself is very, very, very low. If it was
Show me
actually
the
high,
calculations
you could
going.
have
Because
made it.
we find it in space.
Yeah, but how do you know they were not already there though?
What do you mean already there?
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
You think aliens?
they were created, as in
Yeah, by
they were
aliens,
created there.
probably.
So your
Yeah, but maybe
alternative
there was life there.
hypothesis is that God created amino acids inside of
Mm-hmm.
proteins at the moment of creation, and later on we just find them.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Is it a working theory?
Well, God created the heavens and the earth, right?
I get that that's your claim. Is this a working
Mm-hmm.
theory?
It's not a theory; it's a fact from someone who
That's
was
Certainly
actually
not
there.
a fact.
That's
I
absolutely
think it's
precious.
insane
So
when you found that
disprove it
amino
then.
acids make RNA.
Like I said, what's the likelihood that an amino acid can
100%.
come
100%.
from what study? So if it's
100%.
100%, can you show me
What
one
are the odds that
that
God created
scientists have
amino
made?
acids inside of meteorites?
That's 100%.
100%. How did you
He was
do
the
the
only one who was there.
arithmetic?
He was the only one who was there. He made everything.
You're just telling us your claim instead of working through anything. I want to talk about human
Okay.
evolution some more. So, Al,
But
if we didn't have a single fossil of anything, we could still test if humans evolved. Do you know how you would do that?
yeah, sure. Can you
Well, I
enlighten
asked
me
if you
on
know,
that?
and you said yeah.
No, I said yes. Please enlighten me on that.
Okay. So what the theory of evolution proposes is that all life on the planet evolved from an original stock. You with me so far? Okay, that would mean all life on the planet is related. You with me so far?
Yep.
All life on the planet shares genes. So there we have evidence, proof positive of evolution.
So as I said, correlation does not mean mean a causation, right?
That's literally
Doesn't
how
mean that
science works, actually. So I don't really know what to tell you.
it just means that all living things have were coded by one coder, right?
Oh no,
It doesn't
that's
mean
not the
that
case
because
at
that's
all.
not a working theory.
So the reason why this isn't true is because of endogenous retroviruses, which I think definitively demonstrate that we have common ancestry. Do you know what an ERV is? Have you heard? I assume you have. It sounds like you've studied this a little bit. Do you know what it is?
Oh, jeez.
What's that?
Have
He
you
hasn't.
ever heard of an endogenous retrovirus?
I've heard of that, but
Okay.
I can't really define it for it.
So when a virus gets into your body, some sort of foreign organism, it can actually, we'll say, damage your DNA by inserting DNA into your DNA. And it leaves marks. Like you can tell where the inserted viral DNA is inside of the host DNA. Now, what's interesting is once this happens, if it's in your genome and you pass it down to your child, they've got it in the same sequence. So if like the sequence is A, B, C, D, viral DNA, E, F, G, so on and so forth, they're like, oh, it always shows up in this sequence every time in this gigantic strand of DNA, and it shows up in everybody from this lineage. So then you can track endogenous retroviruses to see who is related to who. Because, oh, look, here's a group from Poland. As it turns out, most of these people from Poland have this one specific ERV, but people from Australia don't. Now, as it turns out, we can trace it further back. We can say, listen, as it turns out, all humans share certain ERVs, which is a demonstration that all humans had at least one ancestor that gave rise to all of us that had those ERVs, or else there's no reason for us to have those ERVs. And it turns out a high percentage of those we share with the great apes. The great apes and the humans share like 200 ERVs that could only happen if we had shared common DNA prior to that. And as it turns out, of those 200, there's a ton of them that literally only show up in the ape and the human family. They don't show up in cats, they don't show up in dogs, they don't show up in plants. They're only shared between us because these are our direct common ancestry, the great apes. And Eric can explain that much better than me. He's the science guy here, but I think ERVs are fantastic evidence for common ancestry.
No, your explanation was really good. I have the specific number of the 211 known retrovirus insertions that the human genome has. Chimpanzees share 205 of them. Now, our genome is absolutely huge. So a retrovirus could insert DNA in countless places in your genome. So these are the kind of coinkydinks that you absolutely cannot hand wave away. The probability of even sharing 12 specific insertion locations with chimpanzees, the odds of even 12 are greater than 1 over the number of, or it's actually less. is less than 1 over the number of atoms in the observable universe. But we don't share 12. We share 205.
So meaning we are affected by the same viruses?
No, it means it's not. 100% of that went over your head. A very long time ago, a virus inserts some DNA into an organism's genome. That organism has children. They also inherit it, right? Now, eventually what can happen is those children have children, so you get exponential growth. And what can happen is that can eventually spread to the entire population, kind of like how everybody in the world got COVID a few years ago, right? Not literally, but huge. Like eventually that can happen, right? So that has happened huge numbers of times over the course of millions upon millions of years, and it happens in extremely specific places. And so us and chimps share 205 out of 211 of these. The best comparison would be if before we started sailing around the world. Actually, a more apt comparison would be aliens. The best comparison would be if we went to another planet and we got there and all of the aliens speak English, that can't just be a coincidence. It's simply unfathomable that over there they would also speak English. The only explanation that would make any sense is, somehow a population of humans went there and populated it, and that's why they all speak English too, or whatever.
Okay. So you're saying that because of this, then we're definitely related?
Yeah, well, we don't even need that for relation because we share genes with them, so we know we're related to them. But it's a very solid, different kind of genetic test because endogenous retroviruses aren't. Some of them are genetic because, like, one of them has to do with forming the mammalian placenta, for example. But a lot of them are in non-protein coding regions. So there's absolutely no selection mechanism for them. So them being preserved is extremely strong evidence.
So you're saying this would take millions of years to attain, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, presumably a long period of time.
Yeah. Some of them are more recent, but the vast majority are very ancient.
All right. But
we can see them spread in real time. Like we can see that they develop in population groups in the modern time, and we can trace them within a population group, and we can even induce them in animals. There have been experiments where people have, for lack of better words, induced viral loads on animals and studied how endogenous retroviruses even form.
So if this takes 1 million years, the Earth isn't even 1 million years, though.
The Earth is billions of years old.
Like 4.6 billion years old.
But how do you test that?
Radiometric dating.
Yeah, radiometric dating is a good one. And my favorite that I recently learned about, and this would be old news for Eric, I recently learned one of the ways that they confirmed the various radiometric dating is through coral fossils. Turns out coral fossils, the coral itself develops tree rings like trees, except they do daily rings, and you even have a yearly ring, and they can actually count how many days are in a year based on the rings inside of a coral. Really interesting. So they find there's been a coral discovered from the Denovian period, so like 370, 380 million years ago. And since we know that the days were actually shorter then, there was approximately 22 hours in a day based on our science and understanding of tidal waves. So what they did is they said, hey, we've got these coral fossils that were in the Denovian period based on the stratigraphy. So we can go into the coral fossils and ask ourselves, hey, if we count these coral fossils and we calculate, so we know through math, like every year, how much less of a day we get, or how much more of a day we get, because the planet is slowly turning slower. They said, okay, so 380 million years ago, based on our calculations, we should see that the days were about 22 hours long rather than 24 hours long. So they did. They actually counted the rings between the years on coral fossils and discovered that they were 22-hour-long days at that time period, which confirms the radiometric dating.
So you're assuming time is linear, right?
No, it's not about
We-
time. This is about the rotation of the
We
Earth.
assume the laws of physics weren't randomly different in the past. Yeah, the same way you do.
So if I'm taking your study, then I know that the magnetic field of the Earth has weakened like over the last 1,000 or 1,500 years.
But that doesn't affect the
right?
length of the days.
Yes. No, it doesn't. But it affects the age of the Earth, because
It doesn't.
if we go back,
it certainly does not. But we're talking about the fact that because of the tidal forces, the rotation of the Earth slows ever so much every year. We can calculate how long the days were a million years ago, 5 million years ago, 100 million years ago. We can calculate that, and we actually can check it with fossilized coral from those time periods that we find in the geological column that are dated using radiometric dating to that time period. It happens to be that they agree with each other.
but this radiometric dating, what are the assumptions that you use to actually come about with your results?
That radioactive
Do you know the
decay is
assumptions?
stable.
Which
What
it has
else?
always been observed to be stable. And radiometric dating is cross-disciplinarily confirmed all the time. Justin gave you an example of how, look, if the radiometric dates are accurate and this thing really is this old, then that should line up with this other piece of evidence. And it does. We do things like this all the time. They take sedimentary layers and dendrochronology and radiometric dating, and they do it from the same region, and they say, okay, well, let's count the tree rings, let's count the amount of daughter product that's been produced, and let's count up the sedimentary layers, and you get the exact same date with them. So those are coincidences hand waved away.
So how come this radiometric dating cannot tell the age of something that we actually know the age of? Like
because like a volcanic eruption that happened yesterday.
Yeah, at Mount Helena in 1996.
Yes, I know. Every single scientific measurement has a range of error, right?
Mm-hmm.
For things like, I don't know what specific isotopes they use for Mount St. Helens. It might be potassium-argon dating. But the potassium-argon has an extremely long half-life. I don't know what it is. I'm just going to throw out a random number, 1 million years. I'm sure that's not it. Let's just say it's 1 million years. Yeah, if it's 1 million years plus or minus 1%, that means our measuring tool is 99% accurate. That's extremely good. But what's 1% of 1 million? What's 1% of 1 million?
That should be 100.
10,000.
10,000, yeah.
So your range of error is 10,000. So if it erupted yesterday, it might say it's 10,000 years old.
But that's not even close to the errors that it actually produces.
That's the point.
None of that.
That's how half-lives work.
Yeah, that's an inappropriate measuring tool to use. You use different ones.
So what you're saying
with
is
extraordinarily.
Sorry, what you're saying, Al, is you're saying, listen, I took an unmarked ruler. It's just a yardstick. So the only thing you know is that it's a yard long. And you said, and I'm going to measure a flea with it. and then you measure the flea with it, and you're like, I can't get an accurate measurement. Yeah, because you're using the wrong tool. You can't measure a flea with a yardstick that's unmarked. When you have the decay of something like uranium is something like 700 million years, if the half-life, I mean, if the half-life is 700 million years, and then the rate of error is 1%, then yes, 1% of 700 million is going to yield you a very large number, which is why you don't use these types of radiometric dating for things that happened recently or for things that you need to date to a precise date. These are for large spans of time.
Yeah, but the margin of error on that specific occasion was in the hundreds of millions. It wasn't even just 10,000.
No, it wasn't.
It was. It was.
I've looked into these claims. They don't even make that claim.
What do you mean they don't make that claim? They actually do, and all of them actually
specify.
All of them were so wrong.
It's maybe believable because some radioactive isotopes have a half-life in the billions. So 1% of a billion is 10 million years. So that would have to be like a 10% error, which I don't believe that either. I think you're misrepresenting whatever, or misremembering. Sorry, I'm not attributing malice. Misremembering whatever that was, because I'm not going with that at all.
Okay, well, guys, I need to put my son to sleep right now, so I think I'll catch you on your next live.
All right.
Thanks for the talk, though.
Thanks for talking, man.
And be half as critical of Christianity as you are of Islam.
Yeah, I'm very critical, actually.
And so your entire profile is criticism of Islam. It's crazy to me how one person could criticize a religion and be fully submissive to another one.
Well, if you bring a counter argument, I'm willing to take it up. So
another time.
I think yeah, sure.
All right, cheers.
Thanks. All right, thanks.
Well, that was something.
It was fun. I should probably go eat supper.
Yeah, you know what? It's getting late for me too. I've been on for a long time. I'm going to read some super chats and then call it a night.
All right.
Thanks for joining me, Eric. I appreciate that, buddy.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Guys, make sure you're dropping M's and Planet Peterson a follow. Amazing friends of the channel.
And thank you for having me up.
Thanks for being here, M's. Good to hear from you.
You should read, whenever you have time, read about the Nation of Islam. It sounds like it's straight out of DC Comics.
Well, I'm reading the Quran right now. This is Yeah, this is the Abd al-Halim translation published by Oxford, and this one's got study notes.
Oh, really? Which chapter are you on?
I literally just started it this week. So if you look at, and you know it's good because it's got the gold leaf side, you know. But a lot of the chapters have explainers for dummies like me. So like if you go to the beginning of the chapter, it'll explain a bunch of stuff at the beginning of the chapter. I'll show you it. So like you don't go like into the chapter raw dogging it.
I'm curious how good it is.
This one gives you
explanations.
Some explanation about the family members of so and so. So this is.
Could you do us a favor and read the one about semen? I want to see how honest it's going to be.
Yeah, what passage is that one?
It is chapter 86, 5 through 7.
Okay, 86, 5 through 7.
And maybe read us a flat earth one too.
Yes. Okay, I'm in 86. And it says, man should reflect on what he was created from. He is created from spurting fluid. Then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone. It seems interpretive.
Does it give any explanation?
No. Well, let me see if there's a note on it. No, they didn't put a note on this.
Do you remember?
There is. Okay, so
go ahead.
It says that then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone, and the note says of the mother where she carries the baby. He emerges from the womb as he will emerge from the grave. That's all it says. It didn't say anything about the sperm.
Oh. So,
Oh,
remember when you were on?
there is one. I don't know why there's
Go
two
ahead.
notes on verse 7. On verse 7, when it says, "And then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone," it says the pronoun here is taken to refer to the person rather than the fluid. So I think the author
No,
is saying that.
that is a minority opinion.
Well, I think what he's saying is that verse 6 is about semen and verse 7 is about the individual. But I don't
Yeah,
know if that's
it
the
works
case.
grammatically, but it's a minority opinion.
Okay.
Like grammatically, it works, so it's a valid interpretation. But either way, you do not gestate behind the breastbone.
No, you certainly
That
don't.
doesn't happen. And I'm not going to take too long, but you should read this one out from the tafsir on Quran.com. So, Fusailat, let me just check what number chapter it is. And from 9 to 12. Just checking the number. It is 41.
41.
41, the chapter about the earth being created in 2 days and then the blessings in 4, etc. I want you to read the tafsir. It's literally describing a flat earth.
Okay, let me grab that. It's Quran 41.
9 through 12, yeah.
This website's so weird. Like if I just type in Quran 41, it doesn't pull anything up. I always have to put it in Google. Okay, there we go. I'm in the chapter 41, and we want 8 through 9?
9 through 12.
9 through 12, okay. It says, "Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days, and how can you set up equals with him? That is the Lord of all worlds."
Now, can you open up the tafsir?
Yeah, on verse 9, let me grab it. I'm going to put it on the screen too.
Yep.
Okay, so in the tafsir, this is what we're at.
Scroll down.
Mhm.
And read there. Yeah.
It says, "Allah denounces the idolaters who worship other gods apart from him, although he is the creator, subduer, and controller of all things." He says, "Do you verily disbelieve in him who created the earth in 2 days, and you set up rivals with him, meaning false gods who you worship alongside him? As that is the Lord of that. I'm sorry. That is the Lord of that exists." That is not a good English statement. It says, "The creator of all things is the Lord of all creatures." Here, the ayah 754 is explained in more detail. The creation of the earth and the creation of the heaven are discussed separately. Allah says that he created the earth first because it was the foundation. The foundation should be built first, then the roof. Holy fuck!
Uh-huh.
He thinks that's the dome. That's the firmament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that is why the earth was created first.
That's
and why
crazy.
the earth took double the time, or even more, like double to triple the time that the heavens took.
This 1,000,000% would debunk the idea that the heavens in the Quran is referring to outer space, because theoretically it couldn't, because Earth is in outer space. They had no concept of outer space.
And it tells you that, so it says that he has created the heavens into 7 heavens on top of each other, and from the earth like them. So the earth is 7 layers of earths. So like you have earth number 1, the one that we're living on, and then we have another earth beneath us, and then another earth, and another earth, so and so.
Yeah, because in verse 12, he forms the heavens after the earth.
Yeah.
I got to write this down.
And in less time.
So in Quran, we're in what chapter? 41?
41:12.
Yeah. 41:12. This is dope. I appreciate that, buddy. This is a really good reference. I'm going to pull this out next time we get a Muslim up here. I can't believe I've never seen that
thank
before.
you for having me up.
Hey, thank you so much, Em. I
It's
appreciate
the one
it.
we brought it up. We brought it up so many times with Ian. I think you know the verse in general, but not the interpretation of the scholars. The scholars literally, the thing is like the book itself. When you read in one of the chapters, I do not remember the reference because it says it in multiple places. It says, "And he has made the earth flat." It literally says it verbatim in Arabic.
Holy
and
shit.
he has made the earth flat. In Arabic, the word is literally flat. In English, it is translated to leveled out.
They're really fucking
They
with
do not
people.
translate it to flat. But yeah. Anyways, thank you for having me up again.
Great to
Bye
see you,
bye.
M. Thank you so much, buddy. Get some W's for M's up in the comments. What a guy. All right, I'm gonna read what we have left of our super chats, and then I'm gonna catch a snack and catch some sleep, hopefully. But let's grab some from Joey. Says I was hungry. Thanks for cooking. Hey, I do what I can, Joey. We had 3 chefs in the kitchen there this night. And JH says, just discovered your channel. Used to make the same arguments your callers make. So glad that Doug delivered me. May hardness be upon me. Yeah, absolutely. May the hardness of Doug be upon you. Always be rock hard for Doug. And Marcus, thank you for the super chat, says, what did Huge Grace say when she solved her puzzle? That was a piece of cake. Rock hard for Doug. Also, where can I buy the Doug's pretzel merch? That's an interesting joke. I'd appreciate that. Marcus, if you're watching the YouTube channel, just below all of the videos and just below this live video, probably, you should see merchandise on the YouTube channel. You can click on it and you'll be led to where the merchandise is. I think there might be a link in my link tree as well. That being said, the Doug's Pretzel Factory merch is in that store on YouTube, as is the Philbro Tears mug. I've got a coffee mug that says Philbro Tears on it. I think you'll like it a lot. I got some cool stuff on there. I also got a desktop pad that's got a portion of the cheat sheet on it for a quick reference. There's some cool stuff. Check it out. For Leopard, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Skyline Cincinnati chili with a big old mound of cold cheddar cheese is a beautiful thing. Make it at home, folks, and give it a try. Oh, Leopard, here's the thing. I have tried making it at home. I don't think it's the same. It's okay. It's okay, but it's not the same as going to Skyline and getting it and wearing the bib. Wear the Skyline bib. Guys, if you haven't had Cincinnati Skyline chili yet, you're missing out. You're missing out. That's all there is to it. Penelope, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says someone may have asked before, but what's your opinion on the idea that Christianity was fabricated by the Romans as a means of controlling the cult? I don't think that's the case. So this is mainly from Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwell. I haven't read the book, but I watched the documentary that they did. They said a lot of false claims, and it doesn't really fix a whole lot. So it doesn't explain a whole lot with Christianity. It can't explain Paul. It can't explain the fact that, there were real disciples that people seem to have known and met. It doesn't explain why the Talmud goes out of its way to slander Jesus at every turn. If Jesus didn't actually exist, the Talmud writing about an enemy of theirs that didn't even exist is insane. So no, I don't find Caesar's Messiah to be a compelling viewpoint. It didn't make any sense to me. Joshua, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have you heard of Micah 4:10 issue? This is not fitting with the context of the Assyrians at the time that he's even talking about. Yeah, so Micah is a difficult one. If you go to Micah chapter 4, it's not entirely sure which time period is in view here. Now, I mean, traditionally, Micah has been listed among the prophets of like the time of first Isaiah, Amos, Hosea, those 3, right? But we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure when Micah wrote. In fact, I think there's a note in my study Bible on the dating of Micah. Give me a second to grab that real quick. I think Micah is a difficult one to pin down. And there's other problems too. Like, for example, dating the prophecy of Isaiah 9, traditionally difficult. We know it's during the Assyrian period. We don't know exactly when. But so Micah was in the 8th century, it says, according to blah, 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 blah. Yep. About 759 to 687. So yeah, during the Assyrian period, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It says the book may be divided into 3 sections, chapter 1 through 3, 4 through 5, and 6 through 7. Some scholars think that chapters 1 through 3 form the oldest core of the book. It is characterized by the judgmental tone for which Micah was most famous for. Chapters 1 through 3 mainly consist of oracles of judgment. Chapters 4 through 5, oracles of hope. The final section, 6 through 7, begins with judgment and moves to hope. So I typically agree with the scholarly dating of these particular texts, and I do believe that 4 through 5 would have been written later. And we find lots of evidence of the prophets being added to over time. Daniel, Isaiah, Jeremiah. I would be 0% shocked that Micah is one of those books that was added to. That being said, now that we've read like the scholar's note on that particular topic, let me read you the passage. So in the passage, it says, "Writhe and groan, O daughter Zion, like a woman in labor. For now you shall go forth from the city and camp in the open country. You shall go to Babylon. There you shall be rescued. There the Lord will redeem you from the hands of your enemies." So, this passage is already written at the time when Babylon was in view. Now, this doesn't say that they're going to go to exile in Babylon. This seems to be written probably towards the reign of Hezekiah, in that time range, when they were looking at Babylon as perhaps an ally against, say, what was left of the Assyrians, right? They were looking at vassalage, but clearly vassalage didn't work out for them. But I don't see I don't see this as being a direct implication that they're going to be taken captive in Babylon yet. So I think this is probably, if I was going to date this, this would be after the Assyrian invasion, prior to the idea that the Babylonians are going to take over and kill everybody in 605. So this has to be pre-Babylonian era, if I was guessing, because this doesn't really talk about the exile. Anyways, some interesting ideas. There have been a lot of scholars that debated the various datings within the book of Micah and have given different proposals. I'm okay with squishy numbers, but I agree with you. I don't think that's original to the corpus. Doubting Scotty says, just a tip, foreskin restoration is a thing for men who feel inadequate about having their hoodie stolen at birth. Keep cooking. I did not know that. How would they add it back on? In fact, they talk about this in the book of Maccabees. In 1st and 2nd Maccabees, they talk about when they outlawed circumcision and the Jews were trying to fit in with the Greeks, how they removed the marks of circumcision so that they wouldn't be known when they're, at the gymnasium, because in the gymnasium, they're naked, right? So I want to know how they did it. How did they cover up? How did they remove the marks of circumcision? What tricks were they using? How did they rejuvenate the hoodie? Robin says, "Happy Wednesday. My grade school English teacher would have slapped my 20 minutes ago." If this is a joke, I would see what you're saying, because you did something wrong in your grammar there. I think you mean me 20 minutes ago. If it's not a joke, then it's just a really happy typo coincidence. But thank you. I appreciate the super chat. And also from our friend Rob, thank you for the super chat. It says, "My Christian wife insists the rod in Proverbs 13:24 has nothing to do with beating a child. Is that a consistent view with the Old Testament? Appreciate the work." No, it's not. No. Spare the rod, spoil the child is not suggesting that you're gonna like lovingly guide the child like it's a staff, right? Like King David in the Psalm says that your staff comforts me, right? This is not one of those situations. This is about discipline. It says, "Those who spare the rod hate their children, but those who love them are diligent to discipline them." The rod is about discipline. You discipline people with rods. Paul was beaten with rods. That's what you did. So yeah, this is about beating your children. The Bible is pro beating your children, and this is not the first place that it shows up. Not even close. It shows up all over the place. In fact, Proverbs 29:15, "The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a mother is disgraced by neglect of a child." Proverbs 29:17, "Discipline your children, and they will give you rest." I mean, there's so many passages about this. Anyways, yeah. Good question though. Master Machete says Jesus is a time lord. Silly, I forgot about that. I keep forgetting that Jesus has different time, just like God has different morals. Jesus has different time. Got to remember that. Jonathan says, "Captain for Christ, can I still celebrate Christmas?" LOL. So here's the thing. I still like the Christmas season. I think it's a lot of fun. I chose a long time ago to get into the Christmas season, but make it more about like the actual holiday, Christmas, seeing family, giving presents, Yule logs, sitting by the fire. Like you can celebrate Christmas and have a hell of a time doing it without the religious mumbo jumbo. You don't need all that. Mixtress says Jesus will be on the next series of Loki with the Timekeepers and the TVA. Jesus slipped into another dimension to get crucified twice. That's actually a really good point. If Jesus had to die for everyone's sins in all dimensions, then that means he had to get crucified in more than one dimension, I'm thinking. And if time is a dimension, then he got crucified at different times as well. Interesting thought. Chance, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says Deuteronomy 22 must be read with the proper hermeneutics. 43% of those women didn't deserve to die, and the other 50% didn't deserve to die either. This is such a good point, Chance. So even if those women weren't virgins when they got married, killing them is fucking horrific. Especially since this is such a misogynistic idea that the women have to be virgins. We don't hear shit about men having to be virgins because the book is written by misogynists. Tenthbark says they don't usually cover Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21 in VBS for some reason. I wonder why. It's almost like they're trying to deceive you into not knowing that these passages are actually in the book. And Cheese, good to see you, says, if God says no matter what you do, you will go to hell, Jesus can't save you. God just don't like your face. Would that be good and just? No, it would not. Now you're referring to like the predestination as we read in Paul, like Romans chapter 9. If God just predetermined that there's nothing they can do for you, you're done. You're a vessel of wrath. I wouldn't call that justice. I don't know how anyone could call that justice. That's why people just throw their hands up and say, well, God's ways are higher. Okay, well, I'm not willing to be that gullible. LLK, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says showed up to work at noon the other day. Told my boss to chill out because noon and 9 are the same. Oh, he didn't know. You have to tell him about Bible time. You got to tell him that actually 9 a.m. Or noon, showing up at noon is the same as showing up at 9. It's a spiritual 9 o'clock. That's the case. Nobody on Fire says, holy shit, Justin, the hourglass was absolutely diabolical. I had one sitting on my shelf back here, and I was like, I'm going to get one of these motherfuckers eventually that will just never answer a question no matter what, ever. And I found one. I knew I would use that one day. Today was that day. Oh boy. Southpaw, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Rico isn't just cooked, he's been spaghettified, getting sucked into a black hole of cope. Yeah. That was hard to watch, honestly. Just be real. That was hard. Rico was a hard watch. Hazelnut says, sorry for only being able to give you $5. My church's 90% tithe has been kicking my ass. Don't worry about it, Hazelnut. You don't owe me anything. I'm here for y'all. I'm here for you guys. I love everybody here, even those who can't support the channel. You know I love you guys. And Patch Grabber says, I think after his failed DZ debut, G-Man had to change his name to QQ Man. Wait, what? QQ? We could probably do better than that. Then we can do better than QQ Man. You mean Barbecue Man? I think that's what you meant to say was Barbecue Man. I'm seeing what you're laying down, Patrick. Yeah, Barbecue Man, I could run with. I can run with Barbecue Man. Also, welcome to the Kraken Crew, Fatal Imbalance. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Everyone in the Kraken Crew Elite gets access to the Deconstruction Crew cheat sheet, which I think is a great deconstruction resource and debate resource. My boss says, here's a guaranteed big merch idea for you. We need Doug action figures, actual size. Desk Doug would be a great Christmas gift. Well, I'm working with someone right now in the community that has a business making plushies. I'm working right now on getting it so we can sell Doug and Sharon plushies. Obviously, we're starting with Doug, the OG, and then we'll work from there. But we're trying. We're trying to get Doug on every desk. Jonathan says, only transferred. Nothing was ever there. Nothing was never there. There we go. Yeah, I agree, actually, John. If matter and energy always existed because it can't be created nor destroyed, it's just always there. If you can't get something from nothing, we have something, then obviously there was never nothing. Double Donkey Surfer says the evolved God sounds very much like the God in Isaac Asimov's short story, The Last Question. It's a logical way that God can come about. I agree, Double Donkey. It is a logical method for God. Once you buy into evolution, this is the craziest thing, though. The guy that was arguing against evolution at the end of the conversation, wasn't that the same guy that started with? Yeah, no, that had to have been the guy before him that started with the he believes in a God that was evolved from the universe. That might be the same guy. I have to watch it back. If it's the same guy, he's schizophrenic. If you start your argument with I think God is a super evolved being and then you deny human evolution, I don't know what to do with that. Someone in the comments remind me, was that the same person that gave those two arguments? Because in my memory they were, but sometimes they run together. Fry says, what if AI evolved to become quantum intellectual? To become a quantum intellect that was not bound by time and will create the universe at halfway point in the timeline, 2130. So I don't know. I don't understand how AI can become a quantum intellect that's not bound by time. I don't understand quantum fields. I don't understand quantum time, but my understanding is there is some kind of quantum time. I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know what that means. That's a question for Dr. Blitz. But if there is quantum time, then I'm inclined to believe that they can't do things timelessly. They just have to obey the laws of quantum time. I don't know what the laws of quantum time are, though. Unfortunately, that's just not my field, and I can only read so much at once. I'm in the middle of reading three different books right now outside of the Bible. I'm reading the Quran, I'm reading the Bible, I'm reading Why Evolution is True, and I just finished reading the writings of Julian, and I'm still reading the writings, we'll say the disputations of Origen and Celsus. So like I've got a whole flow of stuff. Quantum physics is not in my reading list yet. Yoda St. Cloud says this dude is the goofiest goober. Oh, I'm also reading Plato. Plato's I can just read it anytime because they're just dialogues. Yoda says this dude is the goofiest goober, the silliest goose, if you will, the strangest explanation of Islam I've ever heard. Hail Sharon, full of stone. Doug is with thee. Gunverse is greater than Sydneyverse. Suck it, nerds. I don't know what Gunverse is, but I'll trust you on this one. And praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Absolutely. Never forget about Sharon. Never forget about Sharon. Icapod, great to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. And guys, if you're not following Icapod's channel, I implore you, do it. Icapod says, Justin's face when he heard the Nation of Islam lore was priceless. Worth way more than this super chat. Thanks. Listen, I don't know anything about the Nation of Islam. This is new for me. This is not something. I grew up in a little town, like a little farm town that had like 10,000 people. The Nation of Islam was not on anybody's radar. It was not. The Bible, maybe. Cuppin with KRS says, for Tupac so loved the world, he dropped his last begotten album, Tupacalypse, now, so we can enter Thug's Mansion and heaven for G's. Share the good news. Well, listen, I'm more than happy to believe in the Tupac lore over the Jesus lore. I know Tupac was a real person. I know he actually existed and did stuff. We got his recordings. We still have unreleased recordings. And the cheese, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says Nation of Islam has been collaborating with Scientology in recent years. No way. No way. Nation of Islam has promoted Dianetics. Oh. They all merge together eventually. That's what happens with these syncretic cults. They just merge together eventually. It's painful to watch. It really is. Yoda again says, in the beginning there was nothing, Then the Big Bang sent 6 elemental crystals hurtling across the virgin universe, is dug an infinity stone. I'm going to disappoint you, Yoda. I don't know what an infinity stone is. I haven't watched any of those movies. I have no idea what that is. I know it's a thing from like the Marvel universe. I haven't watched any of the Marvel movies. I'm such a nerd, guys. I don't do anything fun. I'm the most boring jackass you've ever met. I like to go to the gym. I like to spend time with my son, and I like to read. Garba Gaming, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Says about Rico, Paul and seeds. It's as if Paul thinks offsprings is a real word. It's not. Only people who don't know English would make this mistake. This is a really good example. This is a really good way of explaining it. I could have used English as the example. It said in English, offspring means more than one quite often. When we say offspring, often we're referring to our entire lineage. My offspring, here's my offspring, right? It could refer to one, but it typically just is non-numeric. It's just collective, right? Well, Hebrew functioned the same. The ancient Hebrew, like if you read through the Hebrew Bible, the offspring just means here's my offspring. It's a collective noun. And Paul made a horrible argument from the Greek text because he has no idea what he's doing. Nobody on Fire says, imagine using a small pickup truck as a unit of measurement. I know. Could you imagine that? That's essentially what creationists are doing by using bad dating methods to date things in the short term, using dating methods that go back hundreds of millions of years. They have no idea what's going on. Diablo Avocado, great name, by the way. Thank you for the 666. His M's is the Darth Vader end boss for Muslims. He is their daddy. I fucking agree. There's few statements I agree with more than that. I don't know what they are, but I agree with that one. Jack, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, friend. And also, Taka says, couldn't make it work with my girl last night. I'm sorry to hear that. So I prayed to Doug. Not only did I get hard for my girl, but I got hard for Doug. Praise Doug. Doug cured your ED. You don't need to take a pill. You just need to be rock hard for Doug. Make sure Doug is living inside of you. Put the hardness inside of you. And Kelly says, has anyone accepted Jesus Crisco into their lard and shortening? Praise Doug. I love the oily Josh jokes. And I think this best explains why Jesus was so mad half the time, because he was always shortening. Didn't like it. He was upset. He was not a tall man. Writing Jake says, was wondering who was the Redeemer in Isaiah 59:20. Well, the only Redeemer of Israel in second Isaiah is God himself. He says, I am the only Savior. Besides me, there is no other. There is no other Savior. The closest you'll get is King Cyrus. But he says that King Cyrus is being led by the right hand of God. Meg says, let's see. Kills all the firstborn, wipes out the planet, commands a father to sacrifice his son, has a father sacrifice his daughter. Nah, he wouldn't kill children. Yeah, isn't that crazy? People, like, you bring up the baby paste example, and you're like, well, that's against God's character. He wouldn't do that. The fuck he wouldn't. No one has killed more infants than the God of the Bible ever. Ever. Adam Brown, great to see you, buddy. Says Eric and Justin together, rock hard and ready to spank, or something like that. Also, WTG on the Aussie cover. I played it on my D28 the same day. I don't know what D28 means. And I don't even know what WTG means. I'm so sorry. Guys, I'm a nerd. You have to spell things out for me. I'm sorry. But listen, W Aussie, and great to see you, Adam Brown. I hope you're doing well, buddy. It's great to hear from you. Doro, also, let me read that again. Okay, just make sure I didn't misunderstand something. Doro, hey, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says playing catch up here, but as someone with 20 years in the life sciences, that was the best evolutionary biology lesson I've seen. Bravo. Hey, was my drawing good? I appreciate that. I feel like that the drawing of the evolutionary progress, I think, helps people to picture that all evolution is evolution. There's no such thing as micro and macro evolution. All evolution is evolution. Argument from Motion says, as handsome and wonderful of a man that you are, Justin, I absolutely draw the line with eating kiwi skin. I can't stand for this. Well, listen, argument for motion. I've got some news. Of the benefits, the nutritional benefits of kiwi, more than half of the nutritional benefits of the kiwi comes from the skin. More than half. That's crazy to think about. Which means if you want the maximal nutritional benefit, you got to eat that skin. I know it's hairy. You'll get used to it. It's a little hair, more hairy than a peach. You can rub it. You can rub it and get some of the hair off and then eat it. You can do that. But listen, if you cut yours in half and spoon it, that's okay. Not everyone has to eat the whole thing like me. That's just what I do. JMR says, I'd like to humbly request the gayest kiss my ass to DJ Slice. Fire name, bro. You going places. Yeah, it's when they start bringing up the homosexuals, I get a little nervous because you know they're about to say some of the most bigoted, hateful things on the planet. Every time they bring it up, I just want to cut them immediately before they say something that everyone's going to regret. JMR with a fucking $50 super chat. Thank you so much, JMR. That's huge. That's huge. Let's get some W's for JMR. I may or may not have called you a moralist man librarian while cosplaying an angry Christian in chat today. Got a little wild because you can literally type anything with no thought or review or shame. In the end, I denounced JC and returned to Doug. Well, I appreciate that you came to the rock hard truth of Doug. And listen, I won't hold it against you that you said things while you were LARPing. It's not a problem, JMR. I know you. We're good. We're good. You can LARP all you want and say anything you want. Design. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Christians, look at the trees. Nation of Islam, look at this leaf. Now this leaf. Now this leaf. That's good. I appreciate that. And Mindforge Manacles, great to see you tonight. It says potassium argon half-life is 1.25 billion years. And Christians will go out here and try to date the volcanic eruption using potassium argon like it's going to give them a reliable dating method. It's not. It's not. They're dummies. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says Al Kumudi got completely cooked, but we all learned from the Holy Trinity. Ems, Justin, and Planet Peterson. Big W for that person for being such a martyr for Sharon. Doug. He really did put himself on the altar. He walked himself to the flames, did he not? And Jug, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, question on how you interpret Genesis 18. Is it God and two angels, all three in human form, that visited Abraham before going to Sodom? Yes. So I'll show you exactly how I'm interpreting Genesis 18. And I think it's the best way to explain what we have in the text. So if you go to Genesis 18, we find this really curious thing. I'm going to put it on the screen. So the two angels are referred to as men. And then later in chapter 19, we learn that they're actually angels. It refers to them as angels. Now, in chapter 18, it says, so the men turned from there and went towards Sodom. So now there are two men. Those are the two angels that we hear about later in the next chapter. They leave. They go to Sodom, right? It says, while Abraham remained standing there before the Lord, then Abraham came near and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? So now it appears that he's with Yahweh and the angels are gone. And then Yahweh fucks off. They end the conversation. He goes back to where he was. And then in the next chapter, what we find are the two men. We find the two men. There we go. In verse 24, the two men are there. Yahweh fucked off, went back to heaven. And it says, then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. So I'm reading this saying, oh yeah, after the conversation with Adam, the Lord went back to heaven. The two men carried on, and now the Lord is raining fire down. That makes the most sense of it. Plus, remember, in the prior chapter, in chapter 18, Yahweh says that I need to come down and check it out. So he comes down, has some conversation, and checks it out. But good question. I appreciate the question. Jugs, did I just read this? Yes, I just read that. Okay. Marilyn, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, love your well-rounded mind, King. Marilyn, I appreciate the sentiment, and I'm still learning. I have a lot of heavy lifting left to do on learning my sciences, because the only sciences I really studied was electricity in school. I didn't get to study the other fun stuff, so I got to catch up. I got to play catch up. Bagel says, on behalf of the Amalekites, hey God, you're a douche. Yeah. Yeah, especially those damn babies, camels, and donkeys, and ox. Watchman of Earth says, I have a personal story of how Yahweh God got me safe from a situation where I would have been killed, and the Pharaoh of the Exodus. First time here. Wait, what? Hold on. I have a personal story of how Yahweh God got me safe from a situation where I would have been killed, and the Pharaoh of the Exodus. I mean, where you and the Pharaoh would have been killed? Watchmen, buddy, I apologize. I don't know what you're talking about. If there was a joke or a funny in there, I apologize. I didn't catch it. That's probably my fault. But thank you for the super chat. And Kelly says, I've never seen the naked man in prison play passion play. Sorry, I've never seen the naked man in a passion play. Yeah, from Mark 14. Also, do you use Mark 8:11 through 12 verse Matthew 16 1 through 4, the sign of Jonah? As a contradiction, I assume. In Mark chapter 8, in verses 11 and 12, I forget exactly what that says. It says, the Pharisees came and began to argue with him, asking him for a sign from heaven to test him. And he sighed deeply in his spirit and said, why does this generation ask for a sign? Truly, I tell you, no sign would be given to this generation. And then it left. Yeah, because in the other, it says, no sign will be given to you except for the sign of Jonah. So in this particular case, I think what Christians would do, and I'd be willing to accept it, is that you can just combine them and said he said both things, but the authors didn't record both things. Now, I think there's a cop out, but it's something you could do, and it's obviously something that Christians are doing. And the reason why the naked boy is not seen in the Passion Play, I think, is quite obvious. they would get shut down so fast, or they would call Trump, to go round up his kids, or a priest. By the way, if you're not following the Epstein releases, there's some doozies in there. If you still think that Trump and Epstein weren't banging kids together, you're living on a different planet. Ashera's oldest daughter, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good. God, no Santa. Apparently he has omni characteristics too. Funny how humans work. Isn't that funny? Like the way we so readily attribute omni characters, and then we're growing up with these ideas and we're just willing to accept them, right? But if the omni characters of Santa aren't true, then why would you want me to accept the omni characters of the Jesus figure? Like, if we say that Jesus is this omni character, but he can't do any omni things, then I'm not going to accept it for the same reason you didn't accept that we don't have flying reindeer. Tony Allen, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I deconstructed 1 year ago at the age of 64, brought up Christian. I can't believe I believed that long. Thanks for the help with finding the real truth. Well, listen, I'm glad that you finally made your way out of it. That's a long time to be stuck in the cult. And I was in for quite some time, but you had me beat by a mile. Congratulations on your deconstruction journey, because that is a long, arduous, I can't say the word. That's a long journey, friend. Like that's not a short journey that you're on. So big W to you, Tony. And last super chat from Watchman, maybe this will make more sense. Says, no joke. I know who the Pharaoh of the Exodus is, and also personal story of how God saved me from a situation where I would have been killed. Okay, so you've got two different things. Those things aren't connected. You knowing the Pharaoh of the Exodus and you being saved by God are two different things. You didn't really point that out in your last chat, but I appreciate you letting me know. And obviously, I don't believe in the second part. You could have an opinion on who the Pharaoh of the Exodus is. A lot of people do have an opinion. I have an opinion myself. But I don't know if you'll actually be able to make a solid case for why that is. Anyways, friends, it is now it's late. I got to get to bed. Thank you everybody for the likes, the comments, the shares. Thank you for all the supers and all the support and all the memberships. Remember, I do also have a Patreon for those who want to support over Patreon, and we'll be live again shortly. If not tomorrow, for sure Friday. But let's see who's live right now that we can go send a raid to. Somebody's got to be live right now that we can go raid. Give me 1 second to take a look. I think last night Joel was live. He was doing a late night live. But let's see. Anyone else? Oh shit, Mezzo's live on TikTok and on the Deconstruction
had a
Zone
lot of that.
YouTube channel. All right, let me put them on. Guys, we're gonna go raid Mezzo's live stream. If you're on TikTok, it's Mezzo_WS, if I remember correctly. You'll find him though. There's only one Mezzo on TikTok. And on YouTube right now, he's streaming under the Deconstruction Junction channel. Let's go raid the Deconstruction Junction channel. Let's tell him that Doug and Justin sent you. I'll see you over there in just a minute. Let's go cheer for our friend Mezzo over here doing the good Doug's work. And thank you all, friends, for being here.